Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2023-2024 Annual Report of the Office of the Taxpayers Ombudsman entitled Fair Access to Service. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, appuyé.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, seconded by Mr. Perron, move that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, tabled on Tuesday, April 11, 2023, be concurred in. A debate. The Honourable Member for.
Baga, no.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I rise today in this House, it's because I want to debate the report of the Transport Committee on the impact of commercial shipping on shoreline erosion. Now, why rise today to speak to this, Mr. Speaker? Well, the report was tabled in this House on April 25, 2023, so it's been approximately a year and a half since the report was tabled, and for a year and a half, nothing has happened. Complete radio silence. It's almost as if the committee had not tabled its report after all. Sure, the government issued a response, and I'll get back to that, but at the end of the day, people are still facing the same problem. Erosion continues on, and the government has not thought about this. The government has not taken additional action on this file. The committee has tabled a report in the House and has had a response, an insufficient one at that. There's no action that has followed up. Well, maybe if the House were to report the same, were to adopt rather the same report, it would send a stronger signal to the government and to ensure that the government takes into account the experiences of people on the ground. So I just wanted to give you a portrait of what these people are going through. The government has not taken any action. I might recall the House, remind members rather, but erosion continues on. So why are we talking about erosion caused by commercial shipping? Well, in the 1950s, the St. Lawrence Seaway was dug to ensure that boats could reach the Port of Montreal because ships have a lot more goods, had a lot more goods as time went on, and that's what international best practice has shown in order to ensure that countries could achieve economies of scale. The seaway was dug to ensure that larger crafts could go through it, but it is not, in the St. Lawrence is no longer the same St. Lawrence as it was 100 years ago. It's different. Ships create waves, waves create wake, wake creates erosion, and people on the shoreline suffer a little bit more every year. And in the 1960s, in order to compensate for this, and 70s as well, people were protesting. Of course, we are seeing that ships were having more goods and that people across the country and could benefit from greater goods and economies of scale. So the government recognized this and put in certain measures in order to protect people who were suffering from these consequences in the 1960s and 70s. But in the 1990s, the Liberals made cuts everywhere. They cut left, right, and center. And one of the places where they decided to cut was in the Shoreline Protection Program. This program made it so that since 1997, the government decided to put an end to it, and now it's been 25 years. More than 25 years, the shorelines have been completely abandoned. And most of the measures that were most of the infrastructure that was created back in that day are decrepit and are no longer standing. So this infrastructure is crumbling apart and is not doing the job it was doing back then, Mr. Speaker. The government in the 1990s, to shirk its responsibilities, sent a letter saying that all the seawalls were no longer our responsibility. It's up to you to maintain your infrastructure. Now, that's quite odd, Mr. Speaker, because the federal government is in charge of managing seaways. The federal government dug up the below the St. Lawrence River to ensure that boats could pass by, and at the end of the day, citizens, local residents foot the bill, and there's a problem here. Yes, there's a lot of goods that go through the St. Lawrence River. And I think that, and obviously no one along the shoreline wants all crafts, all boats to come to a stop. No, they just want additional compensation. They want protection. They want to be sure that they are not assuming the full load of that impact on their properties. The government has ducked out of this and in an effort to save money. The government said that they already recognize their responsibility. They've modified the structure of the river, and obviously ships have an effect on the river itself. But the government scientists weren't necessarily in agreement with the government. Two scientists led a study in the 2000s. They were working for Environment Canada, so for the federal government. They studied 1,600 kilometers of shorelines from Cornwall in Ontario to Montmagny in the lower St. Lawrence area. That's a long shoreline of 1,600 kilometers. And they realized that 70% of all the erosion in that area happened between Montreal and Sorel. 70% of all erosion was between Montreal and Sorel. And worse yet, Mr. Speaker, 86% of that erosion was due to commercial ships. So that means you have to take out the other factors like tide and etc. Well, if you look at the impact of the erosion, it's 86% was caused by commercial shipping. That's major. Now, how can that situation be explained? Well, it's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. When you're in the St. Lawrence Gulf, the river is wide. There's a lot of room. Ships can go through. But the closer you get to Montreal, well, the narrower the river gets. There's fewer space, and the ships aren't getting smaller, so they have a much larger impact in narrower areas than in wider areas. Because the waves in wider areas have time to quiet down before reaching the shoreline. Of course, there are other factors at play in some of those areas. But when you get to the Montreal-Sorel corridor, the data is crystal clear. It is the main factor for erosion is caused by commercial shipping. Nothing short of that. Mr. Speaker, my riding is exactly within that area. The people in Varennes, Verchères, Contrecoeur are going through the impacts of this on a daily basis, and it's causing them quite a bit of stress. There was a survey, and we noticed that half of the properties that were on the riverbed had significant erosion. That's half the properties. That's hundreds of people, and there are hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages caused. This means that people there are going through a significant financial and psychological stress. When seawalls do not hold any longer, some parts of people's yards go in the river, followed by the wayside, literally. And there are holes that appear in people's properties. Some people even worry that their homes end up in the river because of erosion. And yet, it would seem that it's up to them to pay for the damages of this. So I find that quite odd, Mr. Speaker. In 2007, I was elected in 2015, but in 2007, work started to be done on this file. And municipalities were consulted for what measures should be taken by the Government of Canada to fix this. There are all kinds of regions that chimed in. Verchères, Varennes, Repentigny, etc. A lot of people said that there is a major problem and that the erosion protection program would be reinstated. A letter was sent to Mr. Garneau, and Mr. Garneau did not respond. In 2018, a little later, people were happy that their member of parliament was taking this matter seriously. So I had a town hall. We booked a room in Verchères, and there was not even any space left. Hundreds of people showed up. People were even standing in the room, and everyone was saying that we needed this program back. This isn't a problem I made up. When town halls are full and people come out to talk about something that's serious, that means that they want to get it fixed. So the petition was sent to the House of Commons. A citizens group was created, and this advocacy group works hard to talk about these issues. About 300 signatures were gathered. This petition was tabled in Parliament. There was a press conference with mayors and various other groups. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Transport at the time, Marc Garneau, did not even answer the petition. Normally, according to the rules of the House, any representative has 45 days to respond to a petition, and he did not even respond. I wrote to the Speaker, and the Speaker didn't do anything because an election was triggered. So no response to the petition. Now, after the election, unfortunately for the Liberals opposite, I was reelected, and the same minister was reelected. So that forced us to table yet another petition in February 2020. And in February 2020, we tabled a notice of motion at the Transport Committee to ensure that we could study this phenomenon and to invite witnesses to talk about their lived experiences. We got an answer from the Minister of Transport, finally, and he said that erosion was due to a variety of natural environmental factors. He said it was a problem, sure, that he was working hard on it, but no real concrete measures taken. And this is despite all the scientific data I've presented to you earlier. In 2021, people in my riding were fed up. They launched a class action of $50 million that was authorized by the Superior Court of Quebec, and this is no laughing matter. In February 2022, the motion at Transport was adopted, and we got further witnesses in spring 2023. And witnesses were unanimous in saying, witnesses included citizens, experts, scientists, people even from Ontario, experts from all across Ontario and Quebec. People, all of them, said that this is the federal government's responsibility. They said it's up to the federal government to protect people and to compensate them for damages caused in these narrow ways caused by commercial shipping. In 2023, the report was tabled in the House. Not only, like I said, all witnesses were unanimous, but all parties were unanimous at Transport in adopting this report. And at that time, I was really enthused. I was pleased to see that the government will understand. We have a committee report. Everyone agrees. This is not a matter of partisanship. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of being sensitive to people's lived experiences. Well, there were 6 recommendations in that report. And they were all excellent recommendations, but I'd like to emphasize one in particular, the most important one, that is the first one. According to the first recommendation, that the government reestablish a shoreline protection program in areas of the St. Lawrence River where erosion is due in large part to shipping, in particular where the channel is narrow and more exposed to wake in conjunction. And then there was a small addition, we can live with that one, in conjunction with provincial and municipal governments, Indigenous groups, industry, and scientific experts. We have no problem with the federal government collaborating with other groups to fix this, but we want essentially the federal government to spearhead any initiative in that regard. We also have other recommendations that are very interesting that I could talk to you about. There's one recommendation that said that the government continue to invest in research that focuses on providing the technical guidance to help assess best solutions, and that the government draw up an inventory of the areas affected by erosion along the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence waterway.
That the Government of Canada support research aimed at finding the most appropriate way to protect the banks and protect our ecosystems from damage caused by vessel traffic, that the Government of Canada evaluate the effectiveness of current voluntary speed reduction measures for commercial vessels and consider applying them on a larger scale, and that the Government of Canada explore the possibility of setting up a fund for the restoration and enhancement of river environments affected by erosion that would be financed by the commercial users of the river corridor. Those are the committee's 6 recommendations. And as I noted, Mr. Speaker, the report was unanimously adopted. What was the government's response? Well, basically, they said we have observed the 6 recommendations, and we're basically already doing what they recommend. So thanks for your work. We're not going to listen. We're already on it. What are they even doing? Oh, they have a few research projects here and there, and the voluntary speed reduction measures. But people are still experiencing problems on the ground. What's sad is that it's always the same thing. I've been working on this since 2017, something like 8 or 9 years. We are been calling on the government to listen to people. They used to be able to do that. Why can't the government recognize what people are saying today? They're trying to save a few pennies here and there where people are going through real stress. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per person to repair these problems with the shoreline. It's not fair, Mr. Speaker. Every time we get the same response, oh, erosion is caused by any number of factors, we're working hard, it's a shared responsibility, yada, yada, yada. I would love to see some shared responsibility. But most of erosion is caused by shipping, which makes the federal government the most responsible. Mr. Speaker, it's not okay that the people have to drag their government to court in order to be heard. It's not normal to have to submit petitions, write resolutions, get a committee report done, get it passed unanimously, and still no response from the government. That is not okay, Mr. Speaker. It's not okay, Mr. Speaker, that the government is ignoring the reports by its own scientists who are telling the government that it is responsible for the problem. It is not okay that the federal government is washing its hands of its own constitutional responsibility, because under the Constitution, shipping falls under federal jurisdiction. And now they say it's not their business. It's not okay. They're passing the buck to other governments. They think that maybe the Quebec government will take charge because the federal government isn't doing its job. To conclude, I hope that the people in my riding will finally be respected by the Canadian government. I expect that the report tabled by the Standing Committee on Transport, a report that was done in good faith with many witnesses and adopted unanimously, I hope this report will be taken seriously by the government. I expect that the House of Commons will ratify the work done in committee. This would put even more pressure on the government to get them to listen to the problems of people who are living with real problems. And above all, I expect the federal government to put in place the recommendations included in the report. This is basic stuff, Mr. Speaker. And I find it impossible. I don't understand this. We have a nearsighted government that is refusing to take responsibility for the problem. At the end of the day, there were Liberals at the committee. They heard the witnesses. They heard the testimony. They've seen the data. They voted with the other committee members. They recognize that there is a problem and there are solutions to that problem. So if those Liberals agree with the solutions that were proposed in committee, hopefully they will be able to convince the government to take the problem seriously. I have laid out the facts, and if the government ignores these facts, it is not a responsible government. The role of the House is to hold the government responsible for its actions and direct their gaze towards the problems that regular people are facing. I am now doing my job, Mr. Speaker, and I call on the government to do its job as well. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the St. Lawrence has been a critical issue for the government for many years. As we have had studies in committee, and there have been a number of budgetary actions and legislative actions, at least in part dealing with the St. Lawrence. The question that I have for the member opposite is that this is a report that he himself admits has been sitting on the order paper for 18 months. I can't recall offhand, and I've been here for quite a few question periods, I can't recall offhand the bloc ever raising this issue in the form of a question during question period, and I'm wondering why it is they've made the determination today to use this particular concurrence report. Now, I guess it takes us off the Conservative filibustering, but I'm quite curious as to why. What was the rationale that was used 18 months ago when this report was tabled? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the member has ever stood up and asked a question during question period on this issue.
The Honourable Member Pierre Boucher, Le Patriote Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that the member opposite is talking about this because it will allow me to correct his perceptions. I did ask questions about this topic in question period. I did rise in the House to speak on this. I'm not sure that the member was there. As for the report, it's really quite simple. The report was tabled 18 months ago. We expected that at some point the federal government would read it and give a response to it and take action. But then we started to get impatient. We started to think that too much time had gone past. We started to wonder what was going on. We started to think that the federal government didn't really understand. So a debate in the House is stronger than a committee discussion. The Honourable Member for Port Neuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Verchères Les Patriotes. I'm not sure I got that in the right order. Anyhow, my colleague. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, it's really interesting to see that it has already been established that the government needs to act now to protect shorelines along the St. Lawrence. I agree with my colleague. It is also urgent that the government take action on the French language. So here's my question for my colleague. Yes, the issue is urgent. But why is the Bloc Québécois voting supporting the federal government instead of triggering elections? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would have hoped that my colleague's question would be about the actual report, because I know that there are people watching and Conservative members who live along the St. Lawrence. I'm sure that their constituents would expect their MP to take their issues seriously. As for my colleague's specific question, we have been very clear. Our goal is not to work for the Liberals or the Conservatives. We work for Quebecers, and our goal is to secure gains for Quebec. As long as we can secure gains for Quebec, we will seek them.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech and for his advocacy on this. It is so important that we not only acknowledge but actually reduce the impact of shipping on these important corridors. Now, my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie has also put forward a bill that would grant legal protections, rights of nature, to the St. Lawrence River. We are facing a climate emergency, which is having devastating impacts, but we also know that human activity and other economic activity is having an impact on these areas. Can he speak to his support or not for the idea of granting rights to nature and to the St. Lawrence River?
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit that I have not read the bill tabled by my colleague from the NDP, so it's difficult for me to take a position. I would like to make one thing clear. Our goal is not to totally stop shipping. We simply want to mitigate the effects of shipping. And we want to make it so that regular people don't have to deal with this problem alone. They are suffering economic consequences, and they need to be compensated for the economic harms they have suffered. But we are not against shipping entirely. We just wanted to have the least impact possible. And a lot can be done. Speed reductions measures, making sure that ships stay far away from the shoreline. Things can be done. Work needs to be carried out. But despite all of our attempts to get things done, the federal government is refusing to spend money to protect the shorelines, and that's really what's lacking. The Honourable Member for...
J'en ai deux en même temps qui...
Ooh, two people are rising at the same time. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his poli-sci lesson and his lesson on how to be a good MP. This is a very important issue. During his speech, the member said that 70% of erosion is being felt near Montreal and Lac-Saint-Pierre. But the corridor is 1,600 kilometers long. It stretches from Cornwall to Quebec City. If 70% of the erosion was in Cornwall or near Toronto, would the federal government had invested? I think it would have. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about this. Great question from my colleague. Let's cite another example. In Quebec, we were dealing with the issue of asylum seekers. We were becoming overrun, and we noted that solutions needed to be put in place. For example, sharing asylum seekers among other provinces, and we were told no. But then when other provinces started saying they had problems, the federal government leapt into action. Unfortunately, it's like this all too often. When there's a problem in Quebec, the federal government considers it as unimportant. It's as though they are unable to listen to Quebecers. This is why many Quebecers believe it would be better for them to have their own country because the federal government isn't listening to them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the Committee on Transport for bringing this forward and being a champion on this issue. As he noted, Conservatives on the committee supported the recommendations and supported the general thrust of the report. As a Great Lakes MP, I share his concerns. But we also added a supplementary report with a lens from fiscal responsibility, because there are existing budgets and existing resources and existing expertise that could be brought to bear for this problem. And so from his time on the committee, he'll know that we have had many discussions, just to give two examples, on wasted funds on the Canada Infrastructure Bank, wasted funds on McKinsey Consultants. So maybe what's lacking, because I will agree with my colleague, this Liberal government is all talk and no action, and so maybe what's lacking is political will, because obviously the resources exist.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his work around the table. I have read the complimentary report by the Conservative Party. I do understand where they're coming from. They want to limit spending. So they're saying we don't oppose investment in this issue, but the money should come from another program. And I agree with the member that the federal government does waste a lot of money. Where we have a difference of opinion is about where the money should come from. I think that there is a lot of waste. For example, a lot of money is being invested in oil unnecessarily, especially at a time when oil the oil industry is becoming a thing of the past. We should turn and invest on the industries of the future. The federal government is just delaying, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic and avoiding the transition to green energy. Oil is one area we can get money from. Our shorelines will be with us forever. So we need to act before people end up underwater. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mard-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Pierre Boucher, La Patriote Verchères, for his excellent speech. How does he explain the federal government's lack of action on this file? In a broad sense, I noticed something during his presentation. He spoke about the federal government's insistence in meddling with in provincial areas, but yet the federal government isn't taking responsibility for its own areas of jurisdiction. What explains this attitude on the part of the federal government? The honourable member. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, I am biased against the federal government, but I still wanted to give it a chance. So at the beginning, I had blamed the inaction on the minister at the time, Marc Garneau. He was unwilling to meet with us. He was unwilling to have a discussion with us. So I thought it was really his fault. I was shocked that he had no will to solve the problem. But there have been 3 transport ministers since Minister Garneau, the member for Mississauga Centre, the member for Honoré Mercier, and now there's another one. I'm not sure the name of her riding, though. It's as though there's been this revolving door of transport ministers, and it looks like things get reset every time. At the end of the day, these transport ministers are not from Quebec, and so they don't care about Quebec issues, despite the fact that their inaction has consequences. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on the St. Lawrence River and just how important that river has been, not only for us today as a nation, but also for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, and the days before. When I think of the history of Canada, how important the St. Lawrence River played to our overall development as a nation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, decades ago, my ancestors come from that whole area of the St. Lawrence River. And I suggest to you that many of them would have been on the St. Lawrence River and have witnessed even back then issues related to the shoreline, Mr. Speaker. The point is that whether it's my ancestors from before that lived close to the St. Lawrence River and used the St. Lawrence River, I would suggest, to today, there's always been concerns in regards to the shoreline. But I think that the overall support in the general direction of how the St. Lawrence has contributed to Canada being the nation it is today, I think is overwhelmingly positive, where we have seen economic development and community development that has been to the great benefit of all, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, the member opposite said, well, no, this is federal responsibility, completely federal responsibility. Yet, if you take a look at part of his argument, it was, well, it's the commercial vessels that are using the St. Lawrence, referencing speed as one of those issues that causes a problem, and the wakes are a problem. I acknowledge that. But one of the actions that was taken by the government a while back was recognizing that the province and Ottawa needed to work together, and that's why they actually put together a committee of both provincial and federal reps. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on that shortly, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to pick up a little bit in terms of why it is, and that's why I posed the question I did to the member. This has been an issue. It's been an issue for a long time, as I've talked about, Mr. Speaker. I don't question that at all. But the report itself was tabled almost a year and a half ago. If you take a look at the order paper, Mr. Speaker, what you'll see is pages and pages of reports that have been brought to the Standing Committee. If one wanted to, you could stand up every day for the rest of the session until the next election and bring forward concurrence reports, requests. I question whether or not that is the most valuable use of the time here on the floor of the House of Commons. And it takes nothing away from how important this issue is for all of Canada, Mr. Speaker, because it is a trading corridor. Products that come in through the St. Lawrence are distributed throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. All of Canada benefits if we have a healthy St. Lawrence River, Mr. Speaker. So I don't question the importance of the subject matter. I'm surprised the member made reference that he's raised it in question period. I don't know how I would have missed that because not very many question periods I've missed over the years, but I'll have to wait and see. But I'm glad he says that he's raised the issue during question period. And hopefully he will continue to do so because it is an important issue. That's one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, there's such a detailed response to the report that came from the department, and I'm going to talk about that response. But before I do that, the question I had posed to the member that I just made reference to, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that why today? Since we've been back in session, I think it's fair to say that there has been marginal time on government legislation because initially it was the Conservative Party that would go into the order paper and look through the pages and pages of reports and start taking out concurrence reports in order for the government to be able to talk about legislation. Now, if we weren't talking about the report today, what we would be talking about would be the privilege issue that was raised by the Conservative Party. And this is where yesterday I posed the question, and I think it's a legitimate question, in terms of the St. Lawrence and the many different issues that are within the reports that are on the order paper, yes, are important issues, and there's many different ways in which they can be dealt with. But is there a concentrated effort to prevent legislation from being able to get debated? Whether it's the Citizenship Act that the Bloc support, the NDP support, the Liberals support, the Conservatives oppose, or it's the military court where every member inside this House supports. This legislation, the legislative agenda, is being held up to the degree in which now I would argue, and this is where one could, and I'm debating myself whether or not it's actually a privileged issue. If you have a privilege which is supposed to be supreme in terms of the order of debates in most cases, and that is being utilized as a tool of obstruction, not the privilege itself, but being used as a tool for obstruction. So if I had a choice of talking about what the member is raising with the St. Lawrence River.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I actually think maybe he's solving it now, but I was just wondering if he could let us know exactly how Liberal corruption fits into St. Lawrence. We know it fits somehow, but if he could connect the two, that would be great.
A point of order, maybe a point of debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to me, the point of order kind of makes the case, right? If one had a choice to talk about the games that the Conservatives are playing day in and day out versus the St. Lawrence River, I would rather be talking about the St. Lawrence River. But I would actually expand upon it. Just like the St. Lawrence River, Mr. Speaker, is important to all of Canada, that especially in the province of Quebec, the issue of water erosion goes far beyond the St. Lawrence River, Mr. Speaker. And I would ultimately argue, whether it's a shore in our oceans, to our rivers, to our lakes, in the impact that whether it's commercial or even residential or recreational, I should say, activities is having an impact, I think that would be a wonderful debate to have. And I would encourage, if I was in opposition, I would encourage a debate of that nature. And let me use you an example of that. The Red River and the Assiniboia River are the two rivers that connect in the city of Winnipeg. Our rivers to our communities, our cities, are so very important. I like to think that as a Winnipeg, one of our greatest assets is the Red River and the Assiniboia River and our Seine River. And unfortunately, we also see riverbank corrosion taking place. And there's a big push. I have ultimately argued the opposite what the member opposite was saying in regards to who's got responsibility. Give you a tangible example. In Winnipeg, I suggested that we should be having a water authority that deals with all aspects of our waterways, the Red, the Assiniboia, and Seine River. Because the city of Winnipeg needs those rivers. In many ways, that will help in terms of the development of our city. I would suggest to you the same principle applies for the St. Lawrence River, along with all the many other rivers that flow through our communities, Mr. Speaker. And in Winnipeg, to a certain degree, we have a good starting point that was put into place a number of years ago through the Forks and the Forks development. Prior to the Forks development, there was virtually no traffic going down to the Forks, or where the Red and the Assiniboia meet. But as a direct result of the federal government, the provincial government, and the municipal government, today the Forks is Manitoba's #1 tourist attraction, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that if members here have been to Winnipeg, chances are they've been to the Forks, Mr. Speaker, including the current Speaker I see. That development, including protecting the shorelines, was investments that were made by not only one level of government, but all levels of government recognized just how important our rivers are to our communities, Mr. Speaker. We don't have the big ships that are bringing in all sorts of products and exporting products. It's not the economic hub of the St. Lawrence River. But I can tell the member opposite that it is of the greatest importance in terms of our waterways in the city of Winnipeg. And I suspect whether it's cities like Winnipeg or Edmonton, it's important issues just like the St. Lawrence and what takes place out in British Columbia, around the Vancouver Island in the ocean, or around Halifax. These are all important waterways, not only to those immediate communities, but also to all Canadians. The Port of Churchill in Manitoba. We would like, now it might not be unanimous in all politicians, but I would definitely like to see more activity taking place in the Port of Churchill, Mr. Speaker. And I see some of my Conservative friends agreeing with that point. That's a good thing. I hope to see more development because I understand and I appreciate the value of economics and the benefits to the communities, Mr. Speaker. And let there be no doubt, the St. Lawrence was like the lifeline for generations. As I've pointed out, my ancestors lived close by the St. Lawrence River. If it wasn't for the St. Lawrence River, who knows if I would even be here, Mr. Speaker, because of the role that it actually played in the development of the province of Quebec, not to mention Canada. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have recognized the harm that is caused. And that is one of the reasons why we have invested the types of financial resources, and we have taken some budget legislative actions to ensure going forward, as we have in the past, recognize and take actions where we can. And that means also working with other levels of government. One only needs to get a real understanding and appreciation in terms of the change of attitudes from this government compared to Stephen Harper's government. I say to the person that moved the motion, take a look at infrastructure dollars. Contrast the infrastructure dollars spent by this government to previous governments, in particular the Stephen Harper Conservative government. I would suggest to you as a government, we have spent more to support Quebec on infrastructure. In all likelihood, you'd have to go back generations. And I would like to think that a good amount of those infrastructure dollars was to support the St. Lawrence River, either directly or indirectly. And here we're talking a great deal of money, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say there's been budgetary measures, some more direct than others. And that's why I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, as a report, there's no doubt this is an interesting report to read through. I've actually been provided some thoughts that they wanted me to share, and I'll try to get into that right away, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to suggest to you that we should not, in debating the issue that's being talked about, there is no reason why we could not have expanded that discussion in the form of an opposition day motion, Mr. Speaker. Because as an opposition day motion, we would be able to get members that have, represent in one way directly or indirectly, or in my case, a long family history that takes me back to the St. Lawrence, which piques my interest in this particular river, Mr. Speaker, but to broaden the debate, to ensure that we're not only just talking about the St. Lawrence, but other important aspects that need to be talked about. Because this isn't something that's just in the province of Quebec. As I point out, it could be in British Columbia, Newfoundland, Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, particularly New Brunswick. We all have, the oceans are, one can ultimately go to the territories, the Churchill, and so forth, Mr. Speaker, all of which have an interest in terms of not only what is Ottawa doing, but how it is that Ottawa can work with other jurisdictions to be able to make a difference, Mr. Speaker. And I would think that that would be a more productive debate, because as the member himself has made it very clear, Mr. Speaker, this is a debate that had taken place well over a year and a half ago in terms of standing in committee. And yes, there has been a report. And Mr. Speaker, I know there's a lot of material that I was actually provided that I haven't been able to actually get to. And maybe one of the things I should make comment on is the voluntary speed reductions, just to show that I actually did get some information, because I do appreciate what it is that the member's trying to get across. And that's why I made reference to the sense of cooperation. Mr. Speaker, did you know in 1988, there was a joint initiative between the Government of Canada and Quebec. So the two governments. The St. Lawrence Action Plan aims to conserve, restore, protect, and enhance the St. Lawrence ecosystem. And then, Mr. Speaker, it goes on in terms of all sorts of initiatives. You know, I could go to the 20. So, for example, here, however, should the effectiveness of the voluntary measures diminish, there exist legislative powers under the Canada Shipping Act of 2001, namely the Vessel Operations Restrictions Regulations and Navigation Safety Regulations. But in 2020, that is, Mr. Speaker, which could provide means of imposing regulatory requirements in the area the St. Lawrence to address outstanding issues or concerns. But here, Mr. Speaker, there was that joint committee. They took a look at speed reductions, and when you take a look at it from a volunteer perspective, it was 90% plus higher, Mr. Speaker, in terms of people or the commercial vessels that were actually obeying or following that, Mr. Speaker. But yet we still have other regulations and laws that are now in place as recent as 2020 to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that if there is additional things that we can do, that at least we be open to it, and we have laws that are in place and regulations there that can be supported, Mr. Speaker. So I think there's all sorts of reasons to be optimistic. The issue is, can we get the different levels of government to work together so that we can ensure that the recreational activities, the commercial activities, the residential activities are all, Mr. Speaker, being given a fair treatment and debate and discussion inside the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take this opportunity to react to my colleague's comments. My first reaction, and I think the first main element that I need to talk about, is the fact that he mentioned that this might not be the most important subject to be debated today, that we should have been talking about something else. And I hope that's not the government's true response to this. I hope this isn't the government's position, because there are hundreds of people in my riding who have been fighting for this for years and who are really discouraged to see the government not act. And now we're talking about it. They're saying, oh, listen, we don't want to talk about this today. I don't think that that's the kind of answer that they want to hear from their government. So first point. Second point, Mr. Speaker, is that the member across the way said that he hadn't remembered me talking about this during question period. I'll give him 3 dates. So where was he? May 30th, 2019. I think that he was elected in this parliament. November 24th, 2022, I believe that he was also an elected member of this House, and March 20th, 2023, I think he was an elected member. And as he said, he's often in the House, Mr. Speaker, so we know he's often sitting there, so I would invite him to look at those 3 dates, because I was in question period those 3 days, and those 3 days I talked about erosion on the shores of the St. Lawrence. So the third point I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, he asked me, why are we not talking about other places in the St. Lawrence that are affected by this? Well, the first thing is that, there's, erosion is erosion no matter where it is. But in the St. Lawrence, it's caused by navigation. So in committee, there were specialists from the Great Lakes in Ontario who spoke about how the biggest impact is in Montreal and around Montreal.
On va essayer notre mieux de
We'll do our best to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to participate in the questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad the member opposite asked 3 questions. I noted the dates. May 2019, 2022, March 2023. It'd be interesting to find out when the actual report was tabled. It might have actually been after March 2023. We'll have to get that confirmation. So I'm glad that he realizes that it is an issue. And I'm going to go to the first part of the question, Mr. Speaker. He talked about hundreds of individuals in his riding that are interested. I can assure the member that there are thousands of his constituents that would have been interested in the Bill C-63, the Online Harmed Act. And I understand the Bloc actually support it. So do the NDP, so does the Greens. The government's been trying to get this thing passed, but it's those darn Conservatives. They won't let it pass. I tell you, they can be a mean group of people. They bring up concurrence reports all the time. Now they're using privileges. They're going out of their way to prevent that legislation from passing. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, what would his constituents want to see? Would they want to see that legislation pass today, or would they have rather had another day of debate on this specific issue, or maybe even, and that's why I would encourage the members of the Bloc, look at an opposition day. Let's talk about shorelines. But allow some of this important legislation, of which some of even the Bloc party supports, but they're participating and they're supporting the Conservatives by allowing concurrence reports.
Well, 4 minutes pour une question et une réponse.
4 minutes for questions and answers.
And also I need to remind individuals that when we're referring to maybe other parties or other individuals, that we try not to use disparaging remarks as we're looking at. It's the Bloc Québécois, the NDP's Liberal Party of Canada, the Conservative Party of Canada. Questions and comments. Monsieur Kamal-Tair, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech, and before that, how could I describe it? The more informative speech from our colleague from Quebec City, who's from the province of Quebec, whose riding is actually on the St. Lawrence. We're talking about erosion of the St. Lawrence River due to shipping, and I'm reading from the recommendations here from the committee report that calls on the Government of Canada to do this, that, and the other thing. So, but my question for the member from Winnipeg North is, what role does the International Joint Commission have? What responsibility do they have with respect to maintenance of the St. Lawrence River? It's not just a Canadian issue, it's also an American issue.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that we always have to be cognizant of the environment that's around us, which goes beyond our own shorelines and the agencies that do the monitoring. I don't know all of them, nor would I pretend to know that. What I do know is that one of the greatest threats, as been highlighted already this morning, is the issue of commercial use of the St. Lawrence River and how speed, which causes the wakes, that ultimately are of great concern. And that's why the federal government and the province of Quebec worked together in putting a committee which ultimately agreed to have a reduction in speed and to be done and administered in a volunteer type of fashion. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, 98% are actually following that through. That's pretty good, I would suggest. Still room for improvement, but we'll do what we can.
Comments of the honourable member for Victoria.
To the member's speech, but I didn't hear a reference to the Shoreline Protection Program, and the report clearly outlines a clear recommendation to reestablish this program. It was cut in the 1990s. It hasn't been implemented by Conservative or Liberal governments, and I'm curious why this Liberal government has failed to reestablish this important program.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not necessarily knowing the great details in terms of the specifics, what I can say is I made reference to the amounts of money that the Government of Canada is investing in infrastructure, which is second virtually to no other government in the last 40, 50, 60 years, Mr. Speaker. And a part of that infrastructure investment looks to the provinces to identify priority areas. I would be very much surprised if we didn't see some of that money flowing through provinces or municipalities that ultimately were there to either directly or indirectly support the issue that the member has actually raised. So I don't necessarily have the details other than the fact that I would be surprised. You know, even the investments of bridges can make an indirect benefit for the St. Lawrence Riverway, as an example.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comments and for his commitment to the riverways, not just the St. Lawrence, but Red River, Fraser River, rivers across the country. An additional issue of concern from my perspective, from the commercial and the recreational vehicle traffic, is the issue of noise and the impact on the marine ecosystem. Our government has taken a lot of measures and a lot of investment through the ocean protection plans, but I believe more needs to be done to study the impact of noise on the marine environment, not just whales like the at-risk southern resident killer whales on the west coast in the Salish Sea, whales elsewhere, but also fish and also plant life that those fish depend on are impacted by noise. So what is the member's thoughts about the commercial benefit of Canada being a leader in changing the vessel engine and propeller design to reduce noise to help our ecosystems right across the country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I wish I would have in my main comments made reference to the Fraser River. Whether it's the Fraser River or the St. Lawrence River, how important these rivers are. And I truly believe that Canadians as a whole understand the importance of our riverways. And when you take a look in terms of what the public expectations are, and that bar continues to rise, I think technology is going to play a very important role, because the member is so accurate in her assessment in terms of just to the degree in which a propeller and the construction of a propeller can make a difference, Mr. Speaker, let alone the engines and the propulsion systems that are put into place, all of which can make a significant positive impact. So and that's why I would suggest that we do need to have a broader discussion on the issue. And quite frankly, the best place to have that discussion, at least in great detail, Mr. Speaker, is likely in a standing committee. So I would encourage members that are truly interested in wanting to think in terms of commercial, residential, recreational use of our riverways, that would be a wonderful study for a standing committee.
And petit rappel, as I did a little earlier, just try to keep our questions as short as possible and our answers as short as possible so that everyone can participate in this. I mean, we did have a few interactions there that were 4 minutes long or longer, so I don't really want to interrupt as people are speaking, but I will, if that continues, I will start cutting people off under the minute to make sure we can all participate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a great pleasure to rise in this House, but it's even a greater pleasure today because I'm speaking and sharing my time with the member from Montmagny, Lisette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. No doubt, an excellent member and a great colleague as well. So I just want to start out because I just want to clarify something. This is a concurrence debate brought by one of my fellow members, and it seems like we hear the member from, it's Winnipeg North, Winnipeg North consistently say that somehow this is inappropriate, that it should have been brought out in question period, which evidently it was 3 times, or it should have been an opposition day, or it should have been brought in committee. It was studied in committee. This is completely legitimate within the process, and I think it's a debate that needs to happen. And so while I may not agree with my colleague 100%, this is a completely legitimate debate and a debate that's important to not only folks in his riding, but people up and down the St. Lawrence Seaway, and really shoreline erosion, as ironically the member from Winnipeg North raised, is an issue that's really from coast to coast with various rivers and lakes and otherwise. And I actually want to start there because in 2019, which happened to be the year that I was elected, and so I was spending a particularly large amount of time talking to the residents in my surrounding neighborhoods. There was flooding that was going on. It was the highest recorded level that Lake Ontario had ever been in 2019. This right on the heels of the record-setting flooding in 2017. And so I sat out there with the residents who's literally in ankle-deep water, and they're telling me that their yard, where they played with their grandchildren, extended 50 yards out further, and so they lost 50 yards of their property. I sat with another lady who was well into her 80s, who told me that she hadn't slept hadn't had a good night's sleep in weeks and weeks and weeks because she did not know whether this would be the night that her basement or that her house flooded, as she could hear the lapping of Lake Ontario drawing closer and closer and closer, and so that she lived in terror that her house would soon be flooded. And so shoreline erosion is a real and significant issue, and it's an issue that merits debate. And I thank my colleague for bringing forward this report, this study in committee, and this concurrence debate. Let me also just talk a little bit about the importance of the St. Lawrence Seaway. I'll tell you, I have two of my grandfathers, actually, on my wife's side, I should say, I guess grandfathers-in-law would be the term, that were, one started on the Lakers in Thunder Bay, the other one started in Gaspé, and they traveled up and down the waters, eventually settling down in Niagara. But that gave them the opportunity to work. It gave them the opportunity to have a job and to see the world and to eventually start a family. And so I, like the member from Winnipeg North, my children at least are here because of the St. Lawrence Seaway and the tremendous importance that it has in our economy. Now, let's look at what the study said. So it confirmed what we knew already, that the shoreline erosion in Lake Ontario, in the Great Lakes, and like I said, many places elsewhere in the country, is a significant issue. Let's also look at the facts. It was a Liberal government in 1998 that cut the shoreline erosion program, and so it is a consistent theme that Liberal failures have created problems, and it was just like the Liberals cut health care in the 90s underneath Jean Chrétien and then Paul Martin, and yet somehow they have this misinformation. I might use the other word to be candid, but they have this misinformation that it's not them that are cutting the thing. It's reality that Stephen Harper dramatically increased funding for infrastructure following 2008 economic crisis. It's also a reality, it's a fact that Stephen Harper increased healthcare funding, all of which is misinformation. You hear repeatedly from the other side. You would think that the opposite was true. So when we look at the shoreline erosion problem, I think there's agreement from all sides that we need a multilateral partnership, including, it's particularly complicated because, as one of the other members said today, it also involves the United States of America, and so we need to have our American partners on board. We need to have the federal government on board. We need to have the provinces and municipalities, and of course, private stakeholders such as the residents, the residents communicating as to what they want to get done as well as our shipping. So I would agree with my colleague that it's undeniable that navigation, that shipping causes shoreline erosion, are part of shoreline erosion. But shipping is also, let's call a spade a spade. It's important to our economy as well. And so we need to both look at everything and all together and come up with an approach and move forward to both protect the residents, to protect our economy, and to grow a better and bigger Canada as we go forward. When we look at the shoreline erosion problem, it's been something that's been discussed for years and years and years and years, and there's just no action from this Liberal government. So one of the things that I guess I would disagree with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois is that he seems to believe that this Liberal federal government can solve this problem. I would just like to take this member down memory lane. If, in fact, you look over the last 9 years, you look at some of the problems they tried to fix. They told us that housing was too expensive, that we needed more affordable housing. What's happened? The price of housing has doubled and even tripled in some parts of this country. They told us that there was too much addiction and drug use, and they were going to tackle that. What do we see in our streets today? We see crime and chaos. They told us that you know what, they were going to balance the budget, that it was just going to be a little bitty teeny little deficit, as former Prime Minister Stephen Harper said. And now we have a massive deficit and debt. So I really call upon all the members in here, not just my friend and colleague from the Transport Committee. Do they really believe that after 9 years this government can fix anything? And actually, I would quote the former U.S. President Ronald Reagan when he said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, 'I'm here from the government and I'm here to help.'" Far be it from me to reorder or to change the quote of the great Ronald Reagan, but I think we do need to Canadianize that, and I think we actually need to make it the 10 scariest words in the English language are, "I'm from the Liberal government and I'm here to help." And so I can just imagine a world where, in fact, this government were to authorize themselves billions of dollars to fix this shoreline erosion program. And you know what would happen, Mr. Speaker? Well, number one, I can tell you, just like every other problem they tried to fix, it would get worse. I would also tell you that there'd be Liberal insiders, that there'd be consultants, there'd be lots of paperwork, and lots of Liberal insiders would get very, very wealthy, just like SCTC, just like a myriad of other programs, the consulting scandals, all these scandals, but nothing would actually get done because this is a government of mismanagement, overspending, and a complete and utter lack of results. The difference, and I'll give you a secret here, Mr. Speaker, here. The difference between Liberals and Conservatives is this, in that, you know what, Liberals judge success of a program by how many billions of dollars they can spend and how long it can last, whereas Conservatives judge the success of a project or a program as to whether there is success. And I can tell you what, when we cut that carbon tax, we will also fix many different problems. When we have a carbon tax election, elect a common sense Conservative government that will restore powerful paychecks, make Canada the freest country on earth, and make sure that the promise of Canada is restored. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is on the same committee as me now, and I wanted to talk about the statement said by the Parliamentary Secretary. He said in his own speech that the seaway and ships are a lifeline for Canada that provide tremendous economic opportunities. And it's true. It's good for Quebec. It's good for Ontario. It's good for trade in the United States and the Great Lakes area. So, of course, it is a form of gold mine. We can't shut down commercial shipping. However, the problem at hand here is that there is quite a bit of collateral damage that is caused. And it seems that all over Canada there is this kind of benefits that are shared. But it's Quebec that faces the problems mostly. So why are aren't we dealing with these problems? You know, it's a whole lot of profits being made elsewhere, so there should be some compensation. The honourable member.
Thank you very much. And I would agree, as I said in my speech, that shoreline erosion in the St. Lawrence Seaway is a real and significant problem. My caution to my friend is that in giving this, or emboldening this, or in giving additional funds to this Liberal government of billions of dollars will not solve the problem. It will grow bureaucracy, it will help Liberal insiders, it will, at the end of the day, make Quebecers worse off. We need solutions that help Quebec, that grow the Quebec economy.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe a little bit off topic, but definitely relevant to the speech the member just gave. When he indicated that Stephen Harper increased health care costs, and I've had a number of Conservatives that actually said that, and it's somewhat misleading because it was actually Paul Martin's government that got the healthcare accord, which secured 6% increases for a 10-year period of time. The Harper government just happened to take the reins of power after the health accord was actually signed off, and that is the reason why we have the record high healthcare payments that we do in Canada today. Not because of Harper. In fact, when the healthcare accord expired, the first thing Harper did is he reduced the percentage increase. I think it was from 6% to 3%. The member can confirm that, but I'm pretty darn sure that's fairly accurate. The question that I have for the member is, would he not agree that there's a great deal of benefit where we have these significant sized ports, things such as employment opportunities and so forth?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, so the reality is that after dramatic draconian cuts to healthcare after Jean Chrétien, Stephen Harper increased healthcare. And the reason why, in fairness to Chrétien, he had to cut it is because of the massive debts and deficits driven up by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And so we have this repeated patterns of Liberal spending all over and over again. But I would actually agree. I'll leave this question on a positive note that there is tremendous opportunity, particularly with transporting Canadian energy outside of our ports and railways, for expansion of our trade throughout the world.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. He mentioned the Shoreline Protection Program and criticized the Liberal government for cutting this program, but Stephen Harper was in power for 10 years and didn't reestablish it. The member claims that the idea that Conservatives make cuts is somehow untrue. I was working in organizations supporting women who experience intimate partner violence. I know Conservatives cut. The Harper government cuts. Canadians know that Conservatives cut.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and I know that is an absolutely sincere and authentic question, and I appreciate that from the member. What I will say is that after the last 9 years of this Trudeau, my apologies, I retract, this Liberal NDP government, that what we have seen is record levels of gender-based violence, record levels of criminality, record levels of domestic violence. And so we need to get back on track. We need to get our country fixed. We need to get our loved ones home, and we make sure that women are protected.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise for this important study, a study carried out at the Transport Committee. This was a study on the St. Lawrence. I live on the St. Lawrence. I grew up in La Pocatière, which is on the St. Lawrence. I spent my entire life on the shores of the St. Lawrence. And I have seen the shoreline evolve, especially the southern shoreline of the St. Lawrence. With the shoreline having for centuries, for years, been transformed both by nature, because we have very significant tides in our part of the country, but also by shipping. There's Whales and the entire shoreline environment are impacted by shipping. Shipping is something that for a number of years has been very significant. So erosion did not start yesterday. I understand that in the study, some mayors, and I was the mayor of La Pocatière, well, I would note that in the past and currently, municipal officials, including mayors, have been preoccupied with this issue. It's an issue in Montmagny. Shoreline erosion was so significant around Cap-aux-Oies that one campground, Le Camping de l'Oie Blanche, in collaboration with the city, started working with Fisheries and Oceans Canada to stabilize the shoreline. Because everyone knew that if nothing was done, the campground would have ended up underwater. It would have had to reduce the number of sites available. That's how much the shoreline has been eroding. The city of Montmagny has had and continues to have a relationship with Fisheries and Oceans Canada and with the Quebec government. You might know that we have an interesting situation in Quebec. We have a certain level of provincial autonomy, and this includes environmental autonomy. So there are Quebec provincial environmental specialists and Ottawa federal environmental specialists, and they don't always agree on what work has to be done and the results current work is having. This has led to situations like we're seeing currently in Montmagny, where no solutions can be put in place. Well, perhaps I should say that I got a little bit mixed up there. There's pressure to find a solution because there is money being spent. Montmagny does have access to certain funds to get work done. So we're not... there's not an issue with money in this case. This is different in other cases. There's the federal government's environmental program, the federal government's municipal program. There is money on the table. Now, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, not too long ago, there was one project called the Coastline Resilience Project. It was carried out by the Université du Québec, an institute in Rimouski, aimed at protecting shorelines. Now, of course, shorelines, the shoreline of the St. Lawrence extends far beyond Rimouski to all through Quebec. And I'd like to dwell on this project because it gives an example on what was done in the past. It was an integrated management project led by the Université du Québec à Rimouski called the Shoreline Resilience Project. It was aimed at adapting the shorelines to hedge against the effects of shipping. Now, the St. Lawrence is connected to a number of different corridors as well as the Great Lakes. And this includes narrow channels where the waves can erode shorelines. The project was carried out between 2017 and 2021, so it only ended 3 years ago. This was a municipally developed tool to gather information and eventually inform future work. I bring this up because coastline resilience, including anti-erosion measures, has been an issue for years. I was mayor of La Pocatière from 2005 to 2009, and even back then, along with the Kamouraska Regional Municipality, we were having discussions with on shoreline erosion. This was being felt in Kamouraska back in the day, and it's still being felt. Research was carried out even back then, and significant amounts of money have already been invested in research. The issue is that there isn't a lack of research funding. The issue is that this Liberal government, which has been in power since 2015, is not acting. They do research. Oh, they do all sorts of research. That's not the problem. But when the time comes to actually put in place a solution based on the research, they can't get it done. The federal budget is now $551 billion. They have all kinds of public servants. It's not a lack of resources that is causing a problem. The problem, I think, is that so much funding is being put in place that we're getting lost in the relationships between the Quebec government and the federal government. There's too many cooks in the kitchen, and not everyone agrees on the solution. In my riding, there's about 5 marinas. On the north side of the St. Lawrence, they aren't really dealing with the effects of erosion because the river is much deeper. On the south shore, there's a very flat, very shallow area. Because of this, marinas end up being hit by waves. Within the harbors they have that are meant to protect ships against waves and wind. The marinas are hit by waves. Consider the marina in Rivière-du-Loup. There's not a lot of room to avoid the waves. And it's an issue. Rivière-du-Loup wants to protect wildlife, including belugas. And yet they cannot operate too far into the river. So there's all these local issues, and the war between Quebec and Ottawa and Fisheries and Oceans Canada and government red tape is costing boat owners a fortune. Oh, there's an issue of dragging. Then there's even narrower channels in the St. Lawrence, places where the river is even narrower than it is in our region, because its width varies from place to place, and in those narrow areas the effects are felt even more strongly. I understand that in those regions, shipping is leading to shorelines being eroded by wake. It's my colleague's job to pay attention to his constituents, but I would say that right now there isn't an issue of money. The money is on the table. The shovels are in the ground. Universities are ready to act. There's no need to go out and get funding. All that work has been done in advance. So I don't think that we need to add on, create new committees and new this and new that. Instead, the federal government needs to work with the Quebec government to put projects in place, projects that will be simple and effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the member. I'm a little bit surprised by the conclusions he came to. I think I do agree that his riding would benefit from more cooperation. But when it comes to shoreline erosion, action in one area can harm neighboring regions. Because of this, what we need is a holistic approach that plans out, that creates a plan for the entire St. Lawrence and avoids all secondary impacts. I believe the federal government needs to get up and do something. The St. Lawrence Seaway brings billions of dollars in revenue per year in Canada. Tons and tons of merchandise is shipped along the sea line. Because of these benefits, I think the federal government owes it to local residents to act. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with my colleague. In the study carried out by the Coastline Alliance projects, they noted 24 impacted regional municipalities, as well as 123 regular municipalities and Indigenous communities that were impacted. This is a problem that extends beyond my riding. My colleague is right. If we put in place solutions in one area, it might create problems in another area. But there is already cooperative bodies working on this, for example, in Quebec City. Now, Quebec, Ottawa, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada need to start working together. They also need to work with municipal actors and people from the region. The solutions are there, but the federal government refuses to implement them. Questions and comments?
House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to pick up on what the member just indicated, whether it's the Fraser River out in the west coast, the Saskatchewan rivers in the prairies, or Red River, or Assiniboia River, or the St. Lawrence River, along the coastlines, to the degree in which the federal government can step up to the plate, it should, as I believe we have as a government, the national government. But it's also important for other jurisdictions to also step up to the plate because of the economic benefits, the recreational benefits, the residential benefits, that all of us, and we have a healthier system, river system, if in fact we have cooperation. I wouldn't want to be advocating that the provinces play no role. That seems to be what the Bloc are doing today.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. If I'm not mistaken, my colleague is from Winnipeg North. I don't get it. With the number of members in the Liberal caucus, and especially the number of members from Quebec, I don't understand why they can't send someone to speak who's actually from the St. Lawrence. For example, the member for Gaspésie. I don't understand why the member for Winnipeg is speaking on this file. There are Liberals who actually have something to do with the St. Lawrence, so I don't get what's going on. As for the member speaker, we have no issue with the province of Quebec. Quebec is doing the job. The issue is cooperation. And you don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. Everyone needs to work together. Questions and comments?
Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my colleague for his intervention. As the NDP, we have fought to get invasive carp eviscerated before getting into Canada, stopping them from getting into other tributaries and lakes. We fought to get the first microplastics ban passed in the House of Commons, which was then made into regulation. And as well, we've also fought to get some of the programs to deal with phosphorus in that. One of the ones that I still have yet to get finished, which I still want to work on, and one of the members' opinion on, is there should be an action plan for the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway for the rise and also the falling of the water levels that take place so that we would know where to dredge, where we would do remediate action and so forth. That would take collaboration between the cities, the provinces, and the federal government in the United States, and would also provide a list of business items to make sure that our waterways are not only protected for the environment, but for the economy remain strong. So I wondered what the Conservatives' position is about that suggestion in terms of creating a business plan to deal with the rise and the fall of water levels in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway.
With a brief answer, the honourable member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. As a few people have noted, the Canadian economy depends on shipping. 80% of goods are shipped over water. This problem has been with us for a long time. We've been talking about this for 30 or 40 years now. We understand the importance of shipping to Quebec and Canada. Experts have been working on this for a long time, and the different players need to work together. We would never want to see cuts to these services. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate being able to speak today about reducing the impact of commercial shipping on shoreline erosion, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie. This report sheds light on an important issue, an issue that not only impacts the environment, but also the livelihoods and safety of thousands of Canadians living along the shores of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River. The erosion of our shorelines due to commercial shipping is a serious concern, and communities and witnesses who appeared at committee have made it clear that action is required to protect our natural ecosystems, and that the people who live and work on these waterways deserve protection.
For decades, the waters of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River have played a central role in our economy, supporting trade, transportation, and industry. However, these same activities, specifically commercial shipping, have become the main driver of shoreline erosion. Narrow parts of the St. Lawrence and other parts of the corridor are particularly vulnerable to wake-caused erosion.
It's important to remember that erosion isn't just about losing land. It's about the loss of infrastructure, of homes, and of livelihoods. It's about communities like those in St. Ignace de Loyola, where residents are witnessing their properties crumble away year by year. It's due to the waves created by commercial vessels and the impact of the commercial shipping industry. This isn't just an environmental issue, it's a public safety issue, and it's a threat to their way of life. The report makes one thing abundantly clear. The federal government has failed to take a leading role in addressing shoreline erosion. Witnesses from various communities, municipalities, Indigenous communities, environmental organizations, many of these witnesses pointed out we need a coordinated, multi-stakeholder approach that involves all levels of government. But that leadership must come from Ottawa. New Democrats echo the calls in this report for a shoreline protection program. This was a program that was canceled in the 1990s. Liberal and conservative governments have failed to reestablish this program, which provided critical support to shorelines along the St. Lawrence. And by reintroducing this program, we can bring together provincial and municipal governments, Indigenous groups, industry leaders, scientific experts to develop real, sustainable solutions to erosion. I also want to take a moment to recognize the important initiative introduced by my colleague, the MP from Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie. His bill, granting rights to the St. Lawrence River, is an important and bold step when it comes to rethinking our relationship with nature. By granting legal personhood to the river, we acknowledge the intrinsic value of our natural ecosystems, their right to thrive. This bill is not just symbolic. It is a fundamental shift towards environmental justice. And if passed, it would give the river a voice, empowering communities and environmental advocates to take legal action on its behalf when ecosystems are threatened. It is the lifeblood of our environment, our history, our communities, our future. We must recognize its right to exist, to flourish, and to regenerate. This bill is a critical piece of the broader movement to protect the river from the very threats that are outlined in this report. And yet, despite the urgency of these issues, the Liberal government has dragged its feet. Year after year, we hear promises of environmental action, but their cancellation of the Shoreline Protection Program in the 1990s, which has not been reinstated under this government or under the Harper government before it, is just one example of their failure to protect our vital ecosystems. The Liberals have failed to act on erosion, failed to regulate commercial shipping, and failed to listen to the communities that are most affected. On the West Coast, I have been calling on the government to implement and enact a mandatory 1,000-meter vessel buffer for endangered southern resident killer whales, and to address the dumping of waste and effluent by commercial ships. This government continues to speak about environmental action, about climate action, while failing to implement critical protections for our waterways, for our shorelines. We can no longer afford half measures, patchwork solutions, or more studies with no follow-up. The time for action is now, and the federal government must be held accountable. The solutions to protect our natural environment, to protect our communities, they are outlined, many of them, in this report, and they are not in opposition to economic growth or to industry. It's about striking a balance between development and environmental sustainability. This is why the NDP will always work to ensure workers in industries like commercial shipping are part of the solution, and why we believe that the companies themselves, the industries that benefit from the river, must contribute to preserving it through programs like the recommended fund for riparian restoration, which would be financed by commercial users of the corridor. We know that Conservatives are always pushing for deregulation and cuts, and they show a disregard for the long-term environmental impacts and the failure to invest in future sustainability. The Conservatives claim to be in support of fiscal responsibility, but how can we be fiscally responsible if we ignore the environmental costs, the costs to communities that will continue to grow, putting communities and ecosystems at even greater risk? And to wrap up, I want to re-emphasize that we need action, not just more studies. I want to re-emphasize that this report is not just about studying the problem. It is about the action that is needed by the federal government. Now is the time to take that action. Reestablishing the Shoreline Protection Program, passing the bill to grant the rights to the St. Lawrence River, investing in research and sustainable solutions, regulating ship speeds, and holding industries accountable are all necessary steps to protect our shorelines and protect the communities along them. Colleagues, I urge this House, and in particular the government, who has the power, to take the recommendations in this report seriously and to act swiftly to protect our shorelines, our ecosystems, and the Canadians who depend on them. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House here. Oh. L'Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. We sit on the Environment Committee together, and one interesting issue in regards to shoreline erosion is the changing winds that have come with climate change. The member and I, sitting on the Environment Committee, have been looking at the Jasper wildfires, and one issue that has emerged is that we are experiencing winds, unpredictable winds like never before because of climate change, and that impacted the fire in Jasper. I'm just wondering if the member would like to comment on the impacts of climate change on shoreline erosion as an additional factor in shoreline erosion above and beyond vessels traveling through the St. Lawrence.
Victoria.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I want to thank him for his work on Environment Committee. It's a pleasure working with him. And the impact of the climate crisis on our shorelines is immense. It's immense when it comes to the St. Lawrence River, but it's also immense when it comes to the shorelines on the coast of my home province of British Columbia. We know that rising sea levels and the increasing impacts of climate change are going to have a devastating impact on the infrastructure along the coast of Vancouver Island, in my community of Victoria. We need to be taking bold action to combat the climate crisis, and we also need to invest in the communities to create climate resilient spaces and communities that can thrive with the changing climate. But I don't think that acknowledging that is enough. And I hope that the member heard in my speech a call to action. It's not enough to study these things. We need the government to act.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Lampton.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. When I hear the Liberal government, they always want to throw everything at, it's climate change. When, like in the forest fire example that he just brought up, they forget about the fact that they didn't do the $500 million to add more firefighters, do more forest prevention exercises. In Jasper, they didn't clear the brush the way they're supposed to. And it's the same situation when it comes to shoreline erosion. In my riding, we've been trying to get action since like 2016 on very serious issues, and we know the solutions that are needed, but the government they say they're seized with it. That's an engineering term we use. When a motor is seized, it means it's not moving. That's what we're seeing from this government, and I wonder if the member is seeing similar inaction in responding to the things that are of issue at her coast.
Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for her question, and definitely I see a lot of Liberal promises and a Liberal inaction. We see broken promise after broken promise when it comes to the climate crisis and when it comes to environmental protection. But I would also say that the Conservatives seem to have thrown up their hands altogether, either denying that climate change is real or saying we somehow can't do anything about it. We need to both take bold action that matches the scale and urgency of the climate crisis, but we also need to do everything we can to protect communities. And Danielle Smith and the provincial Conservative government has had a detrimental impact on our ability to respond to wildfires. We heard from witnesses just yesterday about the recruitment and retention problems, paying wildland firefighters $22 an hour, not giving them health benefits or cancer coverage. It's no wonder we don't have the resources and the people if we're not supporting the heroic efforts of our firefighters.
Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I know that she's very involved in fighting climate change. In certain parts of Quebec, we know that climate change is causing a lot of erosion on shorelines. But as my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Verchères et Patriotes explained, between Montreal and Sorel, 70% of erosion is caused by maritime transport. And all experts agree that the government needs to act and take its responsibility in its own jurisdiction. The government hasn't acted. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on that. And then I have the Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for her really important question. It's why I focused my speech on the recommendations from this report. We heard a very clear call to action that this Liberal government has failed to take responsibility for erosion, and I remind Canadians listening, and especially this government, that erosion isn't just about the loss of land. It is about the loss to communities of their livelihoods, of their ecosystems. It's a loss to communities. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Oui, bonjour. Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to speak to this motion, which is very important, relating to shoreline erosion in the St. Lawrence. As a Quebecer, as a Montrealer, my identity is very closely linked to the St. Lawrence. It's very important to the identity of Quebec as well. This attachment that we have to this river and to all of its tributaries is really important. I come from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and the Richelieu River is a place where I spent a great deal of my childhood and my adolescence. And it flows into the St. Lawrence. And my colleague from Victoria noted that I have tabled a private member's bill on recognizing the St. Lawrence River as a natural entity and giving it legal status of personhood to ensure that it's properly protected and to ensure that we can properly defend our environment, our ecosystems, and the biodiversity that can be found in the St. Lawrence. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that I'm a map enthusiast. I'm very interested in geography, and recently I showed a map which showed that if you look at the if you go from the beginning of Lake Superior and you go right to the end of the St. Lawrence River, around where it becomes the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, and so if you take that length and you put it on top of Europe, if you put the beginning of Lake Superior in Brittany in France, in Brest, the end of the St. Lawrence River would be in Poland, in Krakow. So just to give you an idea of how big this ecosystem is, it's a distance that covers basically all of Western Europe. So it's really important that we have this discussion to be able to understand what we can do to protect the shoreline, to protect the species that live there, to protect the ecosystems that depend on that, and these are ecosystems that are in danger. There are a number of groups that are very concerned about this. For example, that are working with some species that are at risk. There are port expansion projects in Contrecoeur, for example, where there are issues at risk, and so it's very important that we have this study and that we look at things not only from an economic point of view, but also from a point of view of biology and protecting our ecosystems. So I'm very happy to be able to participate in this debate. As I've said, I've already put forward a private member's bill to give legal status to the St. Lawrence River, and I think that this is something that would be very important in helping us deal with the current situation, with the climate and the climate change that is affecting the river. With this bill, which would give legal personhood status to the St. Lawrence River, and in working on that bill, I've been able to travel and meet with stakeholders on both sides of the river who are working to protect the river. And I know that people in the lower St. Lawrence have said that, listen, the main road in our region, Route 132, is threatened because of erosion. With erosion year after year, parts of the 132 are at risk of falling into the St. Lawrence, and so there might need to be, we might need to move the 132 further up away from the river, up into the mountains. So this is something that's going to have an impact on quality of life and on regional development. Because of climate change, we might have to move the 132 because the shoreline of the St. Lawrence is increasingly affected by bigger waves, by higher water levels, and by increased maritime traffic. So we need to take a holistic approach to dealing with this. We need to look at the overall picture. And that's something that people have told me when I've met with them on the ground. Because we're looking at people who are going to have to move, we're going to have to leave their homes. We're going to have to rebuild and move not only the road, but even houses and entire villages in some cases. So the bill that I've put forward is something that's new. This is the first time in North America that such a bill has been tabled. It would give legal personhood, legal value to a natural element. This is something that's been done previously elsewhere in the world. And it's something that's worked, for example, in Central America, in South America, in Spain, among others, where certain natural features such as lakes or ponds have been given legal status. It's something that we've also seen, as I said, in Central America, in the equator, for example, where in the Constitution, nature is recognized as having certain rights. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that this is something that we should consider here as well. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I thought I was out of time, but I see you're just changing with a new speaker. So it's important that the federal government must be able to work to recognize the value of the environment and be able to work with Quebec and with municipalities and with First Nations as well to ensure the protection of the shoreline of the St. Lawrence River, to protect these ecosystems and the species that live there. It's incredibly important. And the bill that I tabled on the St. Lawrence River also refers to reconciliation, necessary reconciliation, and to consider First Nations and Indigenous peoples as being guardians of our ecosystems, guardians of the environment, and guardians of the St. Lawrence River and its tributaries. And it's important that there be an oversight committee that would be made up of representatives from the Government of Quebec, the Government of Ontario, and representatives of the Assemblies of First Nations of Ontario and Quebec. And we have to be able to say that there is proper oversight of the St. Lawrence and an ability to act as well when necessary. That's what this committee would do. The bill not only recognizes the St. Lawrence River as being a legal entity and having legal personhood and proposes this oversight committee, but it would also allow the oversight committee to go to court to represent the river. They would be able to hire lawyers who would be able to plead on behalf of the river. As today you can, go to court on behalf of your family or a company or a city. So it would be possible, in this case, in consultations or before the courts, to defend the interests of the St. Lawrence River with a mandate that comes from an oversight committee, which again it's made up of representatives of 4 or 5 parties, the various governments and First Nations groups, and they would be able to defend the rights of the St. Lawrence. So I think that this is particularly important from the point of view of ensuring that we can guarantee to future generations that the St. Lawrence River will be healthy, that it will be full of life, and that we have preserved the ecosystems and the species that live there to be sure that the biodiversity that's present in the river right now will continue to be there for generations to come. And I think it's extremely important as well that we look at this from a point of view of economic development. We have to be able to make sure that developments in the Port of Quebec, the Port of Montreal, and other ports along St. Lawrence be done in a way that respects the river system as a whole. And, Madam Speaker, do I have a little bit of time left? Okay. So, Madam Speaker, it reminds me that in Montreal's airport, which is a development which is not particularly harmonious with development in the air. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. Am I out of time? I'm out of time. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions and comments.
My apologies. I gave an additional minute. And I notify the member that his time was up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech attentively. Does he believe there's a problem with Quebec or other provinces have no jurisdiction over rivers and airways, railways that are not exclusively on their land? Back in the day, when the Harper government was in power, there were certain railways that were affected. Ottawa didn't do anything and had free reign. Does my colleague believe this is problematic? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It is an important one. When it comes to rivers and the St. Lawrence, yes, it gets a little complicated. It can be complicated because Some jurisdictions are at the surface level, and some jurisdictions are below the surface. Some jurisdictions are on the shoreline. So it's kind of complicated to find one's way there. And I do agree with them. Things need to be simplified because at the moment, the federal government, the provincial government, and municipalities are sharing these jurisdictions. It's a very complicated situation. It's hard to get your head around it. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont La Petite Patrie for his speech. He spoke of his proposal for managing the St. Lawrence River. The St. Lawrence River is important for our economy, but is important also for Quebec City. It's important to remember the important role played by the St. Lawrence River. My question is the following. This government has been in power for 9 years. We know that the NDP has been supporting it in these last 3 years. Is the colleague not disappointed to see that the situation has not improved? In fact, it has actually deteriorated. Can he answer that question? And maybe he can, and if not, maybe he can answer the question about the Dorval Airport. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a good question. Yes, the Liberals' inaction on defending monarch butterfly populations in the airport of Montreal is egregious. This is tremendous. We are very disappointed by the Liberal government's management on the environment file for 9 years. We supported the government in exchange of progressive policies like dental care, but this Liberal government talks volumes about speaking the environment and protecting biodiversity, but when it comes the time to move for difficult decisions that would be crucial for the environment, well, they fall short.
Nunavut. I'm sorry, the lights, the mics are not on, so it's on now?
Yes.
Okay, the Honourable Member Nunavut can restart, so a brief question.
I'd like to thank my good friend for his great intervention. I'd like to ask, I've learned through this report that there used to be a shoreline protection program that stopped being funded by the federal government. And reading the first recommendation, I see that there is one to re-establish that shoreline protection program. And I wonder if the member can share with us the importance of implementing this recommendation.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie has 50 seconds to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Nunavut for her question. Her question is indeed crucial, not only for the St. Lawrence River, but also for shorelines, rivers across Quebec and Canada, and in Nunavut as well. I think that this recommendation is crucial. The government should not be dropping the ball with its responsibilities. It should not be shirking its responsibilities with regard to protecting the environment. There are thousands of rivers across Canada and Quebec. I do hope that the government will take this recommendation into account. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I care a lot about this issue before us today. I don't know how much you know about my riding of Lac-Saint-Louis. It covers the westernmost point of the island of Montreal. Madam Speaker, my riding is in the middle of a nexus of rivers, and it's tremendously important. It's hard to get in that network of rivers around the Île-aux-Tourtes Bridge, which is under construction, so it's hard to get from my riding to Vaudreuil-Soulanges. For all intents and purposes, my riding is surrounded by rivers. There's Rivière des Prairies on the north end, the St. Lawrence on the south end, and Lac des Deux Montagnes on the west side. In addition, the Ottawa River flows into Lac des Prairies and Two Mountains Lake, and that flows into the St. Lawrence River as well. Sometimes sediments arrive through the Ottawa River, and this causes problems. In my riding, there's sometimes brown water because that water is carrying sediments from the Ottawa River. And in other places, the water is quite clean. The member is clearly interested in what's going on in my riding. And I am as well. And I can see water levels fluctuate for natural reasons, sure. Not too long ago, there was an order that was issued. The order was to allow for natural phenomenon to dictate water levels. There are many yacht clubs on the St. Lawrence River in my riding. There's approximately 4 or 5 of them, actually. And you can see some years the water level is quite low, and other years the water level is high. And this causes certain problems for people with boats or people with sailboats or engage in any pleasure craft activities. So I'm well aware of the situation of the St. Lawrence River. You know, the St. Lawrence River today is not the same as it was 300 years ago. The river has changed enormously. Notre Dame Island was built for Expo 67. So that means that there was an artificial island that was built smack in the middle of the river. The seaway has changed, of course, and this has changed how water flows. There is a tremendous movie by a Quebec director. His name is Frédéric Bach, and he made an extraordinary movie on the St. Lawrence River. You can see in his movie the various changes that occurred in the St. Lawrence River. There are all kinds of changes that happened with hydroelectricity, etc. Coastline erosion is a more complicated issue than we believe. And by the way, I would like to commend the work of pilots accompany ships through the Great Lakes. These marine pilots help ships to navigate the St. Lawrence River, and the St. Lawrence River can be difficult to navigate. Madam Speaker, I need to mention that the St. Lawrence isn't all that deep. If you've flown from Toronto to Montreal, you can actually see the ocean or the river floor. And that may be one of the reasons why the wake formed by waves has such a major impact on the shorelines. So, of course, the St. Lawrence River plays a major economic role. This seaway has a lot to contribute to Quebec's economy, Montreal's economy, Canada's economy, and Ontario's economy. So when comes the time to make decisions on the St. Lawrence, we need to speak with stakeholders, and that, of course, includes stakeholders in Quebec, because they are affected. The government of Quebec has a stake in proper river management. We've heard it earlier, coastline erosion is not a simple issue with simple factors. It has to do with speed, navigation, and like I said earlier, marine pilots do a great job in ensuring that the ships that go through the St. Lawrence have as little an impact as possible on the shorelines and ecosystems. I also must say that the federal government, working with the Quebec government at the time, asked for ships to sail slower on a voluntary basis. You could say that if it's up to them, it might not have that great an impact. But I've read that ships are keeping with this, or rather that 98% of ships are following this recommendation. Ships are doing what they can, and they're being helped by marine pilots. Everyone is playing their role to minimize impacts. We've heard certain things at the Environment Committee about forest fires in Alberta. I mentioned this when I asked a question to my colleague from Victoria. Wind is becoming a major factor when it comes to forest fires and when it comes to ships in the St. Lawrence. And all of this wind is due to climate change. These are unprecedented times, and we need to take a close look at what's going on in the river. Of course, looking at man-made factors and environmental factors that are, of course, related to climate change. Our government is studying the situation at hand in the St. Lawrence, and we need to be careful. We need to aim for the right solutions. And I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. Following scientific research, we avoided wasting millions of dollars. Everyone is aware of the natural laboratory in Ontario. Now there are experiments done on lakes, and one conclusion, one major finding was that we needed to reduce nitrogen levels, and that heaps of money was needed, billions even. But we actually looked, or rather that center looked at the problem more closely and determined that it wasn't nitrogen the issue, and that way we were able to save billions of dollars. We need to make sure to look at the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you to the member opposite for his discussion about the importance of rivers, which obviously bracket his constituency on all sides. But the theme of the discussion today has been a lack of action by this Liberal government. And I sit on the Transport Committee, and this was a report that had 6 recommendations that were supported by members from all parties, including the 5 Liberals that sit on the committee, 3 of which are from the Greater Montreal area. And so we've noted the fact that there are existing budgets, there are existing resources, there are existing expertise, and yet no action. You've had 9 years, and you've just talked about the fact that we need to study more. What's the holdup?
The Honourable Député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
I don't accept the premise that nothing has been done. I mean, I have a list here of programs that are designed to help with the problem eroding shorelines, and I'll just name a couple. One is the government brought in through a recent budget a natural infrastructure fund to support natural and hybrid infrastructure projects that can advance biodiversity goals. And I know, for example, that the city of Beaconsfield in my riding has applied under that program specifically to shore up some shoreline areas that have been eroded. So things are being done. There's a fresh water action plan, which is coming on stream, which is already on stream and is related to the initiative to create the Canada Water Agency. There's a lot going on, but it takes time.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, now I'm looking at the last pages of a report that we will soon be sending to the government. I have an issue in my riding. Whether it's the Yamaska River, the Rivière Noire, we're looking at shoreline erosion problems here. Citizens in these areas have been talking to me about this. There's all kinds of environmental consequences, but there's all kinds of lawns that are destroyed. They're destroyed by waves. It's not exactly clear that it's commercial shipping that is the cause, but at the end of the day, property value is going down, and there's all kinds of problems that are occurring in people. I believe that all we needed to do was contact the government and have the government send inspectors and fix the issue, do what is needed. Then I learned that it was investigation after consultation after reports for 2.5 years, and municipalities were doing this, and they're small ones, and they don't necessarily have the means. This is an archaic measure. At the moment, my staffer is writing a large report, and he is doing the work that the public servants should be doing. Is this a country that truly cares about the environment? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I don't disagree with my colleague. I do believe that the public service should be more agile in responding to these requests for information. I also speak with representatives and departments, and I use that to guide my next steps in Parliament. I'm also surprised of how slow it can be, and it's not just at the federal level. All you have to do is go to the SAAQ in Quebec. And this is an inherent problem with all bureaucracies, and we need to emphasize that point.
Brief question, the Honourable for Nunavut.
I've learned through this report about just how complex the regulations are, given that there are municipal, provincial, and federal regulations. One of the discussions mentioned in this report is the need for a multi-stakeholder approach, and I wonder if the member can share with us how important the federal leadership will be needed to ensure that the shorelines are better protected.
Une brève réponse, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
There's no doubt about it. I think this is a typical model example of an issue where stakeholders need to come together, including indigenous communities. I was at INAN committee yesterday when representatives from the community of Ganawage spoke about how, quite frankly, it's their river, and they never gave it up, and they need to be consulted properly. So yes, the multi-stakeholder consultations are at the heart of the matter. Thank you.
Okay.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their enthusiasm. Madam Speaker, we're debating a serious issue. People don't seem to understand that there are regular people who, since 1997, so not since yesterday, since 1997, have been watching boats go by every day. That's actually something that's a good thing, and I wouldn't ask them to give it up. But they're suffering from it as well. They're watching their lands become eroded year after year. And property taxes aren't exactly going down, so they're paying the same taxes on less land. Many people are willing to invest, but this is a complex issue, well-regulated. You need licenses. You need to go from one department to another. And then also, if your neighbor doesn't do anything, sure, I can shore up my land, but water will come in through my neighbor's land, and I'll have to redo everything. Or, worse, I might even end up harming my neighbor on the other side, because a waterway is an ecosystem. It's all connected. When I look at the effects on the shoreline in one municipality, sometimes it's possible to put in place protective infrastructures, but those infrastructures might end up harming 3 other municipalities. And because of that, there needs to be a holistic approach. We do not understand, as in the Bloc Québécois, how the federal government can so easily wash its hands of its own responsibility, because this is a federal responsibility. Shipping falls under federal jurisdiction. In the 60s and 70s, they had a program. They would build structures, protective structures in my riding, Mr. Speaker. For example, the support wall in Berthierville. Now it's crumbling into the water. This was a federal project. In '97, the federal government said, we're not dealing with it anymore. Deal. With all the structures and all the science built up over time, we now realize that this was not the best idea. We recognize that gray structures can have negative impacts by speeding up the river. But how is it that a G7 country can, from one day to another, decide, oh, we need some cuts, so we're going to cut here, and they'll have to deal with it? Well, who's holding the bag now? Earlier, one of my colleagues asked the question, would there be a different response from the government if the damage was felt in Ontario? Man, I hope we're not correct when we say things like that. But unfortunately, that is what the current situation seems to be indicating. So I would call on the government to actually take its job seriously and coordinate a solution. That is the government's job. Coordinate a solution. Don't just leave regular people in small towns without the funds to do what that needs to be done. In my riding of Berthier-Maskinongé, there is a shoreline protection committee. It was created by one citizen, Roch Grégoire. He made a petition, got people together, and that led to a committee. But this did not start in Berthier-Maskinongé because there was another person working on this for a number of years. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. He's been working on this file for years. He didn't even mention this during his 20-minute speech. He could speak for 20 more minutes, or even 20 minutes after that. He knows what needs to be done, and he could take a long time explaining it to the government. I don't understand it. How is it that opposition members are able to stand up and act and get people together? When there are people out there doing work in different Quebec universities, people are looking into the technology that exists and ways to mitigate erosion. Maybe concrete isn't the right tool for the task, but there are solutions nonetheless. How is it that the university professors and regular MPs are taking action, but the federal government is not? The government should take its job seriously. When the government House leader went, oh, you haven't been asking questions about it, as though it was our job. Look, we have worked on this. It went to committee, and people asked serious science-based questions. The report was tabled a year and a half ago, and the government didn't do anything with it. And now they're wagging their finger at us for proposing a concurrence motion? Well, I'm sorry, something had to be done. There's another file that has been languishing in the Senate for a year and a half. We don't want to see that happen again, so we're putting pressure on the government. But it's not okay. Things are not moving in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, you got to understand the issue. I already congratulated Roch and my colleague. Now I would like to give a shout-out to mayors from my riding who... Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. He will have 3 minutes 40 to finish his speech, but I must interrupt him to make a statement.
Indicated that during question period, the Leader of the Opposition had used language directed at the Minister of Foreign Affairs that was deemed to be unparliamentary. In fact, it was very similar in nature and language used earlier this year by a member who accused the Leader of the Opposition of pandering to an odious regime. At the time, that member was asked to withdraw that comment. I therefore asked yesterday that the Leader of Opposition do the same, namely to withdraw his comment at the earliest opportunity. To date, this has not happened. We will soon find ourselves at the time of day where the Leader of the Opposition normally undertakes one of his most important roles, namely leading off question period. Members will recall that when the Leader of the Opposition was himself the subject of unparliamentary language, to which I just referred, members of his caucus took great offence and made that perfectly clear to the chair occupant, who then very rightly insisted on a withdrawal. As such, I am sure members can appreciate that I must do the same in the present circumstances.
Our parliamentary system depends on respect for the rules that members set out for themselves, and the application of which has been entrusted to the Speaker and other chair occupants. Ignoring the authority of the chair, who is in charge of enforcing parliamentary rules, has a corrosive effect on our discussions. I would call on all members, and especially the leaders of the different parties represented in the House, to reflect on this. These situations only tarnish the reputation of the House and its members in the eyes of the public. This undermines the important work done by the House.
Opposition is an experienced member who is well versed in our practices and procedures. He knows that in our system, the role of the Leader of the Opposition is to ask questions to the Ministry, to ensure it is held accountable for its actions, and to challenge its decisions. His role is not to make the government comfortable, quite the contrary, but his actions must also be exercised within the existing boundaries of parliamentary decorum.
Over the last few months, the member refused to heed decisions by the chair on non-parliamentary remarks during question periods on 2 occasions. In the first occasion, he was named. On the second occasion, his party had questions removed. Yesterday's events represent a third occasion.
The opposition should withdraw his comments made yesterday during question period. If he is not willing to do so, the chair will not recognize him for the remainder of today's sitting. I thank honourable members.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé has 3 minutes 40 seconds to finish his speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how much I'll need my 3 minutes 40, but yes, I was just thanking the mayors who really stood up and showed leadership. Mr. Bart, who invited me to Saint-Ignace to explain how he had to put in place emergency repairs to a road without any financial support from either the federal government or the provincial government. And then, after the work was done, he had to go looking for compensation. He got not a penny, but if he hadn't acted, the road would have fallen into the water. We're talking here about a small municipality with few resources. I spoke to Mr. Terre-Neuve, the mayor of Honoré, who organized public meetings. I'd like to thank Mr. Alain Garriette, who showed great leadership tying all of this work together. Madam Speaker, oh, there's a new one in the chair. It's like a revolving door. Because of the work of these mayors, there is a better understanding of the issue of erosion. Infrastructure has been built to control water flow. Even near me, their breakwaters were installed to ensure water levels remain constant. And we are working on it in collaboration with the people managing the Ottawa River. The St. Lawrence Seaway is causing problems, however. It is directly connected to the erosion we are seeing. And I know that people don't want us to waste money, but there are already funds on the table, and yet our mayors aren't even aware of this. The government needs to work with municipalities. They need to talk to the people who are actually operating on the ground. Nowadays, mayors have to write to Fisheries and Oceans Canada to say, what's going on? How does it work? The government just answers, oh, yeah, we're working on the St. Lawrence River, and you can deal with the byproducts of this, even if your infrastructure falls into the water. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change is currently studying the creation of 2 nature reserves in Lac Saint-Pierre, areas where a shipping speed will need to be reduced. Not a bad idea, but maybe he should be speaking with his cabinet colleagues. Maybe speed limits should be mandatory instead of voluntary. Work needs to be done, but people need to work together in a holistic way, in a well-planned way. We need to ensure that a solution in one area does not lead to a problem in another area, and that is why the federal government needs to do its job. It needs to stop passing the buck to the provinces. It needs to do its job, carry out its duty, support our people, our municipalities. Our people and our municipalities need urgent support to save their shorelines and resist erosion. With climate change, this problem will only get worse, and the climate will only get less predictable. We need help, and it is our job to get that help from the government. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, and I've had the opportunity now to talk about the importance of the issue at hand. In fact, one of the issues that I had brought up was a bit of a surprise in terms of how long it's been. The report itself has been 18 months sitting and waiting, and today the bloc decided to bring it forward. And I thought it was interesting because when I posed it to the member opposite, one of his colleagues, I was told that the report was actually tabled on April of 2023, and in March was the last time the bloc actually asked a question on the issue. So just given the importance that the bloc has put on it, the question is why hasn't the bloc actually raised it since the tabling of the report, which was a year and a half ago?
Bonne question.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike many other people in this House, I try to show respect and to be courteous. Respect has a number of different forms. But this is quite shocking. We are talking about a serious committee report. It was adopted in committee and sent to the government. What are we waiting for now? We waited 3 months. We understand that the government can take a while to get going. But now it's been a year and a half. So we need to put the issue back at the top of the government's pile. And yes, the other issues on the order paper are important, but the federal government has neglected its responsibility since 1997. Now we're hearing, oh, but really, it's your fault. You should have reminded us of the issue. Oh, come on. There was a serious report written with great rigor. It was based on scientific evidence from people who are actually from the Riverside. The government needs to get up and do something. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, c'est un plaisir de me lever.
It is a pleasure to rise in the House to speak about the Bloc Québécois motion on shoreline erosion. I will be sharing my time with... Does the member have a question? Well, I think the government's plan lacks urgency. They plan to carry out a study and so on and so forth, but this is a pressing situation. Does the member agree? The honourable member for Betty-Maskin-Angers. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, we've already done studies. If the government wants studies, we can provide it to them because the people in my riding funded their own studies because the federal government is doing nothing to address this file. It's a pressing issue. Small towns with a few thousand people are required to use their own money to fund research because the federal government is doing nothing, and these municipalities need to now wave the problem in the government's face to prove to them that it exists. The federal government created a shoreline protection program back in the 60s to protect the areas along the St. Lawrence. The St. Lawrence contributes billions of dollars per year to government coffers. I don't believe that the government doesn't have the money to spend on ordinary people. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Oh, apologies. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. I just want to set the record straight on what was said by the government member. The government is walking around with its chest pumped out saying that they did a great job reducing speed limits for ships. But you know, when this was put in place 20 years ago, for 20 years now, the shorelines have continued to be eroded. So that's my first point. I will now like to mention, I'd now like to move on to my question for my colleague. How is it that with all of the government programs on shoreline erosion, there's none that an ordinary person can apply for?
A brief answer, please. The government's great at talking without acting. They're great at giving the impression of being present and being there to work with people and support people. But concretely, there's no money coming in, there's no support, there's no work that's being done. We need to be active, and I offer my collaboration, and I'm sure my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, is also ready to work with the government. You know, and if the government's ready, let's go sit down at a table. We'll explain what's happening to the government, and we can finally act. Now, resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Well, once again, Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise to speak to the Bloc's motion on shoreline erosion. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak to the Transportation Committee study for a bit and talk about the government's response to it, and then share with you some of the factors that are affecting shoreline erosion and the urgency of the situation in my own riding. And then, of course, as always, I'll come with helpful solutions that might be a good path forward. So first of all, on the study itself, where they identified that the speed of vehicles, is a factor. That is true, and we certainly have experienced that in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, where the Coast Guard sped through the channel and broke the ice and broke the whole Sombra ferry. And instead of fixing it for $2 million, this government, the member at the time who is now in charge of public safety but was in charge of DFO, decided not to fix it, but instead to lose $4 million a year of CBSA revenue and lose a border crossing and lose eventually $6 million in the lawsuit over the whole thing. So yes, speed is an issue. Speed needs to be brought down, and not everyone complies with the speed. Now, with the other factors, the government's response was delayed by 18 months. This is typical of this government that, doesn't really know how to do the business of government well. But in their response, they're talking a lot about research and studies that need to be done. Well, Madam Speaker, what I would say is when the House is on fire, that's not the time to begin research on the accelerating factors in burning of different materials. That would be the time to take urgent action to put the fire out. And that's where we are across the country. We've heard all day long members from different ridings talking about the urgency of shoreline erosion in their areas, and the government has been very deaf on this point. Now, I hear from them all the time, well, it's climate change. It's climate change. It's climate change. And I think when we talk about climate change, we need to understand what part of that is playing into shoreline erosion. And so what I would tell you from my engineering background is that water levels increasing and decreasing makes a big difference in shoreline erosion. In fact, in design engineering principles, we look at the 100-year cycle of water levels in things like the St. Clair River and the St. Lawrence Seaway. We look at 100-year storms. And the problem is now we're seeing 100-year storms every couple of weeks. And so that has greatly exacerbated the problem. In addition to that, we're not able to deal with that. In the Great Lakes area, we have the infrastructure in place in Niagara that is supposed to maintain the water levels in the Great Lakes. But that infrastructure only has the capacity of changing the level by 1 inch per month. So you can imagine with the inches and inches of rainwater that we're seeing and the fluctuations there that we just don't simply have the infrastructure to address water levels, and that is making the situation worse. Now, in addition to that, what I would say is there's not always good engineering design put in place. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have got a stretch of beach between Canaterra Park and Brights Grove. And it's all very homogeneous, but in the stretch from Canaterra Park to the midpoint at Murphy, the shoreline protection has been properly engineered. The groins are 100 feet apart, and they're long enough, and they're tall enough, and they're made of adequate materials, and so there's no shoreline erosion in evidence there. But on the next stretch of beach, what's happened is each person, as they built their property, decided to put something in place, and it's not properly engineered, and so they've got huge issues to the point that in Brights Grove, the road was falling down right next to Lake Huron, and they had to close the road and do an emergency repair. So I've been trying to negotiate since 2015 when I got elected to get the $150 million that we need in Sarnia-Lambton to address our issues. And, with 3 levels of government and the revolving door of the ministers that have handled infrastructure and the lack of funding that somebody could actually apply for and get funding for shoreline erosion, the government, has been all talk and no action on this file. We have issues downriver in my riding in St. Clair Township, lots of low-level housing that are getting flooded. And it's not just a St. Clair Township thing. We see that in Gatineau every year, the Gatineau floods, and there's a huge issue there. And so it's not that the solutions are unknown. We know how to put in aggregate rock. We know, what are the better things to put in some areas versus others, what to do for people. But we have to have a holistic solution. In one area in my riding, because it's a rather wealthy area, each of the landowners is seeing now that they're losing 30 to 50 feet of their land every year from the shoreline erosion. So, they're putting in $50,000 and $100,000 apiece to put in their own seawall solution, but then that passes the problem down to the next neighbor. And so what's needed is a holistic solution. I think it could be funded jointly with municipalities, with individuals, with the federal government. The province has a role to play. But doing nothing and letting this piecemeal thing continue to happen is certainly not a solution. Now, what I would say is that when it comes to what we ought to do, you'll hear oftentimes from the Liberal government, we are seized with this solution. And I have to say again, from an engineering perspective, if you have a motor that's seized, that means it's not moving. Okay, and that's exactly what we're seeing from this Liberal government, is that they are not moving and they are not taking any action. It's not acceptable. And if you look to the solutions that they want to put in place, they've decided again we need another committee to distribute another fund. I don't know how many times they have to repeat the same behavior before they will recognize that putting a whole bunch of Liberal appointees into a committee to administer a fund is a disaster. Let's start with the Infrastructure Bank. $35 billion of infrastructure money taken from municipalities and put into this committee to administer the thing, and no projects coming out the other end, but everybody getting a great salary. Terrible idea. Okay? Sustainable Green Fund. Let's have another committee, $1 billion, and we'll have them distribute the funds. And here we are today, Madam Speaker, not able to do any government business because of the scandalous 186 conflicts of interest, people giving money from the committee to their own committees, potentially to cabinet ministers, companies. It's a disaster. And so, the suggestion that we should do that is a bad idea. They're suggesting the same thing for C-63. Oh, instead of addressing, the exploitation of children online, which is a serious offense, let's create a parallel Liberal appointed committee that will be able to look at these issues. They don't have the ability to do anything in terms of criminal consequence, but it'll make everybody feel better and let everybody get better paid. That's not a solution, and I don't recommend that here at all. Now, causing all of this increase in people does not necessarily give you a better result, Madam Speaker. We've seen a 40% increase in the public sector employees, but we don't see a corresponding improvement in response times from CRA, from immigration, from any of these things. We actually do see, in fact, worse results. And so, none of the solutions that have been put forward are the right ones. And there's urgency, not just in my riding. You've heard of other ridings. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak up for Bill Casey, who, when he was here as a former MP, always talked about the linkage between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. This is a critical infrastructure, and it is going to be washed away. And this will be a huge issue for all of the people living in those regions. And, it's not being tackled with the urgency that is needed. So we need to take the funds that we have. We've got an infrastructure fund. Could we use it to build things? Could we use it for shoreline erosion? Every time you apply for one of these funds, Madam Speaker, it's like the fund is a boutique little, you have to have this, or you have to have that, or you have to have something else. Each riding has its own needs, and each riding knows what to do about it. So why don't we take the existing infrastructure money that we have and just work with the municipalities to address shoreline erosion? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, one of the things in which this government has invested literally hundreds of millions, going into billions of dollars, is into Canada's infrastructure, far greater amounts than any other previous government in the last 40 years or so. Madam Speaker, the question that I have is, in recognizing that infrastructure dollars means Ottawa working with provinces, much like Ottawa is working with the province of Quebec through a committee. And I know she doesn't like committees, but there's a Quebec government and Canadian government committee looking at the issue that we're actually talking about today. But working with other levels of government, providing infrastructure dollars, is one of the ways in which monies can actually be allocated out. To try to give a false impression that there is no direct or indirect funding for the protection of our shorelines, I believe is misleading. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to the Canada government working with the Quebec government in dealing with this issue.
Member Sonia Lambton.
thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So what I would say is he said, you know, there could be money come forward from this Quebec committee, but I've just heard all my Quebec colleagues saying there's no money flowing anywhere to do anything real about the infrastructure, and that is the problem. The committee members are probably getting rich, but nobody else. So I think the reality is, unless there's some kind of selection process that excludes conservative ridings, I have been working with Catherine McKenna to start with, and then every infrastructure minister since, with my municipality, with the provincial governments, trying to get the $150 million we need. We have the solutions. We have the St. Clair Conservation Authority reports. We have it all, but we cannot get the money. And until we get the money, we cannot solve the issue, and that is the problem, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll have the opportunity to add a little bit to what I was trying to say earlier, and of course I'll join that with a question from my colleague. There are government members who so far have said that there has been money to protect shorelines. The reality is that what we're seeing is that there is money for pilot projects or research projects here and there, or for, little punctual demands and programs. But somebody, for an individual who's lost some of their shoreline, there's nothing for them. There's no funding under existing programs for them. They have to go through another organization. So an individual who wants to protect their land at their own initiative because of, erosion from boats, for example, can't do anything because they have to take, hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their own pocket, Madam Speaker, to protect the shoreline, even though the cause, as we know, Madam Speaker, is under the federal government's jurisdiction, and the federal government isn't taking care of it. And the problem is that if there's an individual who does it and their neighbor doesn't do anything, it's going to be even worse for the neighbor. So my question for my colleague is, how is it that there's no concerted vision and leadership from this government on this issue?
Lambton.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Well, thank you, and a good question. I have the same situation in my riding. One neighbor puts up something to protect the shoreline, and it has an impact next door. But it's very, very difficult to get funding. So I think that the Liberals, are always, ready to talk, but not to join action to their words. It's the same problem. And yes, they have spent a lot of money, but there's no infrastructure to address shoreline erosion, and that's the problem, I think. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to have a brief question because my honourable member and my friend from Sarnia made so many telling points, particularly remembering Bill Casey, the former member in this place for Cumberland Colchester, who pointed out that the Chignecto Peninsula, right after Hurricane Katrina, I remember him speaking to me and saying that was 2005, that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had identified the two most vulnerable places in North America, being the Chignecto Peninsula and Isthmus, connecting New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and the area around New Orleans. But I just point to her comments on extreme weather events. The Great Lakes are experiencing, due to climate change, both low water levels that are out of historical norms and high water levels and extreme energy levels that all contribute to erosion. So my only question is to her, continued good luck in getting infrastructure funding.
Brief answer from the honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Absolutely, the member from Saanich Gulf Island is correct. From 2005, somebody who was actually a member on the government benches was unable to get an urgent infrastructure issue addressed. And I think that just speaks to the problem of the fact that there are lots of studies, tons of studies done on his area, tons of solutions proposed, all engineered, but no money available. And so I will continue to press, as I'm sure the rest of my fellow colleagues will.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They say, and it's been said, I think it was Tip O'Neill a couple decades ago, that all politics is local. And the debate we're having here in the chamber today is certainly echoing that, as the Bloc have brought forward a report that was done a year and a half ago regarding continued concerns of the Liberal government's inaction when it comes to shoreline erosion, in this case particularly along the St. Lawrence River, but I know there are other bodies of water and issues when it comes to protecting our shorelines and the health of our rivers in this country. I'm proud to stand up and kind of give a perspective from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry today, who borders along an important part of the St. Lawrence River. And for many years, our community has been struggling to get answers and get funding and get support to address a growing concern. There's a few things I want to just acknowledge as we begin as some of the local leadership that have helped put this issue on the map and quantify the seriousness of shoreline erosion that is happening in our part of the St. Lawrence River. The Great River Network, the River Institute, and many other groups. I'm thinking of Chris Moran, a longtime family friend from Mariatown in the municipality of South Dundas, that had been on the front lines of trying to get the federal government's attention and the need to remediate and address this issue. They've worked together over the course of the last few years to quantify this by actually studying some points in Mariatown, just west of Morseburg, and also on Jacobs Island in Akwesasne as well. They've done some, in partnership with different groups like the River Institute, have done some aerial imagery to overlook, but also putting some instruments in the river itself to test and look at what happens and the impacts that shipping is and the traffic of shipping is having in our part and some of the more narrow channels of the St. Lawrence River. And the conclusion is clear from the data points that they have presented, and they've substantiated what we've known for many years, is there is a lack of leadership in acknowledging the issue that's here. And think about it, just over the course, and I compare a parallel, a literal parallel of the St. Lawrence River and Highway 401. And over the course of the last 40, 50, 60 years since the 401 has been in existence in the province of Ontario that runs parallel to the St. Lawrence River, we've seen modernizations. We've seen bridge rehabilitations and replacements. We've actually seen the bridge structures change as they've been replaced to allow for what's happening next is the widening of the 401, where the province of Ontario is going to be adding in a third lane, including through our part of Eastern Ontario. But we have the St. Lawrence River right beside that, on that same time as our country has grown, our population's grown, our economy has grown, we've not seen some modernizations to address the increased traffic, the increased number of ships going through, and the size and the speed at which those ships are going through and now causing damage in many parts of the St. Lawrence River. The part that's frustrating about this, and I'm going to bring it down, this report was done a year and a half ago, that again, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee here in the House of Commons confirmed what everyone along the St. Lawrence River has known for years, that shoreline erosion is a major issue. The government is not providing infrastructure funds, and most importantly, they're not providing the leadership that they need to from the federal level to address this. And in a few different ways, Madam Speaker, this is a problem, because there is so many different federal departments. The Liberals are the best at this. They go and say, well, we're going to need, after we're debating this report from a year and a half ago that said action is needed, no action, no update today. When the Liberal members have spoke about their updates and their perspective on this, they say, oh, well, we've given a lot of money to infrastructure over the years. They knew this debate was coming today. They knew they were going to be called out and challenged for their lack of action. And they couldn't name one single infrastructure project that they funded in the last 9 years that helps address shoreline erosion or anything specific that they've done to address the issue. The only thing they do, which is so typical of this Liberal government, is we're having consultations and we got a committee to talk about it. A committee, the report that was tabled was a committee that talked about it and made recommendations. What is needed now is federal leadership. A year and a half later, another report done and not following through. And the fact that Liberals couldn't give any coherent, specific update on this issue just tells you everything you need to know about how the federal government is truly broken. And just the other issue we have, Madam Speaker, when we talk about this, is the federal government needs to get their act together. They say, oh, well, the provinces and municipalities are partners and players in this issue. Yes, but the federal government hasn't even got themselves organized. And here's the point of reflection. What minister and department has the lead on the St. Lawrence River and the health of our river? Couldn't tell you. You have Transport Canada, one federal department and minister that has stakes a claim in having some say in some parts and some jurisdictions of the river. You have Fisheries and Oceans, another minister and department. You have Public Works and Procurement Canada. You've got Infrastructure, Housing and Communities as another department and a minister. And you've actually got Global Affairs, Foreign Affairs Minister that's involved. A big issue is the IJC, the International Joint Commission that works to regulate water levels, which has been a major issue in our part of the St. Lawrence River, Lake St. Lawrence. And then if that wasn't enough, now there was a suggestion a while ago, during this report, that the Clean Water Agency of the federal government should have some sort of lead. So here you go, you've got 6 different ministers and departments and nobody taking the lead. So here's the federal government calling out and saying we're having meetings with provinces and we're having meetings with municipalities and we want to study it further, and they can't even get their own house in order when it comes to which department, which part of the federal government should take a singular, focused lead on the health and the vitality of the St. Lawrence River, specifically here addressing shoreline erosion. So instead of figuring it out, they've been in office for 9 years. And here's the whole thing about they brag all the money that they've spent, directly or indirectly was the quote this morning. Well, we've spent billions of dollars, so directly or indirectly, it's probably helped the St. Lawrence River. They can't even tangibly say, after they've doubled the national debt to $1.2 trillion. This Liberal government has increased year-over-year spending, annual spending, by $151 billion. They spend $151 billion more per year now than when they came into office 9 years ago. That's $10,000 more per year per Canadian family. And they can't point to anything they've done about the issues of soil erosion and the leadership that they say they're trying to provide when it comes to this issue of shoreline erosion. Our part of the St. Lawrence River is a good example. There's no leadership from trying even to coordinate a coherent response. And at the end of the day, who is suffering? Or actually, the other way, people that are suffering is when we have issues of shoreline, it's private property owners that are out hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's municipal infrastructure, beaches and waterfront that is enjoyed for the community, that there's no leadership or coordination at all from the federal government year after year after year. So what we've said as Conservatives when contributing to this report, if they are spending $150 billion more per year, if our national debt has been doubled, surely there are existing programs that are in there. The Infrastructure Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Bank that the government claimed when they came in, they allocated over $1.3 billion. They've now suspended all of that. No projects got done. But consultants, bureaucracies are the one that got rich and got ahead on this. We're not seeing the frontline results happen from what years and years of neglect on this issue has resulted in. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we need more leadership to step up, get coordinated, and actually get some things done, not another committee report and study.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, seconded by Mr. Perron, move that the 11th report of the Transport Committee presented on April 25th be concurred in.
Wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person, l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote Verchères. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to have a recorded vote, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division is deferred up to after question period.
The House will now resume with the remaining businesses under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands are very concerned and have asked that this petition be presented, and I imagine that members from all sides of the House hear from their constituents to the same degree. The undersigned citizens of Canada bringing forward this petition ask that the federal government and this House of Commons work with all orders of government, particularly the provinces and territories, to come to a holistic and fair solution to Canada's family doctor shortage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present a petition on behalf of my constituents in Durham who are concerned about limited, unreliable, and non-existent cellular service. The petition raises concerns over public safety, consumer protection, and also business competitiveness. Thank you very much. We look forward to the government's response.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to table a petition, nearly 100 signatures submitted by Burnaby firefighters, IAFF Local 323, with a shout out to the BC firefighters and to firefighters right across this country. Petitioners are asking for Parliament to address an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. This petition calls for an immediate action to ban per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, otherwise known as PFAS, in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. PFAS are man-made chemicals resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost. Scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting firefighters who already face hazardous conditions at greater risk. Research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. Alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population. And we must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. Several countries have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. Let us all protect those who risk their lives for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable parliamentary secretary, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. North. Winnipeg North, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table yet another petition reflecting on the desire of many of my constituents that want to see additional international flights, in particular going from Winnipeg to New Delhi or into Europe. Madam Speaker, with the growth of our Indo-Canadian community and many, many others, we have seen the increased demand to travel abroad, and what they're hoping is that the federal government will encourage that future growth of international flights, which could be done in many different ways, but at the very least, let's discuss and raise the issue here on the floor of the House of Commons, and that's what they're hoping to achieve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present a number of petitions in the House today. The first petition is calling on the Government of Canada to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Petitioners note that after 8 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Petitioners further believe that this failed Prime Minister and his failed NDP Liberal government have increased the cost of everything, and also that crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are filling our streets due to the failed policies of this Prime Minister and his government. Petitioners ask the government to, quote, axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. They also want to see an immediate non-confidence vote. So I'll present that petition on behalf of my constituents without commenting on it with my personal views one way or the other. The next petition that I'm tabling is regarding the brutal regime in Eritrea. Petitioners raise a number of different concerns related to the actions of that regime. They highlight how Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years with no constitution, no election, no parliament, no freedom of the press, and no freedom of movement and association. They identify the large number of people who have left Eritrea as a result of this repression, and also efforts at foreign interference in Canada and other places by the Eritrean government. Petitioners also want to draw attention to the way that the Eritrean regime collaborates with Vladimir Putin and supports the Russian government's colonial activities in Africa. The specific asks of the petition, therefore, are for the Government of Canada to engage political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups to take a leadership role among Western allies, to challenge the Eritrean dictator's malicious conspiracy with Vladimir Putin, to investigate instances of foreign interference of Eritrea in Canada and take appropriate action in response. They also would like to highlight the case of a number of imprisoned journalists and parliamentarians, specifically Dawit Isaak, Petros Solomon, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharif, Haleh Waldens, Ogbe Abraha, Hamid Himid, Salah Idris Kekya, Estefanos Sayum, Berihum Gebrez Geb-Ihir, Estir Fesahazyun, German Nati, and Baraki Gebreselassie, and other political prisoners. Further, they want to see the government strengthen sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. Next, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a petition challenging this government's approach to natural health products. Petitioners are very concerned by how Liberal government policies are, quote, threatening access to natural health products. This through new rules that will mean higher costs and fewer products available on store shelves. The concern is that low-income Canadians in particular will be at a disadvantage as they seek to protect their health through natural health products, and that businesses that create and sell natural health products will be disadvantaged by the burdensome regulatory approach that this government is taking. Petitioners highlight in particular how the latest Liberal omnibus budget gave the government substantial new powers in terms of arbitrary action against natural health products. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes made in the last Liberal budget regarding natural health products, and petitioners are supportive of a Conservative private member's bill that would in fact reverse those changes. The next petition is regarding proposals we have seen at committee for the expansion of euthanasia to include children. Petitioners are opposed to the expansion of Canada's euthanasia regime to facilitate the death of children within our medical system. Petitioners say that this proposal for in particular, the legalized killing of infants is deeply disturbing to Canadians and that infanticide is always wrong. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. Next, I'm tabling a petition highlighting some concerns from financial advisors. Petitioners say that financial advisors, while providing a qualified and professional service to their clients, are currently ineligible to individually incorporate. They say that in so being ineligible to incorporate individually, financial advisors are significantly disadvantaged, in effect, when they are taxed, especially in comparison to similar and related professionals. They note that stakeholders have brought attention to these legal and regulatory discrepancies and also to specific proposals to resolve them. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to immediately act with every means at its disposal to ensure that financial advisors are allowed to individually incorporate and that they are treated accordingly in regard to federal taxation, as well as to actively promote this cause in working with all provinces and territories to make the same allowance and apply the same treatment to financial advisors within their jurisdiction. The next petition, Madam Speaker, deals with human rights issues in Venezuela. I'll note that this petition was prepared and certified prior to some of the latest events, and so it deals with the issue of political prisoners and does not mention the outcome of the last election. No doubt petitioners would like to see the Government of Canada recognize the real results of that election, the opposition victory in those elections, join our allies in doing so and maximizing pressure on the government of Venezuela to recognize those results as well. The particular asks of this petition are for Canada to advocate for the release of political prisoners with close ties to Canada, particularly Igber Jose Marin Chaparro and Oswaldo Valentin Garcia Palomo, to make those calling for their release central in any discussions with the Venezuelan government and to request the release and further return to Canada of these two individuals due to their strong family ties before any concessions are given to Venezuela, such as any sanctions release, reopening of mutual embassies, or economic agreements. The next petition that I'm tabling relates to the Liberal government's feminist international assistance policy. Petitioners highlight the Auditor General's report, which shows that the Liberals' approach to international development for women and girls has been criticized by the Auditor General for failing to measure results. They further note that this policy has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and autonomy of women in the developing world by supporting organizations that violate local laws and push Western priorities at the expense of local development priorities like clean water, access to basic nutrition, and economic development. They argue further that the Muskoka Initiative, launched by the previous Conservative government, involved historic investments in the well-being of women and girls around the world, emphasizing value for money and ensuring that investments were in priorities identified by local communities. Therefore, petitioners call on the Government of Canada to align international development spending with the approach taken in the Muskoka Initiative, focusing international development dollars on meeting the basic needs of vulnerable women around the world, rather than pushing ideological agendas that conflict with local values in developing countries. They also want to see an approach that actually constructively measures outcomes. Next, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a petition regarding cuts that this government has made to women's shelters. Women's shelters are sadly seeing increased demand. Petitioners note, they say that the high cost of living and the housing crisis have made it harder for women and children fleeing a violent home to find a safe place to live. Further, they say that at a time when this government is dramatically increasing spending on bureaucracy and on consultants, they are cutting millions of dollars from women's shelters. Therefore, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to restore the funding that was cut to women's shelters.
The honourable member, there is one of his colleagues that's trying to table a petition as well. So I don't know if he wants, how many more he's got. There's only 2 minutes left, so I just wanted to flag that with him. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have many more, but I will limit myself to one additional petition. This petition raises concern about the politicization of charitable status determinations by the government. In particular, petitioners are concerned about a 2021 platform commitment that the Liberals made to deny the charitable status of organizations that have opinions about abortion that are different from the Liberal parties. Petitioners note that this proposal would jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that don't agree with the Liberal Party approach on these issues. They note that the government has previously applied a values test to discriminate against worthy applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs program. They say that charities and other not-for-profit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views. And they call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status on a politically and ideologically neutral basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 48th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is overwhelmed by the extreme levels of crime because of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Jail has become a revolving door for repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the street the same day. And Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. The people of Swan River see crime in their streets every day, and that's why they're calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government's House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of a privilege motion. Failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And on the amendment of Mr. Beltud.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke had 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in her debate.
Madam Speaker, for anyone just tuning in now, I'll recap the issue. The Liberals chose a group of well-connected elites to give out money on behalf of the government. Those chosen elite then gave the money to companies they either owned or had a financial interest in. When these acts of blatant corruption were reported to the Liberal minister, they tried to cover it up. Parliament invested the corruption, and this House ordered the government to hand over all documents to the RCMP. This communist-praising Prime Minister decided he didn't need to listen to Parliament. His government refused to hand over all the documents without redactions. So now we're here, debating a motion, calling on the government to respect the will of Canadians who elected this Parliament. And we're not going to stop debating this motion until the government hands over the documents. To do anything less means throwing the towel in on parliamentary democracy. Madam Speaker, how do you think this will end? Do you think Canadians are going to rise up in protest that the government's terrible agenda is not sailing through? Do they imagine the Liberal Party base forming a massive convoy of luxury SUVs to come to Ottawa? Do you think a long trail of EVs leaving from Rosedale, the Glebe, and Westmount will come riding to their rescue? That's an adorable little fantasy they have over there, but it's time for a safe supply of reality. Most Canadians oppose this government. They oppose its plan to censor Canadians. They oppose its plan to increase taxes. And they oppose its plan to ban plastic food packaging. They oppose its plan to ban livestock farming. They oppose the preaching, hectoring, and anti-Canadian attitude that comes out of this government. They want this government defeated. It can't happen soon enough. The scandal involving the Liberals' green slush fund is just the tip of the iceberg. As I mentioned in my speech yesterday, the Liberals chose a group of well-connected elites to hand out money on behalf of the government. And those chosen elite then gave the money to companies they either owned or had a financial interest in. Instead of Sustainable Development Technology, we have the Local Journalism Initiative now. One difference between the conflict of interest scandal at SDTC and the conflict of interest scandal with the Local Journalism Initiative is that SDTC is accountable to Parliament through a minister. That's why employees were able to blow the whistle to the deputy minister. The Liberals did not put the Local Journalism Initiative into an independent agency reporting to Parliament. No. Instead, they gave the money to lobbyists, organizations that campaign for the cash in the first place. The lobbyists then appointed the owners and executives of media outlets to hand out the funds to the chosen media outlets. Those owners and executives then gave the cash to their own companies. That would be the same media owners and executives who control the media lobbyist associations. Whether it's SDTC or the Local Journalism Initiative or $1 billion for We Charity, it's always the same thing. The Liberals are handing out other people's money to well-connected Laurentian elite in a circle of self-dealing. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker now, Canadians are sick and tired of this corrupt, incompetent government. They need to hand over the documents to the RCMP. Then it's time to call the election Canadians so badly need. Now, I want to quote from my colleague in the other place, Senator Plett, who recently gave a rundown of all this government scandals. Quote, the first scandal in the top three is the SNC-Lavalin affair. This started when the criminals snuck a change into the criminal code into the budget bill to allow the government to make deals with corporations found guilty of corruption. Again, preempting, we know there will be corrupt people, so let's find a way out for them. This came after months of intense lobbying by SNC-Lavalin officials.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, at the very least, I always find my colleagues' speeches interesting, not necessarily factual, but they're interesting, Mr. Speaker. And the question that I have for her is related to her opening statement in terms of trying to report the facts. For example, she indicated that you have the SDTC, which is actually an arm's length from government, I must add, an organization that went awry. She gave the impression that the government did nothing, which is just not true, Mr. Speaker. There were 2 internal investigations. There was, the board has been replaced, and you actually have a freeze of new funding. That's action. Now, Mr. Speaker, the issue before us then is why should we walk over the Charter of Rights in order to solve an appetite of the Conservative Party for their desire for an election when we have the RCMP and the Auditor General expressing concern as to the Conservative tactic that they're using today?
The Honourable Member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Okay, I don't know what Charter of Rights he thinks are being impeded, but let's go to what he started to ask about their action, or tell us about their actions already being done. Well, they froze things. And in this instance, what's happened in SDTC, which existed since the early 2000s and had run fairly unproblematically until this government took power, providing money to companies who actually provided jobs and grew into multi-million-dollar businesses. Well, by freezing that money, we have several other companies that were ready to launch into other countries as well, based on that income. Instead, they end up having to pay extra taxes and leaving Canada altogether. So that's one of the implications of the actions that was taken. In terms of the documents, we need those. We only know about the $400 million that has been misspent out of $1 billion allocated every year. I know they don't have those pages released, Mr. Speaker, but there's so much more corruption to uncover.
The Honourable Member.
Abbotsford.
Speaker, I appreciated my colleague's speech, and she was interrupted at the end, just as she was starting to share with Canadians the large number of scandals that this Liberal government has been engaged in over the last 9 years. Perhaps she wishes to continue, regale us with more and more of these scandals that have brought this government essentially to its knees.
From Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
So I mentioned the SNC-Lavalin, and I thank my colleague for being able to continue this. But all these scandals, this litany of scandals, from the several allegations of corruption of officials in Canada, around the globe against engineering construction firm SNC-Lavalin, the Prime Minister himself applying pressure to the former Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to sign an agreement to let SNC-Lavalin off the hook. These are a few of many reasons why Canadians no longer trust this government. And the only solution is to call a carbon tax election so the people of Canada can throw them out and make the decision known for everyone.
Let's do it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Béthé-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somewhat ironically, my Conservative colleague stole my question. I was also going to ask her to continue with the long list of scandals. That's kind of funny because that doesn't happen often. That's really the question I was going to ask. Now I'd like for her to talk about how, the work of the House is being blocked, but there are a number of reasons why we ought to doubt the current Liberal approach. Does the member not believe that it's now time to vote on the motion so that we can force the government to hand over the documents? Then we can move on to something else on the agenda.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The fact that one of my colleagues in the bloc would have to ask why we even need to continue demanding these documents gives pause to let me explain further the SNC-Lavalin situation. The former Attorney General was not of the opinion that SNC-Lavalin met the criteria in the provisions added to the criminal code just months before, but the Prime Minister sent his most trusted advisor and his clerk of the Privy Council to make it clear to the Minister that she had better obey or else. Minister Wilson-Raybould had more credibility than anyone in the PMO, and she didn't budge. For that reason, she was shuffled into Veterans Affairs, opening the position of Attorney General to David Lametti, who didn't have the same moral compass as Ms. Wilson-Raybould. He was just as happy to be in cabinet. So he signed whatever paper the Prime Minister put in front of him. When this scandal became public, the Prime Minister claimed what is in the Globe and Mail is false. Of course it wasn't false. The Prime Minister lied, and his office tried to ruin the reputation of Ms. Wilson-Raybould in the media.
Fair point of order. I can imagine what it's going to be. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, using the word lie is unparliamentary, and she should have been possibly edited out of her speech.
I'll just ask the Honourable Member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to please withdraw that.
Yes, I withdraw that word. Thank you for pointing that out, my biggest fan in the Liberal government. To finish up with my colleague from the bloc, I think it's important that we drive the message home, making sure every Canadian who has tuned into Parliament or not hears from by word of mouth how corrupt this government is, and that we don't let another piece of business go until this has been addressed properly. And the only way to address it overall, so everyone has a say, is to have a carbon tax election now.
Questions and comments?
Let's call silence.
Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke may be surprised. I think that the chronology of events as she describes them is accurate, but with one exception. And I, as someone who is in the Green Party, not part, although the word green gets thrown around as if we have something to do with this, obviously not. No word of dispute from me as to the chronology, except for this, that we don't know that the people who were put on that board had any connection to any political party at all. In fact, the chair of the board, who egregiously violated conflict of interest standards, was an advisor to Jim Flaherty, much admired former Minister of Finance under Stephen Harper, to Stephen Harper himself. In other words, like many people in business in Canada, this person seems to have made sure that they had favors with many different parties and weren't associated with anyone in particular.
The Honourable Member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Okay, and so that member sticking up for the Liberals, propping them up, probably explains why during one of my constituency clinics in Renfrew, I had a couple come all the way from her riding to make an appointment to see me, because they had grown up in Pembroke and they from time to time had, or in Renfrew, and from time to time had seen the writings that we had handed out to their family members, and they wanted to tell me firsthand that they want a Conservative riding represented where they live. In her riding there, they want a Conservative to become elected, and they want her out, and this is the reason why.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West has the time for about a 40-second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quick then, with regards to the appointment process, would the member agree that we would have to change those? Because in the past, in the Harper administration, we had Bruce Carson, who is also incarcerated. We have a whole series of others of appointments that have problems. And then we have this current situation that's taken place. Would more transparency for appointments be something they would support that would then actually also be tabled in the House of Commons here when we make these decisions?
Honourable Member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The best step to take at this point, Mr. Speaker, is to have the documents produced so we can see how deep the corruption goes. have the member who just spoke and his party stop propping up this government, have a carbon tax election so we can get to work on doing what needs to be done and deal with the appointments.
Before resuming debate, the Chair would now like to return to the events from March 20th, 2024. The member for Etobicoke Centre had used language that was deemed unparliamentary by the Chair. The member was asked to withdraw his comments and apologize. He refused to do so, and as such has not been recognized by the Chair since then.
From earlier today, including sanctions imposed on another member for similar comments. The Chair is now ready to move on and allow the member for Etobicoke Centre to again participate in debate as of tomorrow, October 9th, 2024. The Chair now considers the matter closed. La présidence estime que cette affaire.
The Chair now considers this matter closed.
Members for their attention.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak about a privilege motion, which is very important to us because we are in the middle of studying Sustainable Technology Development Canada in the Public Accounts Committee, of which I am the Vice Chair. First, Madam Speaker, I'd like to be clear about one thing. In recent days, there have been mentions of filibustering in Parliament and allegations that this privilege motion is all about gumming up the works of government. Well, this is not just a question of parliamentary privilege. Even if there was a majority of government, it would have done wrong, because it is trying to prevent people from verifying the work of government. I want to give some examples about how the government ought to be able to govern effectively in a corruption-free environment. Unfortunately, this does not seem to be the case with the current situation. This is not just a question of parliamentary privilege, however. Madam Speaker, democracy is a matter of trust. And in this file, the government showed at several points that people really ought not to fully trust them, because when it refuses to table documents in Parliament, it looks like the government has something to hide. And if it has something to hide, it needs to do something. It's all very well and good to hide behind the independence of the Auditor General and the RCMP. We agree that these entities are independent, but we need to make sure as parliamentarians that all the documents we ask for are provided to the Office of the Parliamentary Law Clerk and Legal Counsel and the Clerk of the House. When the Liberals act this way, it looks like they are hiding damning evidence. Some would say, oh, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development moved quickly. Well, look.
Yes, SDTC was abolished. It had been in place since 2001 because the Auditor General's report showed there were so many problems that it was better to completely throw it out than do anything else. I mean, imagine that. Incredible. Madam Speaker, the minister also required changes to the board of directors. Now there are 3 people on the board of directors, and I have to mention that one of them appeared before committee yesterday, and despite his salary of $1,500 a day, he was not able to answer any question in a clear and precise way, despite the fact that they've been in post for 4 months now. There were a number of points of order, and the reaction of and it took a reaction from the chair of the committee for the board member to answer any questions or admit that they didn't have an answer. Meanwhile, the chair of SDTC has gotten away. The executives haven't been affected by this. The the previous CEO quit at the end of the year, at the end of 2023. So that leadership team, has been okay. But I'll give you some examples of where there are things linked to this former CEO that are very problematic and that the House should be seized with. There are other members of the executive who are mentioned in the Auditor General's report, still have not appeared at committee because they're on sick leave. Okay, fine. That's all right. We can respect that. But it prevents us from being able to move forward, Madam Speaker. So what we're asking for, because we can't hear from key witnesses, is for the government to cooperate. But the government, so far, is refusing to provide documents to Parliament so that Parliament can look at the issue in detail. So we hear the government say, let's look forward, let's look at everything that's been done. But once again, when everyone on this board of directors, which is supposed to, ensure transparency, is unable to answer parliamentarians' questions, we have to answer, we have clear questions about this transition that's underway and about the government's will to really make sure that this money is saved and invested in projects that will be eligible. An example of a question that was not answered by the new member of the board of directors yesterday. It's in answer to the. It's with reference to SDTC's answer to one of the Auditor General's recommendations. They didn't accept all the recommendations. There was one that was only partially accepted, and it's the recommendation that SDTC should re-evaluate projects approved over the audit period to make sure that they meet the criteria of the program. Well, Madam Speaker, that seems like it's a very clear recommendation, and it was only partially accepted. Why? Well, because SDTC has hired consultants to go through all of the projects, yes, but yesterday the member of the board of directors was unable to assure me that if the Auditor General had identified a project as being ineligible, if the consultants then came in and said, no, this project was eligible, well, probably the consultants would win that debate. So SDTC is not even able to accept all of the Auditor General's recommendations and to accept that certain projects that were judged ineligible by the Auditor General of Canada be considered ineligible. But it goes even further than that. Contracts were written to not be broken except in cases of fraud by the business. What does that mean? It means that in the example that I've just given, if a contract is considered to be ineligible, the business can say, just by applying, that's not fraud. It's SDTC that accepted ineligible projects. And yet, in certain cases with conflict of interest, where people were friends with people in the businesses, the money went to that business. But the contract can't be broken, Madam Speaker, under these terms. I almost called you Madam Auditor General, but you are Madam Speaker. So the contract can't be broken. So that means that there are projects which are, which were judged to be ineligible by the Auditor General, which might well be considered ineligible by consultants, but they'll continue to receive public money because of the nature of the contract. Ineligible projects that don't correspond with the criteria. So it's even worse than what we thought. It's not just a question of, they're not able to get the money from ineligible projects. They've stopped, funding some projects, and they weren't able to confirm that no money from SDTC was going to, had gone to businesses since the beginning of the year. She was unable to confirm that, even though she's making $1,500 a day, this new board member. But it goes further than that, because these businesses, which were judged to be ineligible, well, as the government can't break the contract, they're going to be forced to continue to finance them. And this is really, really problematic. These businesses will continue to receive funding. I'll give you another example. The Ecosystem Fund. It's one of the new funds that was created by SDTC recently. Well, imagine, Madam Speaker, that this fund was secret. There was no announcement. It was not, for example, published on the website. And, you can go back and look at what the website looked at in the past, and so we've gone and done that. And this form, the application form for this new fund, was not made public. Ever. So only businesses that had insider information were able to get funds. So, for example, Alice, which got $5 million. This business, we know, and this has been said several times by a number of witnesses committee, was ineligible not only because of problems with financial accounting standards, but also because it was not funding or supporting development of new technology. So this business that got $5 million from a secret fund, it still got the money even though it was ineligible. But this business had something special up its sleeve. It had a certain person who was a very good friend of the previous CEO, Ms. Lawrence. They'd been friends for 20 years. That's what we heard at the Ethics Committee. So the previous CEO now works for that company, which got $5 million in public money, even though it didn't meet any of the criteria. Amazing. Geez. So, if funds still have to be provided, and I'll repeat this again, Madam Speaker, this is really problematic for me. Companies are going to continue to get public money, and ALUS maybe is going to keep getting that money. If money is still owed to them, and, because this company didn't commit fraud, it's going to be impossible to claw back any of that money or to break the contract. So if funds are still owed to that company, well, they're still going to get them. Otherwise, they could go. They could take the government to court to get that money. So, Madam Speaker, what company helped SDTC to manage its contracts? Well, apparently, it's Osler. Yes, the same company that advised Ms. Vechelin on conflict of interest questions, who said that she didn't need to recuse herself from any of the decisions that were taken. The same company that advised SDTC that it could approve dozens of projects without looking at them individually because of COVID. So Osler, the same company, yesterday, the board member yesterday confirmed that Osler continues to advise SDTC. There's no clear cut that's been made. There's no goodwill here. Another example. Osler is advising a fund that's called the Active Impact Fund. And what we're seeing, Madam Speaker, is that this fund, which is advised by Osler, has a portfolio that resembles in many ways SDTC's portfolio. So Osler is advising SDTC on project eligibility and how projects are approved, but it also advises a fund that's investing in the businesses that SDTC is investing in. And so all the examples that I'm naming, by the way, these aren't examples that can be given to the Auditor General for study, because this goes beyond the scope of what the Auditor General can look at. However, this is what Parliament needs to look at. This is Parliament's job. So examples like this, Madam Speaker, I've got many more of them. Tomorrow, we'll hear from the former industry minister. We have a lot of questions to ask, and I'll be saving those for tomorrow. But please know that there are many elements here that are very concerning. We still don't know what new information is going to come to light, because every time we lift a new rock, there's new information that's very, very concerning, that should concern the entire House of Commons and all Quebecers and Canadians who are listening to us today. So with the examples that I've given, and with, for example, the case of the administrator, the board member right now who's refusing to answer our questions and who's just repeating the same non-answers, even after a number of requests from the chair of the committee to answer a parliamentarian's questions, we have to ask, well, listen, who's really filibustering here? Is it the opposition with this privilege request, or is it not the government, which refuses to answer parliamentarians' questions, whether that be at committee by the through the people that they have appointed, or be it in this House by refusing to answer questions and by accusing the opposition of not having enough vision of wanting to obstruct the business of Parliament. Maybe the Conservatives do want to obstruct Parliament a little bit, but that's not the case here for the Bloc Québécois, and I don't think it's the case for the NDP either. What we want is to get answers, because with the elements that I've just mentioned, which were transmitted in part by the whistleblower, the SDTC whistleblower, a person who's still not protected by our legal system, who sent me this information. And all this information has been validated by my team. All of these elements, we need to get to the bottom of them. We need to go and ensure that we get all the information and that there are consequences. And there's no point asking the Auditor General to look at these issues again, because this goes beyond the scope of what the Auditor General can do, according to the Auditor General Act, which determines what the scope is of the Auditor General's powers and what she can look at. She can't look at the financial accounting, for example, of the businesses that receive the funding. She can only look at a sampling of SDTC projects over a certain number of years. But what the Auditor General found was bad enough that this fund had to be abolished. This is a fund that was in place for 23 years, if you can imagine. It was a successful fund for a long time. So it seems that the Liberals have something to hide. And that's maybe one of the reasons why they're refusing to provide us with all of the documents that have been requested. It's important for me as well to note that one of the reasons why the Bloc Québécois is supporting this privilege motion is because we recognize this fund was useful, that the funding that SDTC provided in most cases was useful. Small and medium-sized businesses that received money, the vast majority of them have nothing to do with the examples that I've given when it comes to ineligibility or conflict of interest. Nothing to do with it at all. Quite the contrary, they needed this money to function. So the government had a fund that was good. It was a good fund that financed a lot of good projects. In my riding, in some of my colleagues' ridings, there were excellent businesses with great ideas, with new green technology that we need if we want to make a green transition. And yet the Liberal Party has showed what they do best. They take good ideas and then they ruin them. That's what they did with SDTC. They ruined a great fund. And, you know, there's another example of a question, and I've got so many of these. Another example of a question that the board member was unable to answer yesterday at committee. What will SDTC's money be used for, the money that hasn't been dispersed yet? Because there are still several $100,000 that haven't been provided to companies and which are in SDTC's accounts. And that money is going to be transitioned to the National Research Council and then to a Crown Corporation. Well, neither the Privy Council nor the member of the Board of Directors, who was appointed 4 months ago, was able to tell us if that money is going to be used for the same goals, for sustainable development goals, as it should be. No, nobody's been able to answer that question. Not the Privy Council, not the current SDTC board. Nobody has been able to answer that question. This funding, which is there for green technology, will it be used properly? No, we don't know. We have no idea. So we're still in the dark. What a great transition this is. We're not getting answers to our questions. The documents aren't being provided, and they're not able to answer such simple and good questions, such as, what's this money going to be used for? Because we know if the Conservatives take power, it's possible that this government, that this money won't be used for green technology. It's possible that it'll be used for, buying pipelines or, financing Western Canadian oil. We know that the Conservatives and Liberals agree on one thing, which is that, it's a good idea to get rid of this fund, but not for the same reason. The Liberals are trying to hide things, but the Conservatives, are quite happy to not have a green fund. It's as simple as that. So with all of these elements and the new information that we're discovering every single day, there's still one more thing I want to say, which is that, we can't question the independence of the Auditor General. And I think that the initial motion had something about that. And it's not up to us to question the independence of the Auditor General. And that having been said, and this is why I'm rising in the House today, it is essential that when we ask for documents from the government, that those documents be provided quickly and without redaction. Because, listen, it's one of our responsibilities of Parliament, and it's the duty of the government to provide these documents. We need to get to the truth in this file. And so, please, and here I'm speaking through you, Madam Speaker, to the government, if you're expecting to lose the next elections, well, at least lose with your head held high. End on a good note, end on the right side of history here. Go down with your head held high. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's really important that people that are following the debate realize that the government has provided documents. The issue is it's redacted, as every government before us, as every provincial government does. When you provide documents, at times you will see that there's a redaction. Now, you have the independence of the RCMP, the independence of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, that have expressed serious concerns with the conservative tactic, which could be in violation of the Charter of Rights. It is right for the government to be concerned. My question is, does the member not believe that we should be concerned with what the RCMP and the Auditor are saying in regards to...
So I know that we're getting close to question period. But I do want to remind members that we are still in the debate, and if they have anything to contribute to this debate, that they wait until the appropriate time. There's 10 minutes of questions and comments, and it will continue after question period as well. But I just want to remind members to be respectful. If they don't have the floor, they shouldn't be speaking. The
Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would invite my colleague to listen to my speech again, because clearly he missed the point where I said that the independence of the Auditor General and the independence of the RCMP is not to be questioned. However, the government has the duty to provide the documents that we're requesting. It's the duty of Parliament to hold this government to account, and unredacted documents, that's what this Parliament has asked for. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a good speech. The member gave a number of examples of where the federal government has wasted taxpayers' money. And now it's not a surprise. We don't have money to give to small green businesses. So is it a surprise for the honourable member that this is where we're at? The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'm not sure if I completely understood the question, but if the question is that there's a surprise, am I surprised that there's a lack of funding for green businesses? Well, yeah, this government, has been saying since 2015, since 2016, that they're a green government that's going to provide all kinds of money for new technology. But look what they did with the SDTC fund. Look what they did with this fund. The fund had been in place since 2001, and because of their fault, this fund has had to have been dissolved. The honourable member will have 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining the next time that debate continues before the House. Now we move to statements by members.
Members, the honourable member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
Madam Speaker, the passage of Bill C-49 sends a powerful message to all Atlantic Canadians that the future of Canada is green. Madam Speaker, I was shocked when the Conservative leader directed his party to oppose Bill C-49 and the amendments to the Atlantic Accords. In doing so, Conservatives were positioned to rob Atlantic Canada's economy of investments of millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. They stood in the way of provincial governments, municipal governments, local businesses, First Nations communities, unions, and numerous environmental groups, all of whom lobbied and rallied for the legislation as the key to unlocking our green future. Conservative politics and their climate change denial, Madam Speaker, almost ended the green energy sector before it even begun. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia have won. Bill C-49 is now law, and we are one step closer to being a world energy leader in green energy production.
I want to remind members we are in session. There are statements going on. If individuals are not interested in those statements, I would ask them to step out and have their conversations there. J'espère que c'est bien compris.
I hope that this has been clearly understood by all members. The honourable member for Oxford.
So much to be grateful for in Oxford, especially our incredible farmers who are working hard on the fall harvest.
That's right.
Oxford farmers are some of the toughest and best farmers we have in Canada. They're the backbone of our community, rising early and working late hours to ensure food makes its way from their fields to our forks. As the proud dairy capital of Canada, Oxford leads the way with a thriving agritourism, food production, and cheese industry that fuels our tables and our economy. As farmers face higher farming costs, including input costs and more red tape from this Liberal government, Conservatives will be partners with our farmers so we can make more, grow more, produce more, and harvest more right here in Canada. So this Thanksgiving, let's thank these men and women who risk and sacrifice so much to feed our families, and above all, let's thank God for the farmer. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Sackville, Chesterton.
Economy, especially in Nova Scotia. That is why we passed Bill C-49, which enables the creation of offshore wind projects in Atlantic Canada for the very first time. This bill alone will attract billions in investment and create thousands of jobs for Atlantic Canadians. That is why I was so deeply disturbed to see the Conservative Party turn their backs on Nova Scotians once again by opposing legislation to attempt to stop these jobs, stop economic growth, stop renewable energy projects from coming home right to Nova Scotia. Fortunately, the Conservative failed, and we delivered.
This bill is over and above all the other bills that we have passed for clean energy. Thanks to these investments, we're going to fight climate change. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, it is with great pride that I am underscoring the 35th anniversary of the Beauport Community Development Corporation. The CDC Beauport allows all of its member organizations to cooperate to improve the quality of life of its citizens, in particular the most vulnerable, by showing their dedication, commitment, and knowledge. Whether it be fighting poverty, supporting families, or taking mental health initiatives, CDC Beauport is a pillar of our community. Jacques Bellemare, the Director General of CDC Beauport, deserves all our admiration. He is determined, courageous, an unprecedented diplomat with a good sense of humor. He is a real leader for this organization. Thank you to all the volunteers and all the employees throughout the years. Thank you. You make the difference in fighting poverty, supporting families, and ensuring mental health. Thank you for being among us, for us, day after day. Thank you. The honourable member for Labrador.
Speaker, when I sat in the Newfoundland and Labrador legislature with Premier Danny Williams, I remember when he had to go to Ottawa to fight day in and day out against the Conservative Harper government, who tried to rip up the Atlantic Accord, an historic agreement which has delivered jobs and prosperity in our province for generations. And now, over the last year here in the House of Commons, I had to fight day in and day out with my Liberal colleagues against the Conservatives again, who tried to rip up the Atlantic Accord and kill Bill C-49. For the last year, the Conservatives have stood against the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, the people of Nova Scotia, while we fought for them, so we could deliver on the promise of the Atlantic Accord and the enormous opportunities of Bill C-49. Madam Speaker, Newfoundlanders and Labradorians have led the offshore oil sector. We will lead the offshore green energy sector, and we will do it without the support of the Conservative government.
Again, there were individuals that were not being very respectful during that statement, and I would ask them that to please afford the respect. Yes, some of them are recidivists in that respect. We do have students here in the House who are listening to what is going on here and watching, and I would just ask to be a good example to them. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, there is mounting evidence that the Environment Minister was grossly negligent in his handling of the catastrophic Jasper wildfire, a fire that cost $1 billion, destroyed a third of Jasper, and has resulted in 40% of town residents being left homeless. The minister was repeatedly warned that Jasper was a tinderbox, and yet in the face of that, his officials canceled prescribed burns out of concern for political optics. This is scandalous. When the fire began, the minister obstructed the ability of the Alberta government to participate in the response, proper infrastructure wasn't in place, and more than 50 firefighters were turned away as Jasper burned. Failure after failure after failure under this minister's watch. He has a lot to answer for.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are smart, passionate, hard-working people. Nova Scotians are seizing our strong winds, turning them into big revenue that will drive our economy and produce good jobs for generations to come. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe that Nova Scotians should reap the rewards of the multi-trillion-dollar offshore wind and clean hydrogen industries. That's why the passage of Bill C-49 represents a huge step for Nova Scotians and Atlantic Canadians, unlocking a generational economic opportunity for our region. But just like the Harper Conservatives of the past, who tried to push Atlantic Canada down by trying to take our offshore revenues, Conservatives are doing it again, trying to do everything they can to block this huge opportunity for Atlantic Canadians. Terrible. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we won't let them. We're standing up for Nova Scotians and we're standing up for Atlantic Canadians because of our hardworking people deserve to prosper.
Good job. The honourable member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the offshore wind industry is expected to attract $1 trillion in investment by 2040. And with the passing of Bill C-49, Newfoundland and Labrador is poised to lead the way. Just like it did for our oil and gas sector, the Atlantic Accord will now ensure we are the beneficiaries of our wind resources. And that means thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in investment. While Conservatives voted against Bill C-49 every step of the way, we believe in the future of wind. We understand the energy market is diversifying. We support strong and prosperous economy for Newfoundland and Labrador. I will always stand up for Newfoundland and Labrador's future. And with Bill C-49, it is looking even brighter.
Yes, good job.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Thanksgiving is just around the corner, and what should be a time of joy, family, and celebration is unfortunately become a stark reminder of the economic pain that this government has caused, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to afford essentials, and that includes food. In fact, 2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month. The food banks across Northwest Ontario are running out of supplies because demand is so high, and Canadians are paying $700 more for groceries this year than they did in 2023. And we know that the NDP Liberal coalition will, in fact, quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre if they are given the opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, as Canadian families gather for the Thanksgiving weekend, they should know that only common sense Conservatives have a plan to axe the carbon tax, to bring down the cost of food and ensure that all Canadians across this country can afford to feed, heat, and house themselves once again.
Yeah. Way to go, Eric.
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous news for the people of Cape Breton. Bill C-49, our offshore wind bill, is now law. Expanding on the historical Atlantic Accords, we have delivered groundbreaking legislation that will enable the construction of offshore renewable energy in Atlantic Canada. While support for this legislation was unanimous in the Nova Scotia provincial legislation, the federal Conservative leader shamefully directed his party to oppose countless jobs, billions of dollars worth in investments for sustainable growth. Bill C-49 sought input from Indigenous stakeholders, local businesses, the fisheries, and environmental advocacy groups to improve and pass this important legislation. It's a shame that no Atlantic Conservative member was brave enough to stand up to their leader, but on this side of the House, we will continue to fight for our environment, build economies of the future, and continue to advocate for Atlantic jobs.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
More proof that this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that the NDP Liberal government violated a House order to turn over evidence for a criminal investigation into their latest $400 million scandal, effectively obstructing justice. The refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed this House, sidelining our efforts to address skyrocketing housing costs, food inflation, and rampant crime. This is the latest in a litany of financial scandals with this government. The Auditor General's investigation revealed the Liberal appointees at SDTC funneled nearly $400 million taxpayer dollars to their own companies, with over 186 conflicts of interest, while Canadians struggle to afford basic necessities. Will the NDP Liberal government end this cover-up, hand over the evidence to the police, and let Parliament get back to work for Canadians?
That's right. The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Brianna McDonald, a vibrant, intelligent 13-year-old girl, was abandoned by a system that should have provided mental health care, that should have provided addiction care, that should have provided her with the care she so desperately needed to help her overcome her demons. The system failed Brianna. On August 23rd, Brianna was found unresponsive. She died by overdose, alone in a tent in a homeless encampment in Abbotsford, BC. Instead of providing her with the care she needed, she was given needles and taught how to use them. Brianna had just turned 13. Did the Prime Minister call? No. Did the Minister of Health and Mental Health call? No. Brianna's parents are in Ottawa today. What does the Prime Minister have to say now to the parents who, because of his failed radical drug policies, will never see their daughter again?
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the hydrogen industry in Canada is expected to be worth $12 trillion by 2050 and help create more than 350,000 Canadian jobs, all the while helping us fight climate change. Together with provinces, Canada's allies, industry, and organizations like the Canadian Hydrogen Association, Canada will succeed from this enormous economic opportunity. Canada is making strides with the National Hydrogen Strategy, Hydrogen Investment Tax Credits, and Bill C-49, the Atlantic Accords Amendments Act. By leveraging our world-class offshore wind resources, we're positioning ourselves as a leading clean energy supplier while boosting our economy and creating thousands of jobs. This summer, I witnessed a game changer at Canada's first operational fuel station for Class 8 hydrogen trucks. Thanks to ITD Industries, Walmart Canada, Nikola Motor, they're transforming the trucking industry with lower maintenance and fuel costs, an impressive range of over 800 kilometers, and best of all, zero emissions. Mr. Speaker, let's all embrace the hydrogen opportunity. It's both a win for Canada's economy and our environment. Thank you.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the third State of Canada's birds report was released today by Birds Canada and Environment Canada. Birds are literally the canaries in the coal mine for our environmental health, and previous reports in 2012 and 2019 raised some serious red flags. Today's report shows that some of those concerns are getting worse. For instance, grassland birds have declined by 2/3 since 1970, so something is clearly going wrong in our grasslands. But these reports also show that when we know what's going wrong and we have the political will to fix it, we can see dramatically positive results. Hawks, eagles, falcons have increased by 1/3 since 1970 because we banned DDT. Waterfowl have also increased because we started conserving their habitats. We know all this about bird populations because of the thousands of talented volunteers who go out every day to count birds. These citizen scientists have given us an incredibly powerful measure of the health of our forests, grasslands, and waters. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, on October 18th, we'll be underscoring the Night of the Homeless. Once again, we will get together to lift the veil on this reality that affects too many people. This year's theme is the 100 Faces of Homelessness, which highlights the different backgrounds, paths, and human beings that are hidden behind this misunderstood word. There is no one facet of homelessness. It can be a young person who ran away from an unstable home, an isolated elderly person who has been forgotten by society, a vulnerable worker who can't make ends meet, or someone suffering from mental health or addiction. Behind each glance, there is a human being with dreams, hopes, and a will to find meaning in life. The Night of the Homeless is more than an event. It's a reminder of our collective responsibility because behind each face, there is a real person, a story that deserves to be heard, respected, and supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. Sami Doon, also known as the Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network, is knowingly acting on behalf of, at the direction of, and in association with at least one listed terrorist entity under the Criminal Code, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Sami Doon is based in Canada and incorporated as a not-for-profit under the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. Other jurisdictions have taken action. Germany and Israel have listed Sami Doon as a terrorist entity, and the European Union has banned them from entry. The Liberal government needs to take terrorism seriously, needs to take anti-Semitism seriously, needs to take the evidence seriously, and list Sami Doon as an entity under the Criminal Code of Canada for terrorism.
The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the members of the Northwest Territories Council of Leaders to Ottawa this week. This collaboration of both the territorial and Indigenous governments is a forum for cooperation and collaboration on shared priorities. While these leaders represent different levels of government and different regions, they are coming together for the same reason, to build a better future for northern communities. This council is meeting with federal ministers and officials in Ottawa to highlight and advocate for the interests of NPTers. These include advancing reconciliation and modern treaties, protecting our environment while sustainably developing our economy, and building necessary infrastructure like the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Again, welcome to the council leaders, and I look forward to their continued progress in advancing northern priorities. Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable
The honourable member.
Thornhill.
$100 million Liberal scandal has paralyzed Parliament for a week. Mr. Speaker, you yourself ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into their corruption. They are defying your ruling, and they have grinded this place to a halt. The auditor said that there's $400 million tax dollars and 186 conflicts of interest in questions. Canadians can get accountability today if they hand over the documents to the police. So what's in those documents, and how bad is it?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by noting the events in Vancouver yesterday at a protest. We unequivocally condemn those events and those actions. It is absolutely unacceptable to burn the Canadian flag and to chant "Death to Canada." It is also unacceptable to deny and celebrate the events of October 7th and to champion the acts of a terrorist group. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Glad that they've found the courage to condemn something in this House, but whatever is in those documents, back to the matter at hand that I asked about, must be really bad if they're willing to hide the corruption. Months ago, the Auditor General found that the Liberal appointees gave nearly $400 million tax dollars to their own companies, 186 conflict of interest. I'll ask again for the 7th day in a row, will the NDP Liberals end the cover-up, give proof to the police so we can get accountability for the corruption and get Parliament back to work?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important I read your ruling into the record because the Conservatives didn't hear it the first time. The Chair, that's you, Mr. Speaker, is of the view that it would be valuable to afford an opportunity for the concerns expressed by the RCMP as well as by the Auditor General to be addressed fully, and I would hope for a mutually satisfactory solution to be arrived at. I believe the best way for this to be achieved would be to follow the usual course for a prima facie question of privilege, that is a referral to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. We're ready to send this matter to committee. When will the Conservatives do that?
Can I ask all members, please, not to take the floor unless they've been recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the House Leader missed the part where you told them that they're holding this House in contempt. If there is nothing to hide in those documents, then they should be able to hand them over. $400 million to Liberal friends, 186 conflicts of interest from a government that knows really well what a conflict of interest is, all while a record number of Canadians can't afford to eat. How bad are these documents that they would hold this place up for 7 days, defying your order, and to hide the $400 million that they gave to their friends?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're ready for this matter to move on to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, just as you ruled. The only party that doesn't want that to happen are the Conservatives. They're trying to spin out of their own obstruction because they don't want this to go to committee, because what they will hear is expert after expert talking about the egregious abuse of power that the Conservatives are trying to do in this place to override the rights of Canadians. We're ready to move forward, Mr. Speaker. It's only the Conservatives that are afraid of a vote. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in La Presse today, Sergeant Vincent Moore of the Montreal Police Eclipse Squad deplores the fact that gang members are using firearms without fear of consequences. He says, "It's gone completely crazy. I've never seen anything like it in my 18-year career. Nowadays, it's not uncommon for someone to be arrested, and they say, well, it doesn't matter because they'll let me off with just a piece of paper and I'll do it again. They're no longer afraid of being arrested by the police because they know there'll be no consequences. Why have this PM and the Bloc allowed criminals to rule our communities?" The Honourable Minister of Justice. I appreciate the question because it gives me the opportunity to underscore what we've done. With respect to firearms, we've invested roughly $400 million against guns and gangs. Was the Conservatives, like the member across the way, voted against? With respect to administration of justice, yes, there is an issue with bail conditions. When we look at bail, we have to verify if the Crown is contesting it, if there's enough room in detention centres. It's a good question to speak to Legault about. The Honourable Member for Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has blamed the Quebec Premier on 2 times for something they changed, that the federal government changed, and that's why this legislation is causing so much issues in Quebec. And the Sergeant Guiguerre of Montreal Police said that people are saying, before this ruling, people on the street would tell us they didn't want to go to jail for long, but now they're getting arrested for guns, and soon after they're back on the street. Why is the government not changing its laws? Because they're crippling enforcement. The Honourable Minister of Justice. First thing, the C-75 has increased sentences for car theft, which he voted against. Second thing, people who decide with respect to bail are judges and justices of the peace who are appointed by who? Mr. Legault. So if you have any problem with respect to that, the administration of justice, you have to speak with Mr. Legault. In terms of space in courts and detention centres, and perhaps some issues with rulings they've made as well. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, enough time has wasted for farmers. All parties voted in favour of Bill C-282 on June 21st, 2023. It was sent to the Senate over a year ago. There is one clause. They've been studying one clause for over a year, all because 2 unelected senators, Paul Boehm and Peter Harder, are dithering because they disagree. 2 non-elected individuals want to overturn the vote of elected representatives from all these parties. They were appointed by the Liberals, who in the Liberal government is going to explain democracy to their 2 friends in the Senate. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that we agree entirely with respect to this question with the Bloc. Supply management is very important to our country, particularly important for how we occupy our lands. We want to be there to support our farmers. And yes, we do expect the Senate to work diligently on this issue and to be sent back as quickly as possible. Thank you. The honourable member for La Prairie. C-282, well, all parties voted in favour of it. This is the second time we've tabled this bill. We've been studying it from all angles since 2020. Remember, we're talking about one clause, and even the Holy Scriptures haven't been scrutinized like this. And now there are two senators who think that we're all fools and want to overturn the vote of 338 elected representatives of the people. Enough is enough. Will the Liberals ask their two friends to stop blocking democracy? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we made a big decision as a government to ensure that the Senate to be independent. And since we've done this 9 years ago, we've appointed senators that are independent. I think it's a concept that the Bloc should understand, independence.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Finding affordable housing is harder than ever for people across the country. But we've just learned that big property owners use AI software. They've had a secret agreement to increase rents. The NDP tabled a motion to get to the bottom of this story, and the Liberals and the Conservatives blocked this motion. It's shameful. Canadians cannot find affordable housing. So why are the Liberals and the Conservatives profiting big property owners instead of protecting people? The Honourable Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, it's essential to invest and not just identify challenges. On this side of the House, it's important to advance investment for building affordable housing. It's essential to support communities as well.
Investments to actually get homes built, not simply point fingers and try to identify problems with no solutions coming forward.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
The Housing Minister needs to tell his members to stop blocking the presence of these CEOs in committee. For Canadians who rent, finding a home they can afford is nearly impossible, and these rich corporate landlords are using artificial intelligence software to potentially collude and jack up rents. The NDP proposed a study to expose rent gouging, but the Liberals and Conservatives teamed up and blocked it. Canadians deserve a government that protects them. So why are the Liberals, along with the Conservatives, continuing to protect profits of corporate landlords over renters struggling to find a home?
Good question. Once again, I'm going to encourage all members not to take the floor unless they're recognized. Includes the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague with the NDP has suggested for the Minister to tell my colleagues what to do at committee. On this side of the House, I can tell you it's my colleagues who tell me to increase investments to build more affordable housing. The NDP have made a point to point out where there may be some challenges where I actually agree that we need to address. The difference is on our side of the House, we actually are advancing solutions to address them. We are putting billions of dollars on the table to build more affordable housing, to build more cooperative housing, and to help nonprofits buy up that low-cost housing on the market to keep it affordable forever. If the NDP want to turn their mind to solutions, I'll listen. Until then, I'm going to continue acting.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
The Liberal government is violating a parliamentary order to hand over evidence to the RCMP. At issue is the Auditor General's findings that officials at SDTC broke conflict of interest laws 186 times and funneled $400 million of taxpayers' money into their own companies. All this at a time when Canadians can barely afford to eat or heat and house themselves. Now, by refusing to accept your ruling, they have effectively paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other work to address the housing crisis, the inflation crisis, and the crime crisis this government unleashed. Why not end the cover-up, hold the lawbreakers to account, and let Parliament get back to work?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
False, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that member sat in your chair at one point, and I think he would have an interesting perspective if the opposition was not following his ruling as he is doing. I quote, and I repeat, What you said, Mr. Speaker, is I believe the best way for this to be achieved would be to follow the usual course of a prima facie question of privilege, that is, a referral to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The government is willing to do that. We're willing to vote in favour of it. The only party that is holding Parliament up are the Conservatives because they don't want the truth out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's, please, not to take the floor unless recognised. The honourable member. Order. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
If she scrolled up just a little bit more on your ruling on the website, Mr. Speaker, she would see where you ruled that withholding evidence after a parliamentary production order is a contempt of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about Liberal insiders funneling cash into their own pockets. Why don't they want to get to the bottom of this? Yeah. And while Conservatives are putting forward real solutions to lower taxes, to make housing more affordable, and to end the crime wave that this Prime Minister unleashed, this government is going to great lengths to keep this information hidden. They're effectively obstructing justice. Why not let Parliament get back to work and hand over the evidence to the RCMP?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even sure the House Leader of the Opposition believes his own spin. Like, he could scroll down a little bit and see what you asked of him, which was to prepare a motion that you said you would accept to send it to committee to be studied. Mr. Speaker, we welcome that. We will get this studied. Let's get this out of the House. But there's only one group of MPs that don't want that to happen, because what will come out is they are trying to abuse the extraordinary powers of this place, override the rights of Canadians, and get rid of police independence. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Look, this is a case of $400 million and 186 conflicts of interest that are benefiting Liberal insiders lining their pockets while Canadians are lined up at food banks. The response from the government to a parliamentary order to produce the documents is, first of all, to break the order so that they can bury it at committee, while Conservatives want to make sure that this corruption, this scandal, sees the full daylight that it's deserved, and a referral to Canada's Royal Canadian Mounted Police so they can decide to take a criminal investigation. Oh, wait, we've learned that they are already investigating the latest corruption with these Liberals. Will they turn over the documents today?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, your ruling was very clear. Send this to committee. There's only one group of MPs that are afraid of that going to committee, and we are prepared to vote on that, Mr. Speaker. Let's send it to committee. Let's have that debate. The only group of MPs that are obstructing their own obstruction, because they don't actually want to help Canadians. All they want to do is serve themselves and their own partisan interests. Mr. Speaker, let's get this out of the House. Let's get it to committee so that we can get back to the important work of serving Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
She says she wants to get it out of the House. She wants to get it out of the sunlight, the daylight. They want to bury it at committee. They don't want Canadians to know about the latest example of Liberal corruption. We see that conflicts of interest are very common over there. That Prime Minister broke the law twice. The Public Safety Minister broke the law. The Trade Minister broke the law. The Liberal appointed chair of this Green Slush Fund broke the law. Every time these Liberals get a chance, they enrich their friends. They want to hide it from Canadians. Conservatives want to get the truth. We want to get accountability. And we want Parliament to be able to get back to work for Canadians. Will they turn over the documents today?
Yeah. Order. The honourable member from the Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We already have the bloc, but now we learn we have the blocker-in-chief, the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. How ridiculous for Canadians watching at home. They are blocking their own motion, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine that? The Conservative are blocking their own motion. Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservative know how to count to 6, so let me explain to them. There's not been 1 report. There's not been 2 reports. There's not been 3 reports. There's been 4 independent reports, Mr. Speaker, to go to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker. We got to the bottom of this. Let's get back to work and expect better from all of us.
Alors,
order, please. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, according to one senior civil servant, there's a lot of negligence and laziness, and there's also sheer incompetence, and the situation is simply unsustainable. And the SDTC activities are almost at the level of the sponsorship scandal when it comes to the allocation of funds. Canadians' tax dollars are being squandered without consideration, and nothing's being done on the other side of the House to remedy the situation. Will this Liberal government deal with this scandal as quickly as possible? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are waking up. As if this was news. We took action quickly and decisively, Mr. Speaker. Not only was there one report, there were 4 presented, 2 by a national law firm and others. We investigated, we took action, and it is time, Mr. Speaker, for this Parliament to resume its work in the interest of all Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the Green Slush Fund scandal, the government is openly refusing to provide the documents required for the RCMP to investigate corruption at SDTC, where the Liberals allowed their friends to benefit from taxpayers' dollars, as uncovered by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals put an end to the cover-ups and provide the police with the evidence so that the Parliament can work in the interest of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. My colleague has already clearly explained this, but since we're talking about the RCMP, allow me to provide a comment from the Commissioner. I'd like to underscore that the RCMP is operationally independent, and it respects the independence of the police force. This principle guarantees that the government cannot direct or influence the enforcement of law, and that includes members of this House. The Honourable Member for Shefford. All age groups, 79% of the population are in favour of increasing old age security. 79%. Regardless of your age. You don't have to be between 65 and 74. Everyone agrees. Why is that? Because people respect their elders, because the world shows solidarity, and if we can improve the living conditions of those who need it, well, we're all for it. Even in the chamber, we agree, except the Liberals. When will they listen to reason, show they have a heart, and give C319 royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has never taken one opportunity to support seniors. In terms of the GIS, they voted against it. For dental care, that 14,000 people from Shefford had benefited from. As of today, the Bloc voted against it. For all the housing measures for seniors, the Bloc was against it. When will they say yes to our seniors, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Since he was appointed Minister of Seniors, the only achievement of the member for Gatineau has been to turn his back on the 65 to 74 age group. All he's done is play petty politics when it's time to step up to the plate. He's promoting Liberal interests when it's time to think of our collective interest. An old-fashioned politician with no sense of state. It's not too late. He can still act for the common good. Will the minister finally get his act together, drop the partisanship, and give C319 the royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, my track record for seniors and all the Liberals from Quebec members, all our achievements, well, we could compare the two, what they've done at the Bloc. They voted against dental care. They voted against the increase in GIS. They voted against for housing investment for seniors. Every time we made a proposal to help Quebec seniors, the VOC rose together against them. The 35 Quebec Liberals from members from Quebec always voted for these measures. The honourable member for Shefford. What's more, the minister offers conspiracy theories to explain why he's no intention of doing anything for seniors. The big bad separatists are preparing a secret plan so you don't get your pensions. Ooh. Old fear-mongering from the 80s. He's talking about winning conditions and independence. So are we. We think that improving seniors' living conditions is a win-win situation and it helps ensure their independence. Instead of scaring people, can the minister get to work for people and give C319 its royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Seniors. I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, what seniors are afraid of. They're afraid of having their dental care removed, that the thousands of seniors, millions of Canadians have benefited from. And they're wondering, these seniors in Gatineau especially, what the Bloc is doing with the Conservatives in terms of austerity, cutting daycare spots, cutting dental care, cutting health care. The Bloc and the Conservatives, that's the real risk for our seniors and Canadians.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
There is so much Liberal corruption that they're covering up their cover-up of the $400 million corruption of the Liberal Green Slush Fund. The Speaker ruled that the NDP Liberals violated a House order to turn the Green Slush Fund documents over to the RCMP for investigation. How much worse is the corruption that the NDP Liberals are refusing to respect the order of the Speaker, pushing aside all the work of doubling the housing costs that the Liberals have done, inflation and crime? We can get back to the business at this House if the NDP Liberals just end the cover-up and turn the documents over to the RCMP. Why won't they?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, if we're going to be mansplained to, they could at least try and get it right. But the fact of the matter is that you ruled very clearly that this matter should go to the House committee. If the members opposite would like to read your full ruling, they can go do that, or I can table it in the House for them to read. But I would encourage them to not just cherry pick parts of your ruling, but to actually follow it as opposed to what they're doing. We're happy for this matter to move on, for it to go to committee, for it to be studied. It's only the Conservatives that are holding this place up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Every time I meet with a Liberal, I have to check for my wallet. And they just took $400 million of taxpayer money and funneled it to Liberals in the Green Slush Fund. Why are they ignoring an order of this House? Why are they preventing us from getting to the business of the House, since they won't turn over the documents to the RCMP? If the Prime Minister won't end the cover-up, will at least call a carbon tax election so Canadians can get the Green Slush Fund money back?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, every time I meet a Conservative, I have to search for some semblance of reason. When we talk about what's going on here, let's think about why your ruling said send it back to the committees, Mr. Speaker. Your ruling said that because this has never been done. Because you know what happens normally when you ask for documents in your law enforcement? You go to a court of law. You don't go into a partisan arena such as the House of Commons, because a court of law, a judge weighs things called charter interests, like your expectation of privacy, like your right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure. Those are important considerations. We will stand by them every time.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the latest $400 million scandal from this Liberal government has paralyzed Parliament. The Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest, with close to $400 million handed out to corrupt Liberal insiders, all at a time when Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. It begs the question, how damning is that evidence that they have grounded Parliament to a halt simply to hide the truth from Canadians?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, enjoy the interventions from the member opposite, but I also appreciate his experience as a former Crown prosecutor who used to work closely with the police. And what he would recollect from his past career is that those police operate independently from him as a former Crown, and certainly independently from politicians. Why do they do that, Mr. Speaker? So that we can have confidence in our institutions in this country. You know who doesn't have confidence? People that live under authoritarian regimes. Instead of emulating authoritarianism, how about you join this side and learn how to fight against it?
Colleagues, please. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills please not to raise his voice when he is not recognized by the chair. The honourable member. The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the NDP Liberals violated a House order by withholding evidence regarding their $400 million scandal, effectively obstructing justice, to which the Minister of Justice should be aware of. Their refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all our work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, and the rise in crime and chaos. The time to end the cover-up is now. When will they hand over the documents so that we can get accountability for corruption and get Parliament back to work?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, your ruling was clear to send this matter to committee for further study. The Conservatives don't like that because they'll hear from experts like the former law clerk who says, in my humble opinion, it is an abuse of the powers for this House to use its power to demand and get documents from the government in order to transfer them to a third party that wouldn't otherwise receive them, or to compel the government to give documents to a third party. Mr. Speaker, expert after expert will tell them this is wrong. We are here to stand up for the rights of Canadians every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
The Liberals are actively refusing reconciliation and evading their obligations required in the honour of the Crown. This government knew for 7 years that the big dock in Fort Chipewyan is contaminated with cancer-causing substances, and for 7 years they covered it up. Rightfully, families are now worried about their children's health and whether they will lose them to cancer. When will this government uphold the honour of the Crown and work with First Nations to ensure their health and safety?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising this important point. Safety is my top priority as Minister of Transport. I hear and understand the concerns from the First Nation communities, and it is crucial that remote Northern and Indigenous communities have access to safe and reliable connectivity that they need. I will be continuing to work with the Minister of Indigenous Services on this very important matter. Thank you.
The honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatanaskaski.
Mr. Speaker, we're now over 1,300 days since the Liberals promised to end long-term boil water advisories. But instead of doing that, the Liberals are fighting First Nations in court as we speak, doing their best.
I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member. Colleagues, order. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatanaskaski to start her question from the top.
Mr. Speaker, we're now over 1,300 days since the Liberals promised to end boiled water advisories, but instead of doing that, the Liberals are fighting First Nations in court as we speak. Doing their best Stephen Harper impression, they are carrying on years of colonialism and denying First Nations the right to clean drinking water. Shamattawa, the lead plaintiff, is taking on Canada, one of the richest countries in the world, whose Prime Minister travels the world pretending to be a leader in human rights, all the while denying Shamattawa clean water. When will this government stop fighting Shamattawa, Tatasquiac, and 58 First Nations and deliver clean drinking water?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we've lifted 145 long-term boil water advisories together with First Nations, and we're going to continue till we get the job done. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, that member opposite has an opportunity to help make sure we never return to the situation that we found ourselves in 2015 with Bill C-61 in committee nearing study. I hope that we'll see a safe passage of that legislation through this House so that no First Nations person ever lives without clean water again.
The Honourable Member from Bonavista Burn Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, in the 1980s, the Government of Canada and the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador came together to sign the historic Atlantic Accord. This agreement created an offshore energy sector in our province, delivering economic opportunity and prosperity for generations of families and communities. Now, this government and the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador came together again to strengthen this accord to kickstart a new offshore renewable energy industry. Bill C-49 has now become law, ensuring that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians can lead the world in offshore wind and clean energy.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because with a strengthened Atlantic Accord, Atlantic Canada is set to become a global leader in wind hydrogen. There are trillions of dollars on the table, Mr. Speaker, and we should all be excited about the good jobs that that's going to create in our region. And think about the kids who now get to see their folks work at home. But the Conservatives spent months blocking C-49. And really, how could the member for Central Coast Bay, Notre Dame, fight against the best interests of his community? Because Conservatives try to stand in the way of progress. But we get it done. And Atlantic Canada will produce the clean energy that the world wants, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton, Mill Woods.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up, Mr. Speaker. And now we're dealing with yet another Liberal corruption scandal. The Liberal minister from Edmonton misled Parliamentary Committee when he claimed to have had no contact with his business partner around the time of an alleged $500,000 fraud involving someone named Randy. However, when phone records proved otherwise, he changed his story. Why won't he just come clean about this corruption?
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've stated many times, if a witness goes to committee, we expect that they provide the information that the committee asks of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Speaker, it's clear from that answer that the corruption cover-up continues. The Liberal minister from Edmonton first said that he did not text with his business partner, but now that there's clear evidence that he did. It is no coincidence that after months of looking into this matter, there is no other Randy who can be identified other than the Liberal minister from Edmonton. In fact, the minister's own business partner even admitted that the only other Randy ever connected to this company is that minister. So when will the minister finally stand up in this place and admit that he broke the law?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've stated, if a witness goes to committee and the committee asks them for information, we believe that that witness should provide the information as requested of them, and we expect as much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. In order to get around the Conflict of Interest Act, the Liberal minister from Edmonton seems to have hired someone known as the Other Randy to manage his fraud-ridden medical supply company. Well, just like the Other Randy, there should be an other Prime Minister to run this government. When will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so Canadians can finally have an other Prime Minister?
Hear, hear. Great question.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, all of us come to this place because we want to serve Canadians. The Liberals on this side of the House want to be able to deliver important measures for them, but we know that we need to be able to earn their trust every single day. What we see from Conservative members of Parliament is that they think they've already won the next election, Mr. Speaker, but that's not how elections work. We all have to have the humility in this place to work hard for Canadians. It's up to Conservatives now to determine whether they want to do that work or whether they don't. Let's get to work. We're ready to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, you yourself decided that this Liberal government had violated an order of the House to hand over evidence to the police to investigate the latest Liberal scandal involving $400 million. Parliament is completely paralysed by Liberal corruption. Canadians are counting on us to do something about the high cost of living, the crime, and the budget chaos that has been impoverishing them for 9 years. When will this Liberal government stop obstructing justice so that we can finally get back to the work that will help Canadians eat, house themselves, and live in dignity, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians tuning in to question period today, they might be wondering why the Conservatives are obsessed with an organization that is no longer operational. The CEO has resigned. The board has resigned. So here's the question today, Mr. Speaker. The issue is that the Conservatives don't like your order. Why not? Maybe in committee we will find out some new things. On this side of the House, we believe in justice, and on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always defend democracy. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We've been hearing a lot about asylum seekers these days. What we hear is not always well thought out, though. This makes us forget the main problem. The number of asylum seekers in Quebec exceeds our intake capacity. We are not able to offer services to these people, and they are living in poverty. And there are provinces that could help them, but they're refusing to help. The only humane way to manage the record influx of asylum seekers is for everyone to do their fair share. And yet, provinces totally refuse to help. The federal government has to take action. This matter is under federal jurisdiction. What is the minister doing right now to get things moving? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, the member is right. This is an area of shared jurisdiction with the federal government. We need other provinces to help and to welcome asylum seekers. All provinces do need to do their fair share. We are working with provinces who are not in agreement because we need to be humane and treat them well. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. No actions being taken. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any more classrooms for the children of asylum seekers in our schools. We don't have teachers for the classrooms that we don't have. We don't have enough food at our food banks. We have a housing crisis. As we speak, though, there are new people at Montreal's Trudeau Airport applying for asylum. They will join the growing ranks of victims of all these crises I just listed. The provinces are doing nothing, the Liberals are doing nothing, and the Conservatives are hiding. Mr. Speaker, what will it take for Canada to do something? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage of teachers in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. That's not new. Asylum seekers are not the reason there is a teacher shortage in Quebec. I wonder whether the member read the letter that I sent to my Quebec counterpart, Jean-François Roberge. There has been progress, though.
Yellowhead.
After 9 years, NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up. This radical environment minister ignored experts who warned Jasper faced a devastating wildfire if nothing was done. His officials discussed canceling prescribed burns for political optics, and now we've learned 50 firefighters and 20 fire trucks were turned away as a third of Jasper burned. Thousands are homeless and nearly $1 billion in damage. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Environment stand up and apologize to the people of Jasper for his failure?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that the discussion between those Parks Canada employees
was to determine whether or not they would do prescribed burns or mechanical removals. He knows that, they know that. To try and insinuate that because they didn't want to do prescribed burns, we did nothing is simply false. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we invested 40 times more in forest fighting capacities around Jasper than they did when they were in power, Mr. Speaker. And the company he talks about has no relationship with Parks Canada. They're a company that worked for the Alberta government. Happy to give him the number of the Premier in Alberta if he needs it.
The honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The latest revelation, 50 firefighters and 20 fire trucks were turned away from Jasper National Park just before the town burned. These brave firefighters were ready, willing, and able to fight these fires, but were ordered to stand down. So now the only question that remains is, would the minister categorize the results of his leadership in this as incompetence or negligence?
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Colleagues, the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And my honourable colleague has heard from the Minister for Parks Canada. That company in question was in the employ of the Government of Alberta, and the matter was resolved. Mr. Speaker, I have been in regular contact with Mayor Ireland and his council, as have other members in this government, other ministers, other MPs. Mr. Speaker, we are working with Mayor Ireland, his council, and Jasperites every week to make sure that Jasper comes back better than ever before, because that's what Albertans and Canadians expect of us.
The honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, Parks Canada put out a tweet that said they would be installing a sprinkler system to protect the Jasper town site. Even the minister's own officials seem to know that water is better at stopping fires than his carbon tax, yet there is no indication that these sprinklers were ever installed, despite a tender notice being posted in 2021, 3 years before the devastating fire. Can the minister confirm how many permanent and mobile sprinklers were operational and deployed in Jasper to save homes and businesses? Just the number, please, even if it rhymes with zero.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, instead of spreading disinformation and misinformation in this House, Mr. Speaker, I actually went to Jasper, and the sparkler system has been installed by Parks Canada in collaboration with the work that we've been doing with the City of Jasper. I'd be happy to show him where it is in the city, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, it is so important for members to only take the floor, so not only that we can hear the questions and answers, and I'm also referring to the honourable member of Lakelands, please, if we only take the time when we have the microphone to speak so that we can all hear, especially people who require the use of translation. It's being respectful for our colleagues to making sure that they can hear the questions and they can hear the answers. The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, Stephen Harper referred to Atlantic Canada, and I quote, a culture of defeat. When the Conservatives were in government,
the honourable member, colleagues. Colleagues, the more time that I'm spending up on my feet, the less time we have for questions. So I'm going to ask members, please. The honourable member from Kings Hants from the top, please.
Speaker, Stephen Harper referred to Atlantic Canada as, I quote, a culture of defeat. When the Conservatives were in government, when they amended the Atlantic Accords, they put our region's interests in the back seat. Just ask Bill Casey. As it relates to Bill C-49, our government has worked with the government of Nova Scotia. We've worked with Newfoundland and Labrador because the legislation represents billions of economic opportunity. The Conservatives stood in the way every single time. Can the Minister of Housing provide an update to this House about why this bill matters for Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question and for his advocacy for the economy in Nova Scotia. There's a few reasons we got involved in politics. Creating good jobs at home and protecting the environment are among them. The behaviour of Conservative MPs from Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador in this file is absolutely ridiculous. You have to ask yourself why they oppose good jobs at home. I expect it's because it protects the environment too, and their leader has told them they're not allowed to talk about climate change unless it's to visit school kids and tell them carbon dioxide is just plant food, nothing to worry about. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is going to make a meaningful difference, create good-paying jobs on the East Coast, and protect our environment. I wish Atlantic MPs on the Conservative.
The Honourable Member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Yesterday, on October 7th, while burning the Maple Leaf, Sami Doon terrorist sympathizers openly called for death to Canada, death to the United States, and death to Israel. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, sadly calls for death to Canada and our allies have now been normalized. Sami Doon operates as an arm of a listed terrorist organization in Canada. Will the Prime Minister protect Jewish Canadians from homegrown extremism and list Sami Doon as a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
If there's one thing today we will be able to agree is that we both condemn what happened yesterday on the streets of Vancouver talking about. And that's why we will always condemn any form of anti-Semitism. And I'm convinced that everybody in this House will condemn any form of anti-Semitism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, in March of this year, Sami Doon paraded through my riding to intimidate our Jewish community. Now we see videos of Sami Doon members in our streets calling for the death of Canada. Long live October 7th, and calling the Hamas terrorists their heroes while they burn the Canadian flag. This government has done nothing to put a stop to these pro-genocide, anti-Semitic, anti-Canadian mobs who threaten our Jewish communities nationwide. Will the Prime Minister commit to protecting our Jewish communities and label Sami Doon a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those actions that have been taken place in our streets are wrong. We condemn them full stop. Any form of anti-Semitism is wrong. This is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety had already referred the listing of Sami Doon to our national security advisors and asked for an emergency and urgent review. Mr. Speaker, we've already taken action, but we know this issue isn't political, and it's a shame that Conservatives only stand up when they think it suits their political advantage.
Colleagues, these are very important questions and very important answers. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please not speak out of turn and allow the questions and answers to occur uninterrupted. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
If they took action, they would have listed them already. So if burning a Canadian flag, if calling for the death of Canadians, if fomenting hate in this country, and most of all being a front for an already listed terrorist organization is not enough to put them on the list, then what the hell is it going to take for them to ban them?
very quickly, before we go to the answer, I'm just going to ask the honourable member to withdraw the unparliamentary language. The honourable member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to an issue as serious as this, we are not going to play politics with Canadian safety. But when it comes to listing of terrorist entities, the members opposite know full well it is not a political decision. It is based on the national security services of this country, but it's precisely why the minister had already sent it for an urgent review, understanding that this hate is unacceptable in Canada.
Colleagues, I've asked the all honourable members, please, not to take the voice. I'll ask the honourable member from Thornhill who had a question, had an opportunity to speak, and could also speak again, I'm sure. Please do not speak out of turn while other members have the floor. The honourable member from Halifax West.
Parliament recently passed Bill C-49, which will create an offshore wind energy sector in Atlantic Canada, in my region. This will mean jobs, investment, and clean energy. Despite all this, the Conservatives opposed C-49 and opposed renewable energy. The Conservatives have put their ideology ahead of Canadians. Can the Environment Minister explain why Canada must take advantage of economic opportunities that come with the energy transition? Thank you. The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the energy transition represents 400,000 more jobs in Canada by 2030, and the offshore wind sector will be $1 trillion industry. This equates to hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy. But these jobs are not guaranteed. In order to create them, we need an ambitious climate plan. That's why we passed Bill C-49, which will allow for development of offshore wind energy in Canada. Unfortunately, the Bloc has joined forces with the Conservatives to oppose renewable energy. Our government will fight to take advantage of these economic opportunities and to create these jobs, even if the other parties are turning their backs on the fight against climate change.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, new data reveals that 1 in 4 Canadians are forced into precarious gig work. And under the Liberals, the cost of living has exploded while wages have fallen behind. More than ever, workers need and deserve more power, protection, and pay. And joining a union is the best way to get that. So while Liberals continue to undermine unions and Conservatives want to tear them down, New Democrats will always be Canada's only Labour Party. So will this government support the NDP's plan for sectoral bargaining so that gig workers can benefit from a union card?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, whether it's sticking up for replacement workers, whether it's doubling the union training investment fund, Mr. Speaker, this is the most Labour-friendly government in the history of our country. We are union proud. We are union friendly. We're going to continue to make sure that we grow this economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and that means with good union workers.
The honourable members from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, after a summer of wildfires that destroyed thousands of hectares of forests in the iconic city of Jasper, the Liberals are planning to cut funding for emergency services. And to make matters worse, this government has failed to train even a single firefighter in 5 provinces. It's their job to protect communities, but they're letting people down. Now, we know Conservatives cut services all the time, but why are the Liberals risking Canadians' lives just to help their bottom line?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member opposite, but it's absolutely not true. We have invested significantly in emergency preparedness. In fact, we have trained over 1,000 firefighters, which it also includes Indigenous firefighters as well. We increased equipment to the provinces and territories, and we can working collaboratively to making sure that they have all the resources necessary to fight the wildfires that are being devastated by climate change. Thank you.
Chers colleagues, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Dr. Heather Lank, parliamentary librarian, who will be retiring at the end of next week. Dr. Lank first joined the Federal Public Service Dr. Lank first joined the Federal Public Service in 1990, then moved to the Senate, taking on various leadership roles before joining the Library of Parliament in 2018 as parliamentary librarian. Au nom de tous les
On behalf of all members, I would like to thank Ms. Lank for her years of service and wish her the best of luck in her future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lank.
It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Comme il est 15h16.
It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Barcelou Duval, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, presented on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sargent.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Back to Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Oh, Mr. Dollywall.
And Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Oh, pardon me. Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Deadtel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Monsieur Sauvé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May Sanesh Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanesh Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, I'll use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Richards.
Vote yes.
Yé pour.
Et quelqu'un d'autre qui a eu des problèmes techniques? Oui. Madame Posé.
Oui, je vote oui.
Madame Posé, yé pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre? Personne. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
All right. I wish to inform the House that because of deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Oh, okay. Let me just do this, and then I'll see the honourable member. The division's extended by 12 minutes. I see the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country on a point of order.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. During question period, after the question was asked from the member from Thornhill, where she was asking the question regarding a terror mob on the streets of Vancouver burning Canadian flags, the member from Cambridge said, "Shut up," and the word starts with a B, which I'm not going to say, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if you can address this, maybe look back on the Hansard and bring this back, because obviously that's not only offensive but unparliamentary. Thank you.
I see that the honourable member from Cambridge is rising on his feet.
I'd like to ask you to review the tape. I absolutely did not say that. Thank you.
I thank both members, the chair, the honourable. If I could ask the honourable member, if I could ask order. I could ask the honourable members, please not to carry on conversations. I thank the honourable member for raising the issue. I heard the honourable member from Cambridge. The chair will take a look at this matter and come back to the House. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. Je désire aviser la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members who are using the earpiece right now need to readjust the volume.
I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised on September 23, 2023 by the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills, concerning the alleged violation of Standing Order 116-2 at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The member explained that while the committee was still debating a substantive motion that day, the chair proceeded to putting of the question on the motion, despite her clearly manifested intention to continue debating the motion. This, she argued, violated Standing Order 116-2, which prevents committee chairs from cutting off debate on a motion when there are committee members still wishing to debate it. She asked the Speaker to use the authority conferred in Standing Order 116-2 to nullify the proceedings on the motion in question and to allow the member to voice her views on it prior to the committee coming to a decision. La députée.
The member further intervened on September 26, 2024, to emphasize that the standing order is in place to safeguard committee members' right to participate in debate on motions before they are put to a vote and a final decision is taken. She asserted that this is so regardless of whether the committee chair is acting intentionally or not.
The chair of the committee, the member for New Brunswick Southwest, assured the House that he believed that the debate had concluded with no further members wishing to speak to the motion. He explained that he did not do so precipitously, wanting to ensure that no member of the committee wished to make additional remarks. He explained that, from his perspective, the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills, had indicated a desire to speak, but only after the question had been called. He also explained that he had informed the member and the committee that the question had been put and that the only remedy would be for her to appeal his decision. His ruling was ultimately sustained by committee members. Jusqu'à maintenant,
until now, Standing Order 116-12 had only been invoked twice since coming to effect on September 18, 2017. This standing order specifies that, quote, A, unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. B, a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. Unquote.
Process. Committee chairs should never prematurely end debate while there are still committee members wishing to speak. This key principle is what Standing Order 116-2 is meant to safeguard. Standing Order 116-2 also empowers the Speaker to exceptionally intervene in procedural concerns arising in committee proceedings without a report from a committee. Appelé pour la première fois à rendre
called upon to rule for the first time on the operation of the standing order, Speaker Reagan stated on April 1st, 2019, at page 26,496 of the debates, and I quote, at the very core of this new provision, then, stands the desire to allow committee members to participate fully in their deliberations without being unduly stopped from debating matters until their natural conclusion. Defense of this matter to the extent that it was, in fact, fortified with a recourse and a new authority for the Speaker in the event of a clear violation, unquote. He indicated in the same ruling, quote, essentially, it seems to the Chair that this new rule is intended to safeguard debate in committee from a procedural hijacking, so to speak, that would permanently end debate on a motion, unquote.
The Speaker reviewed the events that occurred at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on September 23, 2024, including relevant video clips, as well as the back and forth discussion that occurred between the member and the committee chair. I would like to make 3 points about those events. First, it was helpful that the member first raised her concerns about wishing to speak to the motion in committee before doing so in the House. This made it easier to follow the chain of events. Deuxièmement.
Secondly, related to that discussion in committee, is an argument advanced by the committee chair as to the fact that the chair's decision was appealed and sustained. This has no bearing on the procedural soundness of the proceedings on the committee motion. As Standing Order 116.2a denotes in its last sentence, and I quote, "A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee," unquote. Therefore, this is not an argument that I considered in assessing this point of order, and all members need to be mindful that this is not an option when such situations arise during debate in committee.
The Speaker is convinced that the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, sincerely believed that she had flagged her intent to speak again on the motion and had reason to believe that the committee chair would recognize her before putting the question on the motion. I'm equally satisfied that the committee chair thought that no other committee member wished to continue debate. With that said, from viewing the video of the meeting, it would certainly appear that very little time was afforded to committee members by the chair to indicate their desire to continue debate on the motion before the question was put. These points provide important context in considering this matter. There is no evidence of an intent to manipulate the process of debate by the chair proceeding to a decision on the motion in question in this instance, but rather this appears to be a misunderstanding between the member and the chair. The member for New Brunswick Southwest seems to have operated in good faith in presiding over the committee proceedings on September 23, 2024. Néanmoins,
That being said, such a miscommunication between the committee chair and the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, seems to have led to the unfortunate circumstance of the member missing an opportunity to contribute to debate.
Circumstances, I cannot conclude that the committee chair violated Standing Order 116.2. The proceedings of the committee on September 23, 2024 can stand. The chair's decision is in part influenced by the fact that this is still a relatively untested standing order and that guidance has not really been provided to committee chairs. Going forward, it is likely that the chair will take a more rigid approach. Accordingly, to avoid a repetition of this situation, I wish to provide guidance for the benefit of all committee chairs and members. Lorsqu'un président du comité
When a chair begins to discern that debate is nearing completion, before putting the question, they should take great care to ensure that no other members might wish to debate a motion. For instance, they should call for resuming debate or ask members if they are ready for the question. This is similar to the practice in the House, and one that committee chairs should emulate.
Members wish to have their name added to the speaking list in committee, they should also ensure they receive an acknowledgement from the chair or the clerk that their name has been added to the list. As members know, it is often a committee clerk that maintains a speaking list for use by the chair. And I'll say this again because it bears repeating. It is often the committee clerk that maintains a speaking list for use by the chair. Indeed, it is a best practice that the committee clerk maintains such a list. I thank all members for their attention. Point of order, the honourable member from Nepean.
Speaker, this based on what you made, the ruling you just made. I was listening very carefully. You did mention that you watched the video, and you also mentioned, to paraphrase, that you saw the opportunity was not there for the member to speak, and it was possibly rushed through. So shouldn't you give the benefit of doubt to the member in question so that the rights of the members are upheld? Is that not of much more importance than the ruling of the chair of the committee?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and the chair took great time and care to come up with this decision. I encourage the honourable member to take a closer look at it and to take a look at the ruling from the chair. The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, is rising on, I'm assuming, a similar point of order.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I really appreciate your ruling and for the whole table to take into account what has happened. I'm sure that as you viewed the videos, you would have seen that my hand was raised not at the point that the question was called, but way prior to when the question was called. And what I have experienced, not just in the Public Accounts Committee, but also in the Ethics Committee and many others, is the consistent, constant bullying of the Conservatives, of my privilege within these committees to be able to operate, to be able to ask my questions, to be able to put my viewpoint, to be able to give respect to the witnesses that come before our committees on a regular basis. And so I do have to say I'm quite disheartened by your ruling, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, because ultimately what that does is that it puts people like myself on the backbench, on the back burner, while there's Conservative games afoot on a regular basis, and they use these regular, rules within the standing orders to play their games, and we are the ones, and Canadians are the ones that suffer on this, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, I listen patiently to two members on this matter. If there's a genuine issue to raise, then the members are, of course, if there's a, sorry, that was a poor choice of words, and I withdraw it. If there is a point of view on a point of order that is new, members are free to stand up. But if not, I'm going to ask that we put this to bed and move on, and encourage all members to take a look at this matter. I thank all honourable members.
The day. Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise du débat sur une motion.
Resuming debate on a privileged motion regarding failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Berthold, the honourable member for Terrebonne, with 7 minutes of questions and comments remaining.
Honorable.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her brilliant speech. There was indeed a timeline of events, and it was helpful to hear it. The colleague also spoke about the values and priorities that this Parliament should have. When it comes to STDC, something's bothering me. I wonder who benefited from the crime. That said, I can't call it a crime because we haven't received the documents. But suspending a green fund has consequences because it means we're no longer investing in the energy transition. So what are the consequences that my colleague can foresee? The honourable member for Terrebonne, I thank my colleague for his good question. So who is benefiting from this crime, so to speak? Well, the friends of the Liberals who financially profited from some of the SDTC funding, but also the support of the Conservative Party, because we don't even know where this money will be invested. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker, which might not be invested in clean tech. And that is, frankly, a shame, because no Conservatives have asked the question, what will the funds be used for from now on? And that's really unfortunate.
Madam Speaker, and what I've indicated is that the government has provided information. We know that for a fact. We also know that the members opposite, as the member herself has demonstrated, Madam Speaker, is that in standing committee, you're able to get into those types of details. The motion that's before us today is in essence saying, let's get this thing over to PROC, which then allows a more thorough discussion by debating this endlessly, all you're doing is supporting the Conservatives' attempt to prevent any form of debate on other government legislation. Does she believe that that is healthy for the House of Commons in terms of the chamber debate, given important legislation that does need to be debated, that thousands of her constituents, I'm sure, would be supportive of?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, not only would it be healthy, but it is also our duty. It is our duty in Parliament to do absolutely everything we can to obtain the documents. This could be done in proc. So let's do things the right way. Please, we'd like to receive non-redacted documents, and then they can be studied in committee. But currently, the person we're waiting for answers from is the government, not proc. We need the documents from the government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly thank the member for her intervention and her accountability for what this place is. The government would love us to think that this is a debate about some documents or a committee, and as the member just stated, that we're delaying documents going to a committee, when in fact the debate is all about privilege and the fact that the power of this House is absolute. And when this House, that stands for the people, demands documents and the government says no, when the opposition parties, not just the Conservatives, but the Liberal or the NDP and the Bloc members ask for documents and the Liberal government says no, that's a defiance to the people and the absolute power of this place. Does the member believe that putting this just to committee as the government wants is going to be a really good testament to the power here and the privilege that's before us?
Honorable Député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. First of all, what we're witnessing in this House has already occurred in the past. Mr. Harper refused to produce documents about the war in Afghanistan. He lost that fight, so he should have, in fact, produced the documents. We hope that this won't last as long as that, and we hope that we will get the documents, in this case, a lot quicker. Now, as I said in my speech, this is not just a matter of the primacy of Parliament. Even if the government held a majority, it would still be essential for them to produce the documents called for by the House, because some of this goes beyond what the Auditor General can receive within her mandate. So the Parliament needs to take action.
Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her tremendous work on the Public Accounts Committee, to which this issue has arisen. But I want to ask the member directly this serious issue when it comes to financial accountability of the government. What we often see as the only there's two members that are not Liberal and not Conservative there. It's myself and this member. We often deal with financial accountability of the government when we see audits related to this work, and we have a serious issue that was present to us. So, of course, we voted together to ensure that we got accountability in the documents to our committee. This is important. But what I find troubling is the Conservatives are only worried about fiscal accountability when it means scoring points for themselves. They're not worried about the financial accountability that comes from trying to learn from their own mistakes as government. Could the member please talk about the fact that there's a lot to be learned from the fact that previous governments in Canada, including the Conservatives, have serious issues of accountability and corruption, and it's worth us investigating those issues as a matter of learning for our committee as well. Will the member speak about the importance of financial accountability that all parties should take equally important, no matter who's in government?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague. It is truly a pleasure to sit with him on the Public Accounts Committee, because the two of us at committee, we do a lot of good work together. We make a great team. It is true that often Conservatives will go after an issue only because it will benefit them and give them good video clips to share. But this issue goes deeper than that. This should go beyond video clips. This is about moral authority. This is about fiscal responsibility. But beyond that, even, there are serious allegations of corruption. There are serious allegations of possible fraud and misdeeds. And yet, the government refuses to produce the documents which could answer these questions for us. It's highly problematic. My colleague and I believe in the supremacy of Parliament. We also believe that democracy rests on the confidence that Canadians have in it. But this confidence, this trust among Canadians is totally shaken, and the government is currently shaking the confidence that all Quebecers and Canadians should have in Parliament.
For Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And all political power is a trust, and when the trust is broken, the power is lost. And after 9 years of this Liberal government, the public, Canadians, the people, have lost trust in this government. And to break this down, what this debate is for people at home, yes, there is $400 million that was misspent in 186 cases of conflict of interest. Yes, there's accountability that this House demands and answers. And yes, when we looks at the fact that this whole $400 million was supposed to be in creating jobs that Canadians desperately want and need, what it really comes down to, this debate today, is actually a matter of privilege and trust. And what has happened is the people, first in the committee demanding answers, but then in this House have demanded the documents involved in this case to find answers be submitted to the RCMP. What has happened, in fact, and why we're here, is the government has refused the absolute power of this House to give what the people asked for to where they asked it to be put to, which were documents related to conflict of interest, to the misspending of $400 million, and that money, or those documents, and all the information therein to be given to those who investigated the RCMP. And this debate here in the House is a matter of privilege. It's not about whether we should do the right thing and just send it to committee. It's the fact that the government was asked to do something by the people in the House of Commons, and the government is refusing to do that. And that's the debate we're here today. There's an important quote that says, "The Constitution was created not to protect government from the people, but to protect the people from the government." And when we look at what's at stake here, what's at stake here is accountability. What's at stake here is the power of the House of Commons. What's at stake here is that there is a lack of transparency and trust for all of government, not just the government that's in power. Parliamentary oversight is essential for accountability. The role of Parliament is to hold the government accountable. By refusing to comply with the House of Commons to produce documents, the government undermines this principle and sets a dangerous precedent for evading oversight. You know, Parliament, Madam Speaker, is like the referee of a hockey game. Without it, the government would just trying to score while breaking every rule in the book. Parliament is like the dentist to the government. They don't want to visit, but without it, things would rot fast. Parliament is like Simon Cowell to the government's talent show. They need to hear the truth and the harsh truth, whether they like it or not. And Madam Speaker, Parliament is like your mom checking your room after you cleaned it. The government might think they're off the hook, but Parliament is going to find the mess. That is the power of government, and that's the power of Parliament. We call ourselves His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, and we take that role very seriously. Is the role, as much as we hear today that the government doesn't like us making videos or talking on social media, that's our job at this point. And yes, we'd love to be in government someday, and we talk to Canadians about what we might do differently. But the role we actually have here today is to hold the government to account and to find the mess. And yes, Madam Speaker, in committees, we find that we work well with other parties when it comes to certain matters, sometimes, Madam Speaker, and when it comes to looking at accountability on this instance, you will find in this House that it's not just the Conservative, it's the NDP and the Bloc members who have all come together, who have demanded accountability from the government. To put it into another perspective, for those Canadians at home, well, what does that matter and what does that mean? Well, government's power and Parliament's power is absolute. It's absolute. You can talk about another procedure, you can talk about the Charter, but nothing is more powerful than that absolute right from the House of Commons and the directive from the House of Commons, which means that the House of Commons comes together and asks for documents and they ask for evidence. That means that the government needs to provide those documents and that evidence. It's not a maybe, it's not a can be. To relate this to the government, let's look at what would happen if the CRA came to you and asked for documents for your taxes. And the CRA asked for their financial records, and they ask for your taxes. But instead of complying, you only give them a few documents, or maybe you redact all the documents and say, you know what, I don't want you knowing about this part of my business or this part of my personal life. Well, what would happen? Madam Speaker, there would be fines, penalties, and possible jail time. And to Canadians at home, this House of Commons is the CRA to the government. This House of Commons has the power to ask for documents and has to ensure that the government listens to that directive. You know, there's also respecting the rule of law and parliamentary privilege. The government's refusal to comply with a clear order of the House of Commons violates the rule of law and weakens the democratic process. If Parliament is to maintain its role as a guardian of democracy, it must stand firm. It's asserting its privileges. And today, Madam Speaker, all you hear from the government is, well, just send it to committee. There's a compromise, just send it to committee. And what the matter of that is, Madam Speaker, is if we just send it to committee, we're just delaying this issue down the road. It's already happened, and we're here only because it was delayed down the road. When this first came to light and the order was made, it was back in June 10th, Madam Speaker. June 10th, when this government was asked to hand over to the RCMP what it had in its possession. And I'm just going to go over what was handed and what wasn't handed, because the government does say, well, we handed some government, some organizations, and we have some of this documentation. Well, yes, the Canada School of Public Service, the Canadian Energy Regulator, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the Library of Archives of Canada, the Office of Privacy Commissioner, have given full compliance, and there's a few others. Without redactions, with partial delayed compliance with the Department of Finance, Treasury Board Secretariat. And then we have redacted records, Madam Speaker. So the redacted records are documents, but we have a bunch of black on them. Sometimes they're whole sheets that we blacked out. We've got the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, the Business Development Bank of Canada, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, the Department of Justice, right? Partial compliance by deadline with one tranche deposited before transmission to the RCMP, another tranche deposited after transmittal, many documents withheld entirely. We have the Department of National Defense, the Department of Natural Resources, but limited scope of production to Directors General and above, Department of Public Works and Government Services, the Department of Western Economic Diversification, Export Development Canada, Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, Pacific Economic Development Agency for Canada, the Private Council Office, the Social Science and Humanities Research Council, the Standards Council of Canada, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, the whole organization we're trying to look at, the SDTC. And we had full-out refusal, Madam Speaker, from two departments. Refusal from the government saying we're not getting you any documents. The Communications Security Establishment and the Public Sector Pension Investment Board. Madam Speaker, it was a simple request. And you can see from multiple departments, there was never a simple answer, and there was never the documents given back to where they needed to go. You know, the government claiming that handing over unredacted documents would violate the Charter is just an excuse to dodge accountability. Let's be clear, the Charter protects individual rights, not the government's right to hide how it spent taxpayer dollars. Imagine again if someone being audited by the CRA said, I'm not handing over my documents because it's a violation of my rights. That wouldn't fly. The CRA would demand full transparency because it's about accountability and ensuring no wrongdoing occurred. This isn't a Charter violation. It's about the government trying to cover its tracks. Canadians have the right to know where their money went. And this government can't use the Charter as a shield to avoid answering for potential misuse of public funds. If they really believe in transparency, they should hand over the full documents and let the facts speak for themselves. Madam Speaker, history provides us with lessons on the consequences of defying parliamentary authority. Let's not forget the case of King Charles I, who refused to acknowledge Parliament's rights and authority. His actions led to a constitutional crisis and his eventual downfall. While we live in a very different time, the principle remains the same. When the executive refuses to respect the will of Parliament, it weakens democracy and it erodes the foundations of governance. The government may argue that Parliament overstepped by ordering documents to be handed to the RCMP, but this claim doesn't hold up. Parliament has the power to demand documents from the government, period. The RCMP can review and investigate if needed, but Parliament is tasked with holding this government accountable. In the ruling, Speaker Greg Fergus, Madam Speaker, the Speaker clearly affirms that the House of Commons has the absolute authority to demand documents from the government without limits, unless it explicitly decides otherwise. The government's argument that sharing these documents with the RCMP oversteps Parliament's authority doesn't hold up under these established rules. The Speaker, Madam Speaker, acknowledged this authority, stating that the motion for the production of documents has already been passed and should have been complied with. However, the Speaker also recommended that the matter be referred to a committee for further study, citing the unusual nature of the order, specifically the fact that it involves sending the documents to a third party. But the suggestion is procedural, Madam Speaker. It is a procedural suggestion. It does not negate the original demand from Parliament. So what we're saying, Madam Speaker, is that we have an absolute right as parliamentarians. We have an absolute right to demand a production of documents, and this government has to produce those documents. And here's why the committee route isn't appropriate also for this case. Parliament already made a clear demand. This came from committee, and referring this issue to a committee is just a way to delay compliance and avoid accountability. The Speaker himself, Madam Speaker, stated this government has not fully complied with the order, and the House has the right to decide whether it is satisfied with the response, not a committee. Delaying it by sending it to a committee is kicking the can down the road, wasting more time instead of giving Canadians the transparency they deserve to know right now. And Canadians, Madam Speaker, have so much pain. When we spend our time in our constituencies, all of us know this, that Canadians right now are having a hard time feeding themselves, housing themselves. They're having a hard time going to the grocery store. You know, these are real issues. You know, I talk routinely about the problems we have just in everyday items that other people across the world can afford, like cell phone bills, right? The average cell phone bill right now in Canada is over $106. And more as Canadians use more data, they're finding their cell phone bills have gone up. TELUS and Bell just announced they're going to increase the rates for international roaming. They're going to increase that again at a time when we already pay the highest fees. They're just finding more ways to get that out of Canadians. And when we talk about other big issues, Madam Speaker, you know, when we look at trade and we look at what's happened in Canada since we've signed CUSMA, the biggest problem is, you know, Canada was kicked out of negotiations for 3 months from the G7 summit when the Prime Minister made comments that were not helping and kicked trade negotiators out. For 3 months, Mexico made a better deal with the Americans. And what has just happened? Well, Mexico is now the Americans' #1 trade partner when it used to be Canada. And that's 2 million jobs. And that is trade and it's paychecks for Canadians. You know, we have a duty in this House, and I think we can all speak as parliamentarians. When we're elected, we all do it for that one why. And my why has always been for my children and others who want to have a better life in Canada. I want a good life for my children, for my grandchildren, to be able to afford a home, to be able to go to the grocery store and afford groceries, to be able to get a good education, get good health care, and to afford to be able to get a good job that pays a good paycheck. And so they can live a life. And I want that for all Canadians. But Madam Speaker, the more we're enthralled in issues that waste taxpayers' money, the more we're enthralled on high taxes, the more that we find issues where Canadians can't find and afford a home, you know, that dream is slipping away for so many Canadians. It's so bad now that Canadians who don't have a home now, their children are probably not going to be able to also afford a home. That's how bad it is. Madam Speaker, today we must reaffirm the supremacy of Parliament and the importance of transparent governance. When this House ordered the production of documents related to the SDTC scandal, it did so to uphold its duty of accountability to Canadians. Parliament's right to demand documents is absolute, and any suggestion otherwise is a dangerous misinterpretation of democratic principles. The refusal to comply is not just an oversight. It is a deliberate obstruction of parliamentary privilege. We must not allow any government to selectively decide which rules to follow. This is not a question of politics. This is a question of preserving the integrity of our democracy and the trust of the citizens who elect us. The argument that sending documents to the RCMP violates the Charter rights of Canadians is deeply flawed. Parliament's order does not dictate what the RCMP should or should not do with the documents. It simply provides them the information necessary to investigate possible wrongdoings. Our role is to ensure that no stone is left unturned when public funds are mishandled, and this government's attempt to block this process cannot stand. Upholding transparency is not a violation of rights, it is the very act of protecting them. The government's refusal to comply with the House order is a challenge to the authority of this Parliament and a direct affront to the principles of democratic oversight. Today, we must make it clear that no government can shield itself from scrutiny and no charter right can be used to hide the truth from the people. Let this House stand firm in its commitment to uphold democracy, transparency, and accountability. For anything less would be an abdication of our duties for Canadians. Parliamentary oversight is essential for accountability. Parliament's right to demand documents is absolute. Respect for the rule of law and parliamentary privilege is the whole premise and duty of us as parliamentarians in this place in the House of Commons. There is no conflict between Parliament and the RCMP. The RCMP can decide to do whatever they like with the documents that are in front of them. Government obstruction is a pattern, Madam Speaker, and this has happened before. This happened the last time in 2021 when we had the National Microbiological Lab and we had 2 scientists there that needed to be examined. This exact same thing happened, and that resulted in an election. You know, no man is above the law, and no man is below it. Nor do we ask any man's permission, we ask him to obey it, which was a quote by Theodore Roosevelt back in the 1900s. And 100 years later, the same thing holds true. This government is not above the law. This government isn't below it either. Nor do we ask the government's permission when we ask them to obey. These are privileged motions by House of Commons who represent the common people. In this place that we walk in every day and it's green, reminds us, of course, of the people who used to work on the fields. And that place has demanded an answer from this government. And Madam Speaker, for our privilege, for all of us who are parliamentarians here, who represent people back home, people who want accountability and transparency, on behalf of those people, we ask for that privilege to be honored. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the member speak quite a bit about the Constitution, so I'm sure he is very well aware that the 3 branches of our system of government, the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, we have separate powers and separate constraints too. The RCMP has written to the law clerk of the House of Commons in July that they cannot use the records that they receive through this process. They can't use those records for the investigation as it affects the charter rights of the suspect. That's number 1. Number 2, the Auditor General has also expressed the concerns that we are blurring the division of powers and responsibilities. I would like to ask the member, are we not being counterproductive in giving RCMP what it needs, while the RCMP has started the investigation and they have got a legal process to obtain the records, documents, whatever they need for them to do the investigation? Does it not recognize that? And second, can the member confirm that Ms. Annette Verschuren, the chair of STDC, who is the central to this question here, was the advisor to 2 former Conservative Prime Ministers, and she was also a donor for the Conservative Party, and in fact she did donate to the they just held, 2 years back, held a leadership race for the Conservative Party.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, the RCMP can refuse or take the documents. It's no different than any other investigation. It's absolutely false to say the RCMP has said they don't want the documents. Of course they want any document that adheres to this investigation. The only one stopping that is the government. And my answer would be, if the RCMP say they're not going to use them, then why are you not giving them the documents, right? What are you holding them back for? So to give your answer, again, back to the original premise of this, I'm going to give the answer. This power in this House is absolute, and it goes over any of the rights that the RCMP have or the people. This is the People's House. The documents have been requested from the People's House, and you need to give the documents on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Before I go to further questions, may I ask honourable members who are speaking or will get their mics on to take their phones away from it. If they vibrate, they cause feedback to the interpreters, and it can be quite disturbing. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The more I listen to this debate, the more I have the impression that the government is trying to hurry up and do nothing. We put questions to them in the House, and we don't get any answers. With regard to supply management, we say, well, the Senate has to stop stalling on this bill, but the government does nothing. We're here in the House to say we need the documents. Please produce the documents to ensure that the committee can do its work properly and determine if there's been contempt of Parliament or not, in which case we would make the decision required as to whether to topple the government or not. So it's clear that regardless of the question we ask, the government on the other side is simply being inert. Does my colleague agree with my interpretation?
Merci beaucoup pour le...
Thank you very much.
Just now, Madam Speaker, this member is figuring out that this government's inert, right? This government has given you many examples and reasons to topple this government. They lost trust and transparency a long, long time ago. And just because you're relying on the government and the Senate to put through a bill, I'm going to answer, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member. Don't rely on this government. The people don't trust them. They've lost the trust of the people. They should have lost the trust of you a long time ago.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we're supporting the motion. We believe the information should be available to Canadians. We're opposed to Liberal scandals. I listened very attentively to my Conservative colleague's speech. And what he omitted to say was when the Conservatives were in power under the Harper regime, they did even worse than the Liberals. And I just wanted to point out some of the scandals that Conservatives refused to allow committees to look into, shut down Parliament on, refused to provide any documents. I mean, this was systemic, pardon the...
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm anticipating it to be a fairly exhaustive list. I'm prepared to give time, leave for the member to be able to express.
The honourable member will have the same time that everybody else for asking questions. Okay, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
If they're getting time, I would like at least 4 hours to list the Liberal scandals, Madam Speaker.
Let's stop joking with a serious matter. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
You're absolutely right, Madam Speaker. Very serious matter. Anti-terrorism funding, $3.1 billion. There was never any paper trail established. Harper government shut down any examination of that. The Phoenix Pay system, which woefully the Liberals implemented, was actually put into place by the Conservatives at a cost of $2.2 billion. At no point during the Harper regime did they actually permit any examination of a $2.2 billion boondoggle. The misspending around the G8, $1 billion. The Harper regime, the Conservatives shut down any inquiry into that. And the ETS scandal, $400 million. So do Conservatives now admit that they were absolutely wrong to stop Parliament, stop all committees from examining the many, many Conservative scandals?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, at the beginning of his statement, he said, you know, we agree with the motion. We're one step away. I think we're almost one step away from a non-confidence motion. Maybe we'll agree on and finally topple this government. You know, we know that the list of scandals of this government are long. We also know that this NDP government has supported this government along. Isn't it time now? Isn't it time to demand accountability? You know, to demand transparency? And yes, to stand up for the people in this House and demand these documents be released.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the speech by my colleague, the member for Bay of Quinte, and he touched on all the key points, but I'd like him to elaborate a little more on this claim, if he could, that there's only one way for the police to start an investigation, as the government House Leader likes to look at the bottom half of the Speaker's ruling and not the top half. The Speaker ruled that there's a prima facie case of a breach of privilege. And what that means for people at home is that the documents this House requested haven't been provided. Charles I lost his head as King of England over the issue of defying the House. And I'm not saying that that's what should happen to the Liberals. I said, but the fact is that the Crown is defying the House order, and they have been found in breach of that, essentially contempt of the House. So would the member comment on why they think that's the only way that the police can go? If you're an employer like I know that member was, that employer, you would have turned over the documents to the police, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, I would have been made to turn them over by the police, and that's the difference we have in this Parliament. You know, it is a funny question that we have to stand here in privilege, delaying the work of the House, because Parliament is demanding, and the Speaker has demanded, and the Bloc and the NDP and the Conservatives have demanded documents to be released. And the only reason we're here debating and taking time away from the House today is the government is refusing. And yes, the RCMP will use the information. They can refuse it if they like. They can start investigations any way they choose. And yes, they've confirmed they've started investigation to this $400 million in misuse funds. Madam Speaker, let's listen to Parliament for once, and let's get the documents to the RCMP. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, due to time, the NDP House Leader missed a number of them, but I want to highlight a couple of other scandals. We could talk about the Senate scandal from the Conservative Party, or what about the not one, but two elections scandals, Madam Speaker. But anyway, scandals, the Conservative scandals aside, my question is that, you know, we have the independent agency of the RCMP, we have the independent agency of the Auditor General, both of which have said that what the game the Conservatives are playing today is ultimately causes a great deal of concern. That's all tied into issues such as the Charter, relatively important, I would suggest. Does the member not have any concerns when you have those two independent agencies questioning, at least in part, what it is the Conservatives are doing?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, my concern is this government's defiance of the absolute power of this place. The power of the House of Commons trumps anything else this government wants to create as a distraction. It does. And why we're in privilege, this government could have ended this debate a couple of days ago. And why we're here today, because all these parties are united in the fact that this place, Parliament, on behalf of the people, has the absolute authority to ask the government for accountability and demands that it gets the documents it required and demanded from this government. The government's defiance of that is a defiance of democracy, transparency, and accountability, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkanen, Brock? No, Nicola.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honor to rise in this space, Madam Speaker, to speak to the issues that are important to the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Now, if you can give me just a moment, Madam Speaker, because I was speaking with a constituent in the Nicola Valley who raised with me that they are starting to feel that after the next election, There's changes to our riding boundaries. The Nicola Valley will no longer be represented. At least I'm not running in that race. It'll be in a different riding. And they were commenting, Madam Speaker, about how they don't like that change. And I said, you know what? I don't like the change either, but sometimes we need to move with the times. But I also said some things should not change. Your member of parliament, whoever he or she is, should be accountable to you and do their utmost to bring your voice to this chamber. Maybe a different member of parliament, but that should never change. We should always remember who elected us and who we are here to serve. And Madam Speaker, this is a reminder to all of those who are not members of the cabinet. Essentially, all of us who are not part of the cabinet, the government itself, are here to hold the government to account. As the previous speaker from Bay of Quinte had said, Madam Speaker, this institution and the government is tied to the hip of Parliament to be held accountable. We give it exceptional powers, and with those exceptional powers, Madam Speaker, there is supposed to be accountability to the representatives. So, Madam Speaker, I know that there are some members here that have talked about the three different branches, the judiciary, the executive, the legislative, and Madam Speaker, I respect that. But let's respect the place that we're in. Let's respect that we all have that particular job to do, Madam Speaker. Now, one of the interesting arguments I've heard in the media and in this chamber, Madam Speaker, is the fact that there's issues around charter rights by the government following through on the original production order by this chamber. They say, oh, we cannot share personal information because it would violate those persons' charter rights if we gave documents with personal information to the RCMP. Madam Speaker, first of all, I would point, if you read the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Clause 1, it essentially says that there is where if Parliament chooses in a free and open democratic society to pass a law that gets what it considers a balanced right on charter rights, that is okay. And ultimately, it's the Supreme Court will see whether or not Parliament was able to get that balancing act, but ultimately, everything's on the table. The second thing, Madam Speaker, is the RCMP is a creation of this Parliament, and it adheres to our laws, particularly the Privacy Act. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you go to the RCMP website, they will say any information that is supplied to us, we will follow and adhere to everything required to us under the Privacy Act. We will not share your information. So, Madam Speaker, here we are talking about the requirement of a government to produce documents to this chamber that we would give to the RCMP, who, under the Privacy Act, are bound to protect the privacy of the individuals that are in there, Madam Speaker, of a program, may I remind everyone, that is funded by taxpayers. Sustainable Development Technology Canada is a federal body. It was created by an act of Parliament. All of its monies, all of its activities are ultimately responsible to this chamber, which is why they have the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development is the minister responsible to this chamber and for the Green Slush Fund. Now, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to say, is the government saying that if they produce the documents, that the RCMP are going to throw personal information of people working in a publicly funded program willy-nilly? That's what they're saying. They're essentially saying that the RCMP is not capable of operating a tight ship according to the law. That is the criticism that this government is laying down by saying that there are privacy concerns. We're not saying, Madam Speaker, that the information should be given to everyone. The Privacy Act has very clear stipulation about an access to information request and what information you can receive. There are rules, well codified, well laid out, and Madam Speaker, ultimately, this government should respect that fact. So let us put to bed this whole conversation about privacy when it comes to people that are participating in a federal sustainable development technology program, Madam Speaker, who as part of that have voted for their own companies to receive large amounts where the Auditor General found huge discrepancies, conflict of interest-wise, over hundreds of millions of dollars. So, Madam Speaker, I hope we hear nothing more about the so-called privacy concerns. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to just return to the amendment that the Conservatives have made to the motion that we are debating, that the motion be amended by adding the following, and I quote, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And B, that report back to the House no later than Friday, November 22, 2024. Madam Speaker, this is giving important instructions so that we can get to the bottom of this. Now, I'm just going to step back from the motion for a second. I'm just going to say one thing, Madam Speaker. One of our members from Ontario today raised in question period a really important question. They said, what is in these documents, Madam Speaker, that the government would stonewall? Would stonewall its obligations to Parliament? Now, Madam Speaker, some might just say it's the egomaniacs that find themselves in the current Prime Minister's office saying, let's be obstinate. Let's just say that we don't have to, that we're not subject to them. Well, the message is, Madam Speaker, is that the executive branch rules the roost, that it has no responsibilities to anyone. And Madam Speaker, as someone who believes in the rule of law, I would simply say it's up to us as an institution, as men and women of the House of Commons, to push back. Because no one person is exceptional, Madam Speaker. That's why we have the rule of law, not the rule of a man or a woman, where they get to decide. Now, Madam Speaker, the second thing I would point out is that when we're talking about the conduct of this government, they could have been saying, wow, we allowed some horrible things to happen. Could be criminal, definitely unethical, that happened under the SDTC process, Madam Speaker. And now they realize how shockingly bad it is. They do not want to see that information go to the RCMP because the RCMP may have evidence to open a case file, but they may not have all the pieces of the puzzle to be able to have a broad range of charges that are brought forward. Now, I'm speculating. I'm clearly openly speculating on this, Madam Speaker. Why? It's because in the vacuum provided by this government, speculation will roar in. Why? Because it's a head-scratcher. Why would you stonewall an order by this House, a production order? Either it's ego or, Madam Speaker, it's because it's so overwhelmingly bad that you don't want to owe up to it publicly. Someone just said corrupt. Could be. But you know what, Madam Speaker? If the Liberals won't come forward to tell otherwise and to show their work, to show the RCMP that they have dealt with all of the House order, we are left to wonder. And that's on them, Madam Speaker. It's not on us as members. Now, getting back to it, Madam Speaker, I know that we've had many, many days of debate on this, and it's unfortunate because there are lots of things: housing, affordability, crime. C-48 has been a massive failure. People are still getting out on bail and committing crimes and hurting families, not just in BC, but right across this country. Madam Speaker, there is so much we can be doing, but we can't argue on those things until we resolve this. So I really push the government members, the ones that are listening right now, this doesn't just fall on the Prime Minister. It falls on you. Tomorrow you'll have a caucus. And if you don't put pressure on the Prime Minister in those areas to say, I want us to be able
to interrupt the honourable member, the point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. A moment.
Asking the Speaker to put pressure on the Prime Minister, because I don't think that that's appropriate. I know that you do have a caucus tomorrow, Madame, but he is saying that you will be putting pressure. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't be putting any pressure in anyone, absolutely, and I would, yes, advise the member to be prudent in the use of words.
Put the right kind of pressure on all of us. And I would hope that that member would only rise if there was the occasion of a real point of order. Unfortunately,
it is.
Now, Madam Speaker, as I said, we've been debating this so long, we might have forgotten why we're here having this debate. We must not forget that we are talking about over 180 conflicts of interest involving $330 million. I know other members have said it's more than that. Now, not the government's dollars, Madam Speaker, but those of the citizens we represent who send their hard-earned tax dollars to the government with the expectation that they be treated with care. And by treated with care, Madam Speaker, they mean not for narrow or partisan interest at all, but for the public interest. Now, how can we tell if this money is spent correctly? We may disagree on priorities or the reasons for said spending, but we should always be alert when an officer of Parliament raises concerns.
And what happened when we were told by the Auditor General was only after a whistleblower spoke up. The AG discovered that contracts worth more than over $330 million were awarded inappropriately by the board members appointed by these Liberals. Also, this surprise even showed that the board was appointed by Liberals and had all sorts of conflicts of interest.
Advice from Mark Carney back then. Just to recap, 186 conflicts of interest involving how $330 million improperly went out the door. Much of this money is directly funneled into board members' companies, as I mentioned earlier. Aside from the obvious conflicts of interest, it was also revealed that some of these programs were not even eligible for funding under this program. And this is where it gets truly insulting to Canadians. Madam Speaker, I have constituents who, through no fault of their own, were overpaid CERB money. Now, when this happens, as we all know, CRA claws back this money. End of story. Full stop. So what happens here? What happens to all the money paid out wrongly to ineligible corporations run by Liberal insiders? Will it be clawed back the same way it would be for everyday Canadians who work and pay their bills? Or will this be different? As so is so often the case when it comes to this Prime Minister, one set of rules for everyone else and one set of rules for him and his friends. J'écoute ce débat depuis plusieurs jours.
I've been listening to this debate for several days now, and I haven't heard even once a Liberal member require for all this money to be recovered. Why not? Why are there always different rules when we're talking about the Prime Minister and his friends? It was a whole event when the NDP leader recently did a flip-flop on the carbon tax, and the Liberals accused the NDP of giving in to pressure. Yet, when the Liberals gave in to pressure and exempted home heating oil from the carbon tax, that was different. It's normal to give in when the Liberals do it, but not for anyone else. Of course, we all know that it's unacceptable to try to hide documents that allowed for this green slush fund to take place under the Liberals. And these are the reasons why we're here today. the Liberals are trying to hide these documents.
Insulting is that the Prime Minister's office has come out with the most politically absurd defense imaginable, and saying a lot from this particular Prime Minister's office given the great many scandals. They claim that they're standing up for the Charter and trying to hide these documents as they run from accountability. I mean, who dreamt this up? I had a constituent ask me, are the Liberals seriously arguing they have a charter right to engage in corruption? Now, I know on the Liberal side of the House, they will not want to hear that. They will say, no, that's not what we're trying to say. But the problem for this Liberal government is that is all Canadians are hearing. Because this is what happens when you're a government with zero credibility and a well-documented track record of corruption and failure. Now, to be clear, I also want to say that I realize many members on the Liberal side of the House are not directly responsible for what's happened here. We all know that there's a small and powerful group of unelected people within the Prime Minister's office who call the shots. And likewise, we know that certain ministers remain ministers at this Prime Minister's cabinet table because they will do what they are told, and they will also look the other way. This is exactly what allowed SDTC Green/Fund to enrich wealthy Liberal friends and insiders. A minister did what he was told and looked the other way. Only a whistleblower stood in the way. And now we see a desperate Prime Minister's office trying to hide behind the Charter as a defense for Liberal corruption. It's so incredible the lengths that the Prime Minister's office will go to cover this up. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, that is why we are here. And oddly, as I said earlier, the Prime Minister's office doesn't seem to care. As long as they can hide from transparency and accountability, that's all that matters to them. It makes you wonder what is within those documents they are so terrified of. But if the Prime Minister's office had their way, we just will never know, will we? Now, before I conclude my speech, let me ask a simple question. It is to the Liberal side of the House. When you eventually leave this place, either through an election or on your own, when you look back at this Green/Fund, you will know the facts. The fact that there were 186 conflicts of interest, that's a fact. That over $330 million were improperly went out the door, that is a fact. Êtes-vous venu ici pour défendre?
Are you coming here to defend the Prime Minister's cabinet, or have you come here to make a difference in the lives of your constituents? And I think for most of you, it would be for this last reason. You have a real opportunity to do something here.
Enough is enough. It's time to come clean and stop hiding the truth. Send a message that in Canada, transparency and accountability still matters. That doesn't change. Send a message that you can always be proud of how that day that you stood up and said enough is enough to the Prime Minister's office, because Canadians deserve better. Many of you deserve better from your Prime Minister. We all do. Madam Speaker, let me thank all the members of this place for hearing my comments today. I look forward to their questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When SDTC actually messed up and government was made aware of it, the government had taken serious actions, everything from replacement of the board to internal reviews. We've had a national auditor. We have endless hours of debate within standing committee, and we have provided assurances that the taxpayer will, in fact, receive accountability on the issue itself. The question I have for the member opposite, if you take a look at the motion, what we're asking is we're saying we want to grab information, even though we have provided information The problem with the Conservatives is they say, well, it's redacted. Parts of it are redacted. Just like every other government, including Stephen Harper, that provides redacted documents. But it's not good enough. They want to grab everything, all details, and hand it directly over to the RCMP. The RCMP institution has said that that makes them feel uncomfortable. Yet the Conservative Party still believes, for their political game, that they will push this issue and attach the word corruption, even though the chair of that committee was actually an advisor to Brian Mulroney, an advisor to Stephen Harper, and also an advisor to Jim Flaherty. Does he not see some possible hypocrisy?
And order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's just bear in mind the facts. The minister responsible knew about this for 40 months and didn't say anything. Madam Speaker, it was only when this became public that they started taking action. And if the government was really serious about taking action and making this process whole of coming to accountability, why does it continue to stonewall this chamber from all of its other business because it will not give a trusted agency? The RCMP is at arm's length, but they do follow the law of the Privacy Act of Canada. They will ensure the privacy of all information, Madam Speaker. So if this member wants to say that that is the kind of action that Canadians want, no. They actually want the Prime Minister to owe up to what he used to say, that transparency, or that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Madam Speaker, this member is making this whole process opaque. He's running cover for both the Prime Minister and his minister responsible.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my British Columbian colleague for his speech. I agree with the bulk of what he has said, especially the fact that the government should be accountable and take accountability. What would the Conservatives commit to doing? Once these documents are made public, there will be action to be taken in follow-up. In the case of SCTC, it's 25,000 indirect and indirect jobs and 1.7 billion in projects, which brought in over 3 billion in income, with 13 billion in additional funding generated by SCTC businesses since 2001. So after we get to the bottom of this, as we must do, would my colleague agree to commit to studying sustainable development technologies?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member from Quebec, his intervention today. The fact that anyone say they agreed with me in public takes a brave person. What I would simply say, Madam Speaker, I referred earlier to the difference between the public interest and the public trust. I believe this motion is on the public trust because Parliament has its fundamental role of accountability and the government has its role to be accountable. That is what we're talking about here. The arguments he has about SDTC and its future is debatable. But, Madam Speaker, we can have legitimate policy disagreements about the future of that organization given some of this mess. But right now, it's the government that must be held accountable. So I do hope that we can have a conversation about the public interest, but right now we need to preserve the public trust, and that is getting this government in a minority government, Madam Speaker, to be accountable to this chamber.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, we've been days now where Parliament has called to move the scandal to an investigation so we can get to the bottom of it. But the Conservatives are blocking all kinds of work on crime, work on health, so that they could filibuster with their endless speeches. But it's all based on the fact that they think people have no memory. With my gray hair, I was here when Brian Mulroney was caught accepting money in a brown paper bag in a hotel room. I mean, that's normally what bikers get caught doing. This was a prime minister of the country, but he was a Conservative. I was here when Tony Clement took $50 million of border protection money and gave it out through his bogus little network to for sunken boats, fake lakes, and gazebos. But here's the thing, Stephen Harper. Remember during the pandemic when people couldn't go to work and the Conservatives were saying, oh, don't give them money, they'll make them lazy? Money that was sure money that was meant for waitresses, for factory workers, for people who couldn't go to their jobs because of the pandemic. And Stephen Harper said, oh, this is overkill. This is bad macroeconomic policy on an enormous scale. But what Stephen Harper didn't tell us, he was scamming the taxpayers for CERB money for him and his associates. This is a guy whose claim, when he gets $250,000 a year in pension, is that you give him money for the advice of a G7 leader. Now, is this the kind of guy who needed CERB payments? You'll never see a single Conservative stand up and say, pay the money back. When it's one of their hacks, one of their friends, they'll go along with it. If a Conservative's got their hand in the honey pot, it's okay. But it's not okay, and it's not the...
Dan. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if this member has just been here too long and has become so cynical. He reminds me, Madam Speaker, he reminds me of Don Quixote. Don Quixote had all the right intentions, but because he could not perceive reality properly, he strode off at windmills, Madam Speaker, just to prove the point that he was a knight. Madam Speaker, sometimes the cowboy should go off into the sunset. I would suggest this member from Ontario should do that.
May I remind the honourable member that we are all here at the will of our constituents, and they are the only ones who would make that decision. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Inaudible. Microphone is not turned on. Now, my colleague from British Columbia, I congratulate him for his efforts to learn French. During his speech, Madam Speaker, the member said why we're here today in this House debating this motion. This motion aims to get to the bottom of one of the most outrageous scandals of this Liberal government. In terms of the proportions of this scandal, this reminds us of the sponsorship scandal. $400 million of taxpayer money, of the money of hardworking Canadians, was mismanaged, was handled irresponsibly. The Commissioner and Auditor General concluded that foundations led by Friends of the Liberals, well, some of them were stuffing their pockets full of that money. That's why we're here today. Why does this government refuse to comply with the order of the House of Commons to produce all documents to the RCMP?
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. There will be many discussions about the Liberals' accountability, or lack thereof, in the next election. But the problem is that the Liberals did not comply with handing over documents that it was called on to submit. This government does not respect the Parliament. That's why we need to show our decisions pertaining to government accountability.
Not just because the order demands it, because we respect ourselves.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising to respond to the question of privilege raised by the member for Thornhill on October the 7th. I'll be extremely brief. We believe that all Canadians have a right to a peaceful protest. However, my intervention strictly deals with whether or not this matter constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. The member cites House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, to page 107, which states, and I quote, "In order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed." The member also cited page 110, which states, and again I would quote, "Incidents involving physical obstruction, such as traffic barriers, security cordons, and union picket lines, either impeding members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, as well as occurrences of physical assault, have been found to be prima facie cases of privilege." Both of these citations refer to members being impeded because members have parliamentary privilege. The situation that the member describes does not involve members, and as such, this does not constitute a question of privilege. Thank you.
Order. Conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight.
Finance, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Oxford, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, today's debate is an important one as it involves Canadians' hard-earned taxpayer dollars. It involves the ruling of the Speaker with respect to the production of documents ordered by the House on the scandal involving Sustainable Development Technology Canada, something that unfortunately has become known as the Liberal billion-dollar green slush fund. And the House had ordered the production of the documents around the scandal to the law clerk with the intent that the documents could then be provided to the RCMP for investigation. However, the will of the House has been hijacked by the Prime Minister's Privy Council office. In their infinite wisdom, the Prime Minister's department, the PCO, decided to execute the order by telling departments to provide documents but heavily redact them. That decision, Madam Speaker, was a breach of members' privilege. The order was not some plaything for the PCO or the Prime Minister. The order did not ask for a redaction. That is why we find ourselves here today, discussing an issue that involves the primacy of Parliament over all things. Madam Speaker, one would think that is a fairly important element in our Canadian democracy. And the matter has also been referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for further consideration. And in doing so, we nonetheless clearly see some objections from the government. Imagine, Madam Speaker, the government even rolled in allegations that all of this is some alleged breach of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Madam Speaker, it strains credulity and a total farce to argue a charter breach, arguing that Parliament cannot receive documents that could assist RCMP in their investigation of possible wrongdoing is not acceptable. There is no breach of the Charter, Madam Speaker. There is, however, a clear-cut example of obfuscation and impeding a criminal investigation. So how do we get to all of this? Well, a beautifully sounding entity was established in 2001 with an ambitious name, Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And it had the noble purpose of giving taxpayer financial assistance to green technology companies before they could become commercialized. And it was a marvelous mandate with beneficial objectives. But since the Liberal government was elected, unfortunately, SDTC has controlled $1 billion of taxpayer money that has since become what is now known today as that green slush funds. Sadly, Madam Speaker, some probing by parliamentary committees found cause for serious concern. A whopping 82% of funding transactions approved by the SDTC Board of Directors during a 5-year sample period examined by the Auditor General of Canada were deemed to be, quote, conflicted. And for anyone who understands how auditing is done, you're just taking a random sample. So a random sample produced a whopping 82% You don't have to be a professional auditor to realize that if a random sample shows 82%, that is simply just the tip of the iceberg. Now, according to the Auditor General, the confliction represents $330 million of taxpayer money being given to companies where voting SDTC board members had voted on giving funding to those companies, had a conflict of interest. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General found that the same board thought it was okay to approve another $59 million in projects that they were not authorized to do and were outside the mandate of the very foundation that the government and Parliament set up. To put it bluntly, Madam Speaker, the board broke SDTC contribution agreements, and in their role as SDTC directors, broke Canadian conflict of interest laws as public office holders, and they broke the SDTC Act itself. Madam Speaker, that's quite the accomplishment. And at the very least, such activities uncovered by the Auditor General would certainly warrant examination by appropriate authorities. So, Madam Speaker, why then is it such an affront to the Liberal government and the PCO to have these allegations delved into further by the RCMP? Madam Speaker, if laws were broken and a federal act was ignored, why wouldn't the government want to get to the bottom of it? And instead, Madam Speaker, the government has done its best to circumvent Parliament and in order from the Speaker to provide the documents. Why would that be the case? Why would the government not provide the documents from being provided? Documents that could divulge the existence of improprieties. The statutes are clear enough. They say that a governor in council appointment of a person appointed by the government to oversee taxpayer money is not, I'm going to repeat that, is not to personally profit from their work, and neither is their family. However, Madam Speaker, evidence has come to light in a 5-year period where there were 405 transactions approved by the board. The Auditor General sampled only 226, less than half, and found 186 of those transactions were conflicted. That is the 82%. That is the $330 million. More transactions are likely conflicted. Madam Speaker, is the reluctance exhibited by the Liberals to provide the requested documents predicated on not wanting to admit that their selected SDTC board directors presided over transactions and millions of taxpayer money to the wrong people who acted to benefit their own companies? Does the government want to know the truth and what were the conflicts in question? With such a refusal to get to the bottom of what occurred, why wouldn't the government want to know what were these conflicts? What was the value of the benefits obtained and who benefited? What is further obscene is that in some cases investigated by the Auditor General, according to meeting minutes, SDTC directors would stay in the room while the board were voting on their own project. What kind of unacceptable procedures and operations were being conducted? Madam Speaker, it's unconscionable. It is unconscionable that in one case, a member of the SDTC board received $114 million for green companies that director had invested in. What a great game, I guess, if one can get it. But it's even worse. What's even worse is that the value of this SDTC board member's own company that received $114 million in taxpayer money, the value of that company tripled. Getting an SDTC grant is a stamp of approval from the Government of Canada that allows these companies to raise other funds. And adding to this case is that the director's lobbyist was the individual's in-house lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected. And that lobbyist, Madam Speaker, none other than the current Minister of the Environment. The Minister of the Environment right now. Madam Speaker, given this kind of activity, it's little wonder that the Liberal government doesn't want any facts or truth to come forward. This is a disgrace, Madam Speaker. The government has resisted providing the SDTC documents, and by doing so, It has stymied the investigation process, and I think it's clear as to why. With just a limited examination by the Auditor General, it appears that $390 million of taxpayer money has gone to Liberal insiders. And this is likely what the government's attempting to conceal. This is why the Liberal government is opposing the production of documents and that order, documents that would then be turned over to RCMP. And if the Liberal government wanted to hide what went on within SCTC, producing highly redacted documents, that now makes perfect sense. Why would the Liberals want to have anything to do with malfeasance and abuse of taxpayers' money? Madam Speaker, what arrogance is this? And it's likely that the 226 of the 400 or so transactions identified by the Auditor General is just the tip of the money giveaway iceberg, even though it represents $390 million. However, all this doesn't seem to concern the Liberals. And strangely, it doesn't even seem to worry them in the slightest. The SCTC board, by all accounts, appears to have caught on well to the game, because it used to put out quarterly report on every company it dealt with and every company it assisted with funding. Not anymore. So we're debating here today the Speaker's ruling on the privilege motion on the Prime Minister's Department, the PCO, redacting documents against the House order to provide documents regarding the Liberal Green Slush Fund to the law clerk to be transferred to the RCMP for investigation. And Madam Speaker, we're debating, although there really is no need for debate. There is, however, a great need for upholding the supremacy of Parliament and for a government to support the rule of law rather than trying to subvert it. The issue concerns systemic conflict of interest and corruption in this Green Slush Fund. And at present, we only know that $390 million was disposed of. As of today, a forensic audit has not been done by the Auditor General. The Auditor General did, however, conduct a sampling of things. And this whole affair is also important because Parliament is the highest court in the land, and the Speaker is its servant. An order from the Speaker must be upheld and not doctored to withhold evidence. These are fundamental elements of democracy. They matter. So is the wise, legal, and worthy expenditures of taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, taxpayers work hard, and their money must be used responsibly and in a way that maximizes benefit for them, taxpayers, for Canadians, not Liberal insiders. So, Madam Speaker, instead of focusing on assisting an investigation by the RCMP of what went on at the Liberals' Green Slush Fund, we're here today trying to end the delay and obfuscation to obtain readable evidence and get to the truth. However, the Liberal government is fighting it every step of the way. Why is it so that with such smoke, just billowing smoke of corruption at such an unprecedented level, this House finds itself having to request that the Liberal government abide by the Speaker's ruling and produce documents that can actually be read and the information transferred to a full investigation by the RCMP? It should be quite straightforward, Madam Speaker. However, it's far from that. This House is in a pitched battle right now to access information and to determine the truth of the Green Slush Fund. And we have to ask, is there more corruption yet to surface from the Liberals' Green Slush Fund? Are there charges that should be laid? Who knows the truth, as Parliament is being shielded from it? And that is not acceptable to the House. What do we know, Madam Speaker? What we do know, Madam Speaker, is that the appropriate use of taxpayers' money must always be the rule, not the exception. And I'm going to say that one more time. What we do know, Madam Speaker, is that the appropriate use of taxpayer money must always be the rule and not the exception. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Like the Conservative opposition, the member makes reference to Liberal insiders. I'm not sure if he's aware that the board, SDTC, was actually at the time chaired by someone that was an advisor to both Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney, and actually provided advice to Jim Flaherty. So to try to say that this is all about Liberal insiders and that's why we're trying to hide, that's just not true, Madam Speaker. So the member should at least acknowledge that fact. The second issue is that we have provided information, albeit redacted, just like former prime ministers, just like many premiers, in providing information, at times there's a need to have redactions. What's different here is that the government is being told by the opposition to contradict what the RCMP and the Auditor General are saying, and they are pushing that we get information directly and then hand it straight over to the RCMP. Even the RCMP are questioning that tactic. Yet the member opposite tries to give the false impression that we're trying to hide something. Why won't he be honest with his constituents and tell them the real reason it's being held back is because of concerns in regards to the Charter of Rights, and that means something to the member?
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, this Liberal member loves to go back in time. So I too will go back in time. And I'm going to go back in time and reiterate that the current Minister of the Environment today, the Liberal Minister of the Environment, was the in-house lobbyist for 10 years for a company that, hey, conveniently was appointed first one of their investors onto the SCTC board. And the same company had received $114 million that this director had invested in. And wow, what a coincidence that this insider, their investment has since tripled. If you're going to want to go back in time and pick random things, why don't you pick, correction, Madam Speaker, why doesn't this member look at the historic record of what his colleague, the Minister of the Environment, and what his vested interest was in? It's not a coincidence, Madam Speaker, that companies with a connection to this government have tripled in value. And hey, maybe it was a good investment. But then for people who are their insiders to be appointed to a board that can hand out money, that breaks conflict of interest rules, that's an issue. And they can continue to obfuscate all they want, but this is a matter that they cannot hide from. And Canadians deserve better, and they deserve to know where their $400 million went.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his thorough speech. Just further on the issue of the radical Minister of the Environment while he was the paid lobbyist for 10 years for Cycle Capital, and when he received his shares, he was elected in 2019, and the year beforehand he lobbied the PMO and the Industry Department 25 times for Cycle Capital, some of that while he was the nominated candidate for the Liberal Party. And then while in Cabinet in 2020 approved another $750 million for the Liberal Green Slush Fund, of which he is a Cabinet member. So the claim that there weren't Liberal insiders that the Honourable Member from the Liberal side makes is false. But I'd like that member to specifically comment on this issue, that for some mistaken reason, the Liberals think the only way a police investigation can happen is for the police to go and ask for documents. If you run a business, if you operate a business, and you find that an employee has malfeasance, and the Government of Canada owns this business, is it not your obligation to turn those documents over to the police? You don't have to wait for the police to discover it, do you?
Member for Spadina, Fort York.
I thank my Conservative colleague for his question, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. It is the obligation and responsibility, the fiduciary duty of that company to do exactly that. And I can tell you, as an entrepreneur before I was elected, as somebody who sacrificed my options because they didn't vest, because I was elected, because I chose to serve, I was very specific. I put a lot of thought into how do I ensure, never mind direct, overt conflicts of interest as we're talking about right now, but even the perception of it. Any reasonable Canadian looking at this right now, with the Minister of Environment being the 10-year lobbyist for a company whose investor gets appointed to a company that doles out money, that happens to dole out money to their own company, that just smells funny. And I think I'm putting that lightly. And so as my Conservative colleague went into all of the specifics, because I know he's been at the forefront of driving this, there is a huge issue here. And Canadians deserve to get to the bottom of this, and the Liberal government must stop obfuscating, hand over the documents first and foremost, so that we can get to the bottom of this corruption.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Just further on that to the Honourable Member, here's a situation that happened. The radical Minister of the Environment's boss is the founder of Cycle Capital before he was elected. That's the member who sat on the board, and her company over its duration received $250 million, like 25% of all the money in the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Now, coincidentally, that board member who owned Cycle Capital got shifted to the Infrastructure Bank Board, and guess what was the first investment that she approved as a board member at the Infrastructure Bank Board? $170 million for the company owned by the chair of the Liberal Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Do you think there's a cozy little conflict of interest, a little conspiracy of conflict of interest between these directors when 82% of the transactions the boards approve are conflicted, and when one goes to another board and then featherbeds the board she just left on?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, those are blatant conflicts of interest. And I alluded to this earlier. When any auditor, never mind the Auditor General of Canada, basic auditor would go in and just take a random sample. And for a random sample to find 82% present a conflict of interest would have any normal person wonder, what if you did a full, complete forensic audit? And I think that is vitally important here. What we're seeing is a pattern of behavior, a pattern of conflict, a pattern of insider dealing. And as a taxpayer myself, but on behalf of taxpayers and on behalf of my constituents, many who are startup owners, who are entrepreneurs, we cannot allow this to continue. Their hard-earned money should not be going to insiders, should not be going to a government who picks the winners, and they're only picking their friends. That is not good for our country. That is not good for the startup environment and the alleged green industry that they claim to care about.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am disappointed in the sense that the member has chosen not to make reference at all to what it is that the RCMP and the Auditor Generals have said. They have expressed concerns with what his colleagues in the Conservative Party are doing in regards to the proposal of having the information gathered and then handed directly over to the RCMP in an unredacted form. They have expressed concern about that tactic. Does the member not see that we should be at least listening to what the RCMP have to say on the issue and the Auditor General, and as opposed to trying to, character assassination, why not just allow this issue, as the Speaker has recommended, that the issue be handed over to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and let's continue on with other House-related business.
Answer from the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary makes reference to the Auditor General. I think it's important to cite a quote from an SCTC whistleblower specifically referencing the Auditor General. And I'm going to read what they said. Quote, I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality, end quote.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege for me to take part in this debate on this question of privilege. And I'm here in this House, Madam Speaker. I've been here for some time, and so it's a matter of history repeating itself with regard to the Liberal government. Madam Speaker, the scandals are accumulating under this Liberal government, and the slush fund is no exception. It's just the icing on the cake of these past 9 years. This, you can imagine to what extent there are many things that are hidden and that have been hidden over these past 9 years. I have the impression that this government is trying to clean out its cupboards before the next election, but it's going to have to work hard because there are a great many scandals that are ongoing. Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is simply refusing outright to provide the documents that were requested to the RCMP to investigate this undeniable corruption that has allowed the Liberals to prioritize their cronies with the money from this green slush fund, as was pointed out by the Auditor General. It is very sad because the Green Fund was a good fund and it was supposed to reduce our greenhouse gases through sustainable technology initiatives, which were also, meant to meet these challenges that future generations will have to face. But unfortunately, it was not used for that purpose, but all it did was go into the pockets of Liberal cronies. So Canadians are finding it hard to make ends meet, but it's never been so good for these well-connected Liberal insiders. They were, strangely enough, allowed to bid on these initiatives, and we'll be able to prove it if we can finally get the documents from the Liberals. However, the Auditor General, Ms. Hogan, was able to show the flaws in the funding of the small and medium-sized businesses in the environmental technology sector that were funded by this organization. The organization had a very noble mission, but it was undermined by its $1 billion budget over 5 years that mostly went into the pockets of Liberal cronies. And what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that this is a true scandal. The STDC is an organization that should have remained independent, immune from any politics in order to achieve its primary objective, which was, with the help of scientific knowledge, to succeed in lowering our greenhouse gas emissions. Now, it is a very good objective. It's a very noble one, but because sometimes it had to be careful of not putting certain people in a conflict of interest. Now, we think it is possible with these technologies to do so without sacrificing our standard of living and the development of our country. because on the Conservatives on this side of the House, we know that we have the science and the technology to use our toolkit in order to manage to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And we want to invest in our Canadian scientists with the purpose of reducing our GHGs for the next generation. However, Madam Speaker, a corruption scandal of this magnitude flies in the face of the organization's missions because there were non-refundable contributions that had nothing to do with the GHGs.
For example, the Auditor General pointed out in her report that she was able to analyze 18 projects completed with the funds rather than each and every one of them. Out of these 18 projects, 12 met only half of the GHG targets, unlike what was presented at the time of the project evaluation. Did they anticipate these results or extrapolate them? Perhaps not. If we extrapolate these results, this would mean that over 66% of the projects would probably not merited such funding from the public purse if they had been presented with the objectives they were intended for. Because of these false premises, they were granted funding, unfortunately. Overestimation of the project benefits. Unfortunately, it was very common. The rule and not the exception. Sometimes it happens when you make a submission, the program changes, and if the submission does not attain the objectives, well, 66% of them did not. Maybe there were some that were missed. But, Madam Speaker, the government's refusal to table these documents is obviously an admission of guilt. Yet, a majority of the members of the House voted to force the Liberals to make them public. And we're wondering why they're still not public. Parliamentary privilege is being violated. And nothing is being done on the other side of the House to remedy the situation. It's as if the government is trying to save face and hide the extent of its corruption. Madam Speaker, it also reminds us of the sponsorship scandal when they tried to hide things up, and then people in this House persevered, and we ended up finding out the truth, which led to an election and brought down the Liberal government previously. Madam Speaker, sending public money to its own companies, well, that of the boards, is what it's all about. And unfortunately, people gave money to companies that belonged or had direct or indirect links to people on the board. They did it once, twice, 3 times, perhaps up to 86 times, rather. So everyone took a bit. So it's putting private interests ahead of the public interest, which is all too common with the Liberals. They took public money to help these private companies and didn't yield any results. You can also wonder about that as well. But the Auditor General was very clear. The president of the Green Slush Fund was chosen by the Prime Minister and broke the law. And there was a conflict of interest. It was no doubt an error of judgment by this Prime Minister, among many others. Let's take a look back at the events and give some figures to understand the extent of the issue. Earlier this summer, the Auditor General found that the board members had granted funding to projects that were not eligible and where conflicts of interest existed. In all, contracts worth $123 million were awarded. inappropriately, including $59 million for projects that should never have received money in the first place. The organization's own conflict of interest policies were broken 106 times, Madam Speaker. This is completely aberrant. Moreover, the Auditor General found that more than $330 million in public funds were dispersed in more than 180 cases where there was a potential conflict of interest by the same investors appointed by this Prime Minister, who paid money to the companies they owned. Unfortunately, Canadians' taxes are being squandered once again. The president of the Green/Fund was chosen by the Prime Minister even though he had been warned of her conflict of interest. And true to form, the Prime Minister didn't listen to anyone and decided to appoint her to this position. SDTC is supposed to be an independent organization accountable to the Minister of Innovation. It must achieve its objectives and to fund companies that are truly beneficial to the environment, to restore public confidence in our institutions as quickly as possible. Trust in our institutions is now broken, and all the Canadian Parliament and the funds that we manage have to be transparent. So after the forest fires that raged in Canada in recent years, the Liberals are not taking the missions of these organizations seriously. They talked about GHGs, and they also have to find technologies to manage GHGs. Enough is enough. The Prime Minister must comply with Parliament and table the Green/Fund documents so that the RCMP can investigate this corruption. Canadians deserve transparency. Yes, Madam Speaker, they do. The will of this House and the will of all Canadians cannot be overridden. This whole Green/Fund mechanism was done with the full knowledge of the facts. It's hard to imagine that a major board wouldn't have been made aware of its own conflict of interest. Ministers knew about it and refused to stop their friends at SDTC from engaging in corruption. A recording of a senior civil servant denounced the total incompetence of the Liberal government, which inappropriately awarded $123 million in contracts. It was a senior official who said on August 25, 2023, "There's a lot of negligence and laziness. There is also sheer incompetence, and the situation is simply unsustainable at this point." So the crooked dealings at SDTC would be almost on the level of the sponsorship scandal when it comes to the allocation of funds. Madam Speaker, this new scandal deserves our full attention, to say the least. And once again, we'll have to get out the magnifying glass and dig deep to see all of the Liberals' scams that have been schemed without any scruples. This new scandal must be dealt with as quickly as possible by this chamber. And it shows us once again that this Prime Minister and his government deserve nothing less than to be removed from office, of which they are not worthy. Madam Speaker, I can already hear the Liberals smiling hypocritically, claiming that the documents have already been handed over to the authorities and that the RCMP have already begun their investigation. But the parliamentary law clerk indicated in his letter that the RCMP had not received all the documents the House had requested, and that the documents held by the Department of Justice have been denied to the RCMP. Many documents have been redacted and others withheld. If this government doesn't hand over all the evidence to the police, the investigation can only be half finished, and it's hard to find the truth with only half the evidence. This whole affair could easily come to an end if the Liberals stopped the secrecy and handed the documents over to the proper authorities to determine once and for all whether they were guilty or not. It's not supposed to be a partisan issue. The other opposition parties in this House also voted for this motion, but the Liberals are dragging their feet, and the 30-day deadline is drawing to a close. As the whistleblower tapes released last year underline, this controversy is one of many that have followed in the last 9 years of Liberal incompetence. These scandals have involved both corruption and the squandering of public funds. Think of ArriveCan, for example, an application that should have cost $80,000 but ended up costing $59.5 million, more than 740 times the initial cost. Also, there was the We Charity scandal, in which a contract to administer public funds was sent to a foundation with very close ties to the Trudeau family. This was discovered, and then Parliament was prorogued. Or the excellent work of the Auditor General, who showed that the Prime Minister had improperly awarded hundreds of millions of dollars to the McKinsey firm. In fact, 90% of the firm's contracts, worth $209 million, were awarded without even respecting the appropriate guidelines, and 70% of these contracts were awarded without competition or call for tender. Madam Speaker, I could go on as the list is long, but often sticking to just 3 is best. Finally, I'd like to add that, according to my calculations, 58% of the Green Slush Fund's contributions were distributed to Liberal ridings, whereas only 45% of the members here are Liberal or affiliated with the Liberal Party of Canada. So there are ridings that did not get their share of the pie. And there still seems to be favoritism and a lot of unfairness, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve a transparent, accountable, capable, and fair government. Only common sense Conservatives will end corruption and get answers for Canadians. Canadians want an election as soon as possible to cut taxes, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really racking my brain here. I'm not a historian of House affairs, but can the member tell us if this would be the first time that documents were not remitted to the RCMP? No, if it was the first time that the House would give a party documents to a third party, that the House would ask a third party to receive them. Also, I heard members on the other side say we don't have to be concerned with privacy concerns because we can trust the RCMP. We can trust the police. Does that mean from now on we don't really need a search warrant? The Honourable Member for La Ville-Minière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we all have to have trust in the RCMP and the police, but our duty is to transmit the documents so they can do their investigation. If they receive redacted documents or they don't receive the documents, how do you expect the RCMP investigators to do their work? I trust their work to be well done, but we have to do our work here and make sure that the documents are remitted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For us at the NDP, of course, we want to get to the bottom of this scandal, this Liberal scandal, but I know that my colleague remembers what happened during the Harper era. During the Harper regime, the Conservatives refused any investigation into their myriad of scandals. And I'll just mention, at the G8, they spent $1.8 billion in a scandal and $400 million for the Phoenix Pay system, also $2.2 million for funding. We never knew what happened to that funding as well. More than $3 billion in spending. There's a lot of money. It's taxpayers' money, but the Conservatives dipped into the public purse like it was their personal bank account. All of this corruption, well, none of it was really investigated because the Conservatives refused to get to the bottom of things, and they prevented the Parliament from doing the same. So can my colleague admit now that the Conservatives were wrong to refuse these investigations, and are they ready to apologize to Canadians for this? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about a lot of figures. There was a lot of transparency as he was aware of them, so I'd like to ask the Parliament to ask the same questions to this government because they won't have the answers because the documents were not all submitted. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lanty-de-la-Belle. Sorry. Louis Saint-Laurent. Saint-Laurent also. Well, Laurentides-la-Belle, that's the first time I've heard that. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière for his excellent speech. And I'd like to mention that he said this in the chamber, and I'd like to remind everyone that since 2006, he's been in place, and he's had the longest term as a Conservative member in this House. So we can be very proud of his contribution to our debate. And, in fact, my colleague for Saint-Laurent earlier talked about the historical memory we have to have here in this House. The member remembered what happened during the sponsorship scandal. Can the member tell us about the things that mean that today we're facing the same circumstances that are very sad as they were under the Liberal sponsorship scandals in the early 2000s? The Honourable Member for Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for underscoring my history here in the House. And it's really important because if you remember the past, well, all the whole sponsorship scandal, it was almost the same thing. All the money was hidden, and they didn't want to unveil where the money went, who had it. And with hindsight, we found more transparency. We found out what happened, but the sponsorship scandal was a way of funneling money into the Liberal Party. I don't want to speculate about this. It was the same scheme here, but the Green Slush Fund, I'm wondering, well, if it didn't directly serve to sponsor or fund the Liberal Party. So they have to transmit the documents so that they can end all the speculation about their own funding. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the member is reflecting on the past, let me, not quite as far back, get his thoughts in terms of the Conservative anti-terrorism scandal, the Conservative Phoenix scandal, the Conservative G8 spending scandal, the Conservative ETS scandal, the Conservative F-35 scandal, the Conservative Senate scandal, the Conservative election scandals, as in two, Madam Speaker, and why it is that under all those Conservative Harper scandals, never did Stephen Harper ever provide unredacted comments, Madam Speaker. So why the double standard? When that member sat with Stephen Harper, he never made those type of demands. Yet today, he feels that we should not only make that demand, but then shift it over to the RCMP, thereby blurring judicial independence.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That's rather a long list, but it's also rather false. The Senate scandal was not really one. Also, the S-35, the Liberals were the one who bought them. I think there was another thing. Yes, the Phoenix scandal. It's true. The initiative was launched by the Conservative Party, but it was implemented by the Liberal government in a disastrous fashion. Instead of setting up one department for the Phoenix department, they got everything involved. I'm sorry, it was really a stupid decision. It's worse than a major scandal that will cost millions of dollars and that affect all public servants that are afraid to not receive their pay. And we're still feeling the effects of this today. There was a serious lack of judgment that messed things up. The Liberals don't have discernment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I asked a question, and my colleague did not answer it. He said that everything is going well. Everything was going well. Well, that's false. The most corrupt and disastrous government was the Harper government. They didn't know how to manage money, and in fact, the parliamentary budget officer said that tax havens cost us up to $30 billion a year. We can criticize the Liberals, too, because the Liberals did not reverse Harper's decisions, which were stupid and poor decisions. The truth is that the Conservatives were at fault. They betrayed Canadians. Can my colleague admit that the Harper government was the most corrupt government in Canadian history? The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, I think he's beginning to experience cognitive problems. The Harper government was the best government Canada has ever had. The Harper government promised to balance the books despite the global economic crisis of 2008. We came out of that crisis even stronger because we had invested in Canadians. Under the Harper government, taxes gradually decreased. Canadians were able to buy themselves homes. They were able to pay rent. They were able to buy food at reasonable prices and vehicles at reasonable prices as well. In Canada, there was hope during the Harper government. In fact, we were a shining example worldwide. Now we're an example of what not to do. Those were the good years. Those were very good years, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Un appel au règlement, l'honorable.
Rising on a point of order, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must confess that I misled the House. Earlier, I referred to my colleague as the member for Saint Laurent. We all know, though, that he's the member for Lac Saint Louis for over 20 years. In fact, that's not necessarily a point of order. But I'm sure that the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis appreciates that.
Wellington, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While it's always indeed an honor and a privilege to rise in this House and address this House on important matters, it is with some disappointment that we find ourselves once again in this place debating a question of privilege. I've frankly lost count of the number of times in this Parliament and in recent parliaments that this House has had to debate questions of privilege related to the actions of this Liberal government. Now, this particular question of privilege, though, is very serious. And it relates to the government's failure to produce the documents that were required to be produced by an order of this House. On June 10th of this year, a majority of members in this House passed a motion that ordered the production of important documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, and these documents were to be deposited with the law clerk, who would then have them forwarded to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The key word, Madam Speaker, is order. This was not an ask. It was not a request. It was not a pretty please, if you have time, would you be so kind as to provide this information. It was an order of this House. An order of this House that has great constitutional and legal weight. To talk about this, we need to go back and look at the principles of the privileges of this House. The House of Commons has the authority to order the production of documents, and that order and that authority comes from our Constitution. Section 18 of the British North America Act, now known as the Constitution Act 1867, states, quote, "The privileges, immunities, and powers to be held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Senate and by the House of Commons, and by the members thereof, respectively, shall be such as are from time to time defined by the Act of the Parliament of Canada." End quote. That power includes the time-honored ability to send for persons, papers, and records. As is explained in Bosque and Gagnon at pages 984 and 985, quote,
the standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit to the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format, and they are located within Canada. End quote. Very clearly, the documents requested in this case qualify under those provisions. Boscan-Gagnon goes on to state, quote, "No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power of the House, limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records." Now, Madam Speaker, I know all members have their preferred authorities, their favorite green books. Mine, of course, is Beauchene's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, which, citing again Erskine May and others, states as follows at paragraph 24 for those following along at home, quote, "Parliamentary privilege is the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively as a constituent part of the High Court of Parliament, and by members of each House individually, without which they cannot discharge their functions, and which exceed those possessed by other bodies or individuals. Thus, privilege, though part of the law of the land, is to a certain extent an exception from the ordinary law. The distinctive mark of a privilege is its ancillary character. The privileges of Parliament are rights which are absolutely necessary for the due execution of its powers." Madam Speaker, I remind the House that absolutely necessary for the execution of the powers of this House. Our right as the House of Commons is to order the production of documents. We are the grand inquest of the nation. Documents have been ordered by this House. Those documents were not provided as stipulated by that order. And that, Madam Speaker, is why we're here today on this question of privilege. Now let's take a step back and look at some of the issues involved with SDTC. It has become known as the Green Slush Fund for obvious reasons. The Office of the Auditor General made several key observations during the audit period, which go from March 2017 to December 2023. I want to include a few key points from that report, which was tabled in this House on June 4th of this year. First, 10 projects were approved for more than $59 million for funding, which should have been deemed ineligible. $59 million went to ineligible recipients. Second point I want to focus on, SDTC's conflict of interest policies were not followed 90 times. 90 times this organization failed to follow its own conflict of interest policies. Third, the board approved $58 million for projects without ensuring that they met the terms of the contribution agreements. Now, at the same time, Madam Speaker, the government's responses to these issues could be summarized in one word: pathetic. In all the responses that I've seen in relation to the Auditor General's reports, I can't say that I've ever seen such absurd responses from this government. In fact, SDTC in some cases made false and outright preposterous claims. I want to highlight a few of these responses. SDTC claimed that each project proposal goes through rigorous due diligence and evaluation that is, quote, robust and, quote, highly credible. Simply not true. If it were true, we would not be facing a multi-million-dollar corruption scandal. And unless that due diligence they're referring to is actually simply SDTC insiders looking at who on their board is getting their money, it simply didn't happen. SDTC also claimed that they were subject to an innovation, science, and economic development evaluation. And that was in 2018, before the scandal happened. 6 years ago, outside of the Auditor General's period, and outside of the period when they were clearly ignoring their audit and their findings. SDTC said that they do not fully agree with the Auditor General's recommendations because, quote, SDTC has delivered strong outcomes against these objectives. Well, unless those objectives were to push more money into companies that board members have a financial interest in, it is simply not true. In fact, the Auditor General herself found that 82%, 8 out of 10, of the funding transactions approved by the Board of Directors during the audit period were conflicted. 82% of the time that they approved funding, there were members of the board who were benefiting from the decisions that they were approving. SDTC also wrote, quote, written records did not fully capture the robust deliberations that were made, and, quote, SDTC is of the view that these projects met the eligibility criteria set out, but acknowledges that the Auditor General reached a different conclusion. Yes, the Auditor General did reach a different conclusion. She found that money was misspent. She found that there was conflicts in 82% of the time. The corrupt operators at the Green Slush Fund is saying that the Auditor General got it wrong, but Madam Speaker, any day of the week I'll put my money behind the Auditor General than the directors at the corrupt Green Slush Fund. SDTC also claimed that they had clear processes for staff and directors to declare real, potential, and perceived conflicts. Again, this claim completely ignores the findings of the Auditor General and frankly, the Public Accounts Committee, of which I'm proud to be a member. We know conflicts were not declared, and even when they were declared, they either voted for their own projects or took turns voting for each other's projects in the same room without even exiting themselves from the room. The idea that there were clear processes for conflict of interest would be laughable if it was not so concerning that these things were happening under the watch of this current government. SDTC also claimed that they, quote, further strengthened its conflict of interest policies in November 2023, well after these allegations came to light. And more than that, it shows that they only cared about these problems after these terrible abuse and corruptions were found. Now, by November 2023, they knew the Auditor General's report was coming because that audit period was from March 2017 to December 2023. Claiming that policies have been strengthened and implying nothing further needs to be done after the corruption has already happened is simply disingenuous. Madam Speaker, there is a word for this kind of arrogance: entitlement. This kind of entitlement that comes from any organization so used to getting vast amounts of money for their own projects disconnects them from the realities of honest, hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, this matter has been raised in at least 2 parliamentary committees which are doing exceptional work studying this matter, both the Public Accounts Committee and the Industry Committee. But there's still a lot we do not know about SDTC and the Green Slush Fund. But what we have learned through the Industry and Public Accounts Committees is truly alarming. And what we have learned so far is that those of us on the opposite benches and the opposition benches are determined to find out the full story, and to ensure that, we need to ensure that the appropriate authorities are made aware of the documents in question. Now, what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that it's often cited that this isn't a new entity. Indeed, SDTC was created in 2001, over 20 years of its existence. But the problems didn't occur until it came under the authority of this Liberal government. In fact, in an audit in 2017, no major concerns were raised. The conflict of interest culture only emerged after board members were handpicked and appointed by the current Liberal government and then Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains, who I might add is appearing tomorrow at the Public Accounts Committee. What's more is the most concerning of these appointments was in 2019 when the chair, Annette Verscharen, was appointed as chair despite clear conflicts of interest on this file. Those warnings turned out to be well warranted, as this past July, that former chair was found by the Ethics Commissioner to have violated the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for her participation in decisions to benefit organizations that she herself had a financial interest in. And that's not me saying that. That is our ethics commissioner noting that she was found guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act. We also found out through testimony at committee that former Assistant Deputy Minister Noseworthy was responsible for keeping watch over SDTC, but apparently failed to do so. On December 11th of last year, he appeared at the Industry Committee and said, quote, "To my knowledge, I am not aware of any decisions to allocate funds to projects related to board members where they did not recuse themselves." But the Auditor General's report released just 2 months later clearly informed us that the system was filled with conflicts of interest, going back to that 82% number. So how ADM Noseworthy tried to claim that there was no awareness of these conflicts of interest is clearly at odds with the actual facts found in the case by the Auditor General. He either told an untruth to the committee or he was willfully blind to the corruption that was going on in the institution for which he was responsible. We also know that if there was any semblance of good governance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology would have or should have been notified of these lapses in conflicts of interest rules, and that the fact that the accountability was absent in this matter. What's more, Madam Speaker, we found out in shocking testimony at the Public Accounts Committee that at least one Liberal MP was informed of these allegations more than 2 years ago. The Liberal Member of Parliament for Calgary-Skyview was informed of these decisions, but perhaps his response to the matter got lost in the mail. When the whistleblower known to the committee as Witness 1 appeared at Public Accounts Committee last month, they informed us they had informed the Liberal member for Calgary-Skyview in May 2022. And the whistleblower states that this Liberal member, and I quote, "assured me that he took this situation seriously and guaranteed that he would facilitate contact with the appropriate people in the federal government and the Auditor General's office," end quote. However, that Liberal member was not true to his word and subsequently refused to engage. We also know that Liberal-friendly directors were appointed to the board. A key example of this is longtime Liberal operative Stephen Kuchucha, who was appointed to the board in February 2021. This is after he had a long-time career as a Liberal donor, a ministerial staffer in the Liberal government, a regional organizer for the Liberal Party of Canada, and former secretary for the Liberals' 2016 convention. Interestingly, shortly after this Prime Minister came into office, this Liberal insider became a lobbyist, where he advocated for certain energy and transportation businesses. Yet, he was still appointed to the board of the SDTC, the Green Slush Fund. Exactly where companies that, which is exactly where the companies he had a personal financial interest in could receive financial contribution from the very same government. Furthermore, and as my good friend and colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's has very ably explained, we know also that the current Liberal Minister of the Environment has had an interest in a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital, who has also received funding from the Green Slush Fund. Finally, Madam Speaker, we know now, learning from a current member of the new board, that since the scandal broke, none of the money, not one penny, not $1 that has been wrongfully spent has been recovered. I want to repeat that for Canadians. Despite the fact that 82% of decisions were made by conflicted board members, not a dollar has been recouped for Canadian taxpayers. This is but one more reason why the production and the order of these papers must be fulfilled, as was ordered by a majority of this House. So, Madam Speaker, let's refresh what we are looking for. As the grand inquest of the nation, this is not only a matter of parliamentary privilege for this House, it is a moral obligation to Canadians. In order to meet that obligation, the orders for these documents must be fully provided to the Parliamentary Law Clerk and thereby sent to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I personally sit on the Public Accounts Committee, and we there are still waiting to receive a number of documents separate in part from this motion. We do not yet have the communications that would indicate if or when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry was informed that this money was going out based on the decisions of conflicted board members. We do not yet have contribution and funding agreements showing the requirements and obligations of recipients. We do not have the conflict of interest declarations of board members and former board members. And when we put this all together, simply put, we do not have the transparency required, we do not have the oversight needed, and we do not have the accountability required that is expected of us as members of this House. Now, as I mentioned at the outset, this isn't the first question of privilege we have dealt with in recent times. But it seems that we're doing this time and time again. Earlier this year, on yet another privilege debate, on yet another scandal, that of the ArriveCan scandal, I stated that this is a slow erosion of the rights and privileges, and it is not a small matter. It is an absolute threat to a parliamentary democracy. We saw this in previous parliaments with the Winnipeg Lab scandal, which caused tremendous hardships for the scandal-plagued Liberal government. In fact, in that case, the president of the Public Health Agency of Canada was called to the bar to be admonished for failing, or perhaps more accurately, refusing to provide documents that had been ordered to be provided to this House. In that case, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government themselves took the Speaker of the House to court to avoid accountability. And on the same topic of withholding documents, just earlier this month, the Speaker ruled that there was another prima facie question of privilege in which the business partner of the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre failed to disclose documents that he had been ordered to provide. His business partner is disregarding an order of Parliament, and we will certainly deal with that question of privilege when this one is dealt with. Madam Speaker, this isn't simply a question of niceties of respecting parliamentary privilege. This goes to the heart of our democracy. This scandal was a tremendous waste of money, where hard-earned taxpayer dollars was used to benefit government insiders by the board of SPTC. There needs to be clear and accountable records for Canadians to know that who got rich and who is at fault. Madam Speaker, we must pass this motion, but what is more and what is equally important is the documents must be turned over to the Parliamentary Law Clerk as required by the order of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there has been accountability and there has also been transparency on the issue. If you take a look at it, Madam Speaker, the simple truth of the matter is that when it was found out, we have seen independent investigations internally, two of them. We've seen the Auditor General conduct investigations. We've seen hours and hours at the Standing Committee. We've seen a replacement of the board. We've seen the stopping of funding of new monies going in. These are all actions as a result of the government truly caring in terms of what's taking place. Now, the Conservatives have chosen to make a political game out of this because they want to tie the word corruption to it. Yet the chair, and with hindsight, it's wonderful, Madam Speaker, but the chair was an actual advisor to Brian Mulroney, an advisor to Stephen Harper, an advisor to Jim Flaherty, and we appointed her as the chair of the organization. With hindsight, yes, that was a mistake. My question to the member is, would he not agree that they're already, why do we need to disobey what the concerns are from the RCMP and the auditor when they say the Conservative tactic today causes a great deal of concern?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his extensive question. The fact is, he said that the government is truly caring about what happened here. Well, no, Madam Speaker, they only care about the fact that they got caught. All of this only happened after these allegations came to light through the Auditor General's report and through the work of my good friend and colleague, the member from the South Shore St. Margaret's, who actually put in the hard work to get to the bottom of some of the allegations in this scandal. But we're not done yet, Madam Speaker. We still don't have all the details of what happened in these cases. We've only seen the 82% of the conflicted cases of those in which the Auditor General examined. We do not know the extent of that which applied to the more than 400 plus decisions that were made outside that time period. The Auditor General was only able to look at a sampling of those cases. So we know 2% of those cases, but there could be much, much more. There's so much work left to be done, Madam Speaker.
Les commentaires, l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, I share many of his concerns, especially as regards the government accountability. There are actions that need to be taken, changes need to be made, but there's something that I'm wondering about in the Conservatives' attitude is what will be done afterwards, because we need to know whether the Conservatives will invest these funds in a new green fund for sustainable innovation and technology in order to foster the clean transition. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's a good question. First, a Conservative government will be very clear. We are not going to give money to Liberal cronies. We're going to make very sure that every dollar that the government spends goes to organizations that do important work, not simply because they are cronies or insiders of the government. Let's remember, the very first bill that the Conservative government introduced in 2006 was the Federal Accountability Act. So that was very important to us as a future government, that accountability for all Canadians is must be enshrined and it is very important to a future Conservative government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A June 2024 National Security and Intelligence Committee report reveals foreign interference in the Conservative leadership race. They identified China and India. We know that Aaron O'Toole met with lawyers to talk about how he was taken out as leader of the Conservative Party, partially through foreign interference. And I'm asking my honourable colleague because today the man who took his place, that may have been involved with foreign interference, made a shocking statement to the world that he was encouraging a strike on Iran by Netanyahu to attack a nuclear facility. The irresponsible nature of this guy, who's never had a job outside of working in a Dairy Queen, calling for a strike on a potential nuclear facility. I asked my honourable colleague, he doesn't even have security clearance.
That's right.
Is it that he can't get security clearance, or he's not allowed to have security clearance? How is it possible that you could have a man who says he's going to be leader of a country calling for a strike on a nuclear facility, and he doesn't even know what the nuclear and security implications are because he can't get the clearance?
That's right.
I'm not quite sure that this goes with the privilege motion, but I will allow the honourable member for Perth Wellington to respond if he so wishes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would just say, first and foremost, complete and utter nonsense from the member from Timmins, James Bay. Let's be very clear. As a Minister of the Crown, the leader of Her Majesty, or His Majesty's loyal opposition, is a Privy Councillor, and he is a Privy Councillor for life with all the responsibilities that comes with that. He has been serving in this House and serving with that distinction, and the member would know well the rights and privileges that come. I know I hear a bit of an echo from way down in the far end, but Madam Speaker, those are the facts. The member is a member of the Privy Council, which comes with the absolutely highest level of secrecy, and that is an oath that is taken when they are sworn in to His Majesty's Privy Council.
Yeah, I just want to remind members if they have something to contribute, and it wasn't just at the other end of the room that I heard some individuals speaking, so I was just asked that please wait till the appropriate time. Questions and comments? The honourable for Elgin, Middlesex, no? The honourable member for, okay. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give me a brief comment on the Liberal member for Winnipeg North comment earlier, where he finally acknowledged, in hindsight, Annette Vacherian shouldn't have been appointed chair of the Liberal Green Slush Fund. But I'll give that member in the House another newsflash. Liberal Minister Baines was told 3 times by the CEO of the Liberal Green Slush Fund not to hire her because of her conflict of interest. The former PMO staffer who worked in communications in the Green Slush Fund told the minister's office and the PMO not to hire her because of her conflict of interest. The only chair in the history of the Green Slush Fund to have a conflict. They were told, and does this House know what Minister Baines said back to the CEO? Don't worry, we'll manage the conflict. I guess they managed the conflict well, managed $400 million out of taxpayer money. So I'd like the member to comment about the claim or the acknowledgement that they made the wrong choice yet again.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member from South Shore St. Margaret's makes a great point. Prior to this, there weren't members of the board who would be conflicted. But not only did they appoint board members who were conflicted, they appointed the chair herself, who was highly conflicted and who was caught not only making decisions in a conflicted nature where she was approving fund, but was further found to have violated the Conflict of Interest Act by the Ethics Commissioner. This is the reason why one of the reasons why we are here today, and one of the reasons why the Auditor General report is so valuable and so important, because it found that these were happening right under the nose of this Liberal government, under the nose of the Liberal minister, because they themselves knew the conflicts existed, they knew that this was a possibility, they knew that this was a problem, but yet still appointed these individuals to their roles as board members at SDTC.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member didn't make reference to the fact that the chair was an advisor to Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper and Jim Flaherty. In the future, do you think we should discard any of those types of advisors?
The Honourable member for Perth Wellington has 1 minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, simply put, we will disregard candidates who have clear and tangential conflicts of interest. We won't appoint people to decision-making bodies where they will be in a conflict of approving funds for their own businesses. Right. That's where these Liberals failed. They appointed individuals to decision-making positions at SDTC knowing full well in advance that they were making decisions that would benefit themselves directly. The claim that, there's so few people in this sector, we couldn't find anyone, that's rubbish, Madam Speaker. There are tons of people in this country who would be receive high praise for their ethics and integrity and serve on these boards to make decisions that are impartial and not with conflicts of interest.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise today as the representative for the good people of the North Okanagan Shuswap. I will be speaking today on the issue of the point of privilege raised by my colleague, the honourable member for Regina Qu'Appelle. For those Canadians who may still be unclear as to why we are debating a point of privilege to this extent, I will give a condensed history of the situation. This may be the first time that people are seeing this back home or in other parts of the country, so they deserve to be brought up to speed on why Parliament has ground to a halt here. I'll quote from my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for the initial information, because he has been diligently bringing up the breaches of conflict of interest on this file. I quote the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, quote, "There is a foundation set up in 2001 called Sustainable Development Technology Canada with the purpose of providing taxpayer financial assistance to green technology companies before they are commercialized. Since the government was elected, the foundation has received $1 billion of taxpayer money. The result of probing by parliamentary committees is that we found that in 82% of the funding transactions approved by the Board of Directors during a 5-year sample period that the Auditor General looked at, 82% of those transactions were conflicted." End quote. After seeing the Auditor General's report and the seemingly blatant disregard of conflict of interest guidelines, opposition members called for the release of the documents pertaining to this Liberal Green slush fund, as it's come to be known. On June 16th of this year, my colleague, the Honourable Member for Regina-Qu'Appelle, rose on a question of privilege following a notice under Standing Order 48 concerning the failure of government to comply with the order that the House adopted on Monday, June the 10th. A majority of the House voted that day, June the 16th, to compel the government to produce a series of unredacted records concerning Sustainable Development Canada, now known as the Green Slush Fund, a body engulfed in one of the worst Liberal scandals in recent years. On September 26th of this year, just last week, the Honourable Speaker presented his ruling on that question of privilege raised by the member for Regina-Qu'Appelle. I'll quote only a portion of the Speaker's ruling because it is quite lengthy, but I will quote. The procedural precedences and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. They have been confirmed and reconfirmed by my immediate predecessors, as well as those more distantly removed, unquote. The Speaker later went on to say, and I quote, "The Chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established." So here we are. End quote, pardon me. So here we are today, 1 week later, debating a motion once again and calling on the government to produce the documents which they have thus far refused to provide to this House. Madam Speaker, one has to wonder what is so damaging in these documents that this government would put all other legislative processes aside in an attempt to cover up what those documents contain. How bad can it possibly be? Can it be worse than the SNC-Lavalin scandal that saw this same government embarrassed for their corruption and saw the first female Indigenous Minister of Justice and Attorney General kicked out of the Prime Minister's cabinet and caucus because she chose to stand up for the truth? Madam Speaker, firstly, Canadians, my colleagues, and I suspect that what is in these documents is extremely damning to this corrupt government and its Prime Minister. So bad that they will go to such great length to avoid producing the documents demanded by members of this House. Madam Speaker, parliamentarians, at least on this side of the House, take our roles very seriously. Members of His Majesty's loyal opposition have a job to do, and that is to hold the government of the day accountable. Lord knows, Madam Speaker, that is a formidable task these days with a government that has been in power for 9 years and is desperately trying to cling to that power. I recall back to the 2015 campaign by this Prime Minister. That was my first campaign in my first election. That Prime Minister, in his statements about sunlight being the best disinfectant and espousing how his government was going to be so transparent. Well, Madam Speaker, something has happened to those sunny days, and there are storm clouds brewing all over this out-of-touch, out-of-time Prime Minister and his government. On the transparency aspect, What has truly become transparent is this Liberal government's clear and penchant leanings to look after their Liberal friends and ignore the rest of Canadians. Madam Speaker, when you look at the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Auditor General has identified as being spent or allocated inappropriately, one has to wonder how much good could have been done with those dollars. How many struggling Canadians would have been better off had the Green Slush Fund dollars been properly accounted for and gone to deserving causes instead of entitled Liberal friends? When I'm home in the North Okanagan Shuswap, I hear from seniors who are struggling to get by on their minimal pensions because of the increased cost of living, cost of food, rents that have doubled, fuel and energy costs beyond what they can afford because of this government's penchant for their carbon tax that is driving up the cost of everything. These Canadians are the ones hurting the most, and yet this Prime Minister and his appointees had no problem letting $1 billion, or a major portion of it, get blown away unchecked to insiders in conflict of interest. These are the Canadians who deserve to know that justice can be served for them by holding this Prime Minister and his appointees accountable. These are Canadians, like the 1 in 5 Canadians who skipped or reduced the size of at least one meal because they couldn't afford groceries. That rate is 45% among single parents. These are Canadians like the 1 in 5 parents in Canada who ate less so their children or another family member could eat. And that rate is 44% among single parents. I learned that in Vernon, 1 in 23 families have relied on a food bank in the last 12 months, and 1 in 13 kids depended on the food bank last year. Madam Speaker, these numbers are troubling. When I see a government this wasteful, leaving Canadians behind, seniors and children unable to eat, it's despicable. Many of the food bank users in Vernon are hardworking middle-class families struggling to put food on the table. And so I bring this to the current debate because those Canadians have an expectation that we hold this government accountable through the actions of the members in this chamber. Accountable for the taxpayer dollars those Canadians pay and this government continues to waste. Many of those Canadians have to work 2 jobs and still rely on the food bank to feed families. They deserve to know how this Prime Minister has let hundreds of millions of dollars be given to privileged insiders that he appointed, while at the same time, families, seniors, and hardworking Canadians can't afford food for their tables. Madam Speaker, I spoke of the situation in Vernon and the North Okanagan, but it is the same situation is playing out across that riding and across Canada, with homelessness and tent cities popping up faster than a Liberal can spew talking points. We have heard members from across Canada speak of the rise in food bank use, the rise in homelessness, all the while this PM and his insiders have funneled millions of dollars to themselves or their close friends, leaving honest Canadians to go without. Madam Speaker, I'll shift topics a little bit here to emphasize some of the points made by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's regarding some of the objections by the government to providing these documents. Madam Speaker, if you or I were the owners or managers of a company and became aware of alleged criminal activity within that company, we would be expected to turn over that evidence to the police to have it investigated. In fact, I would find it an obligation to point out wrongdoing, criminality, and waste. There is no reason that we would not provide the documents of evidence to enforcement agencies and investigative teams, all except for one possible reason. And what would that reason be? Well, that reason would be if the body providing the evidence was also guilty in the activity. This House and its members should be held accountable in the same way as managers of the business of government. We, through the motion to provide the documents and the point of privilege we are debating today, are working to do just that. To report wrongdoing, alleged wrongdoing, conflict of interest, so that the proper authorities can investigate and, if needed, prosecute. We, through the motion to provide these documents, are doing what we are supposed to do, to expose the activities that have allowed $390 million to go to Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, as I have noted, there's only one reason apparent for this Prime Minister and his appointees to keep these documents hidden from sunlight that he espoused to be the best disinfectant. Only one reason, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also so intriguing that a government, or maybe it is just the Prime Minister and a few insiders, that would go to such extreme measures to keep the truth from seeing the light of day. They have so far been willing to set aside all other legislative debate in this chamber to keep something hidden. We can only surmise what that may be, but from what we've seen in the Auditor General's report, it does not look good. Numerous cases of conflict of interest. 58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasion couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or the development of green technology. Madam Speaker, you see, you may already see, but Canadians may not, that there is a way to end the impasse we are now at. All it would take is for the Prime Minister to release these documents as the House has directed. And I say the House has directed, not asked, not requested, a clear direction, an order from this House, from the members of this chamber, for the Prime Minister and his government to produce these documents. Not just a request from one party, it was a motion that the majority of this House voted to support. That motion that Parliament adopted also did not say the documents could be redacted, so that the government could not pick and choose which portions could be redacted. It did not give permission for the Prime Minister, for the PCO, to decide which part the House would see and which part we would not. It would be highly inappropriate for a potentially guilty party to be given the leeway to remove or redact portions that could be damaging to their reputation. And Madam Speaker, speaking of reputation, this government continues to build on their reputation of being untrustworthy when it comes to campaign promises, election promises, and fake commitments. Now, the corruption runs even deeper, and the government, the Prime Minister, is refusing the will of Parliament. We've seen how this government has previously provided documents so redacted that entire pages were completely blacked out. Not a written word to be found on entire pages. They must have gone through volumes of toner and ink in the printers just to keep parliamentarians and Canadians from seeing their dark secrets. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, parliamentarians do not take our jobs lightly and without consideration for the impacts on Canadians. That is, most parliamentarians with nothing to hide. This Prime Minister and his insiders are not supreme rulers. They are servants of the people of Canada, not the other way around. That is why we, as a majority of Parliament, adopted the motion to bring to light the documents that may show if the Prime Minister has served the people or if he has made it the other way around and made taxpayer dollars serve him and his appointees. We do not take it lightly to demand the production of documents. We will also not take it lightly when a Prime Minister and his government ignore that order. Canadians should not take it lightly when a Prime Minister and his government ignore an order of Parliament. We, all 338 of us, as duly elected members of ridings we represent, are here as the voices of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And for the Prime Minister to ignore the will of Parliament is to ignore the will of Canadians. Madam Speaker, where would you expect the leader of a country to ignore the will of the people? I suggest the only places that would occur is in dictatorship countries, the type of countries that this Prime Minister, he has said he has a liking for or an admiration of. Dictatorships are where the leader and the government have the people serve them. That is not the Canada we have known before this Prime Minister and government, and it is not the Canada we want to see in the future. Madam Speaker, one thing I've learned before I entered the entered the political arena, when it comes to responsibility, you cannot pass it on to someone else. In early media training, I learned that it is best when you make a mistake to fess up, own up, dress up, and admit the mistake. I believe my time is up.
Yeah, the honourable member's time is up, and I'm sure he'll have an opportunity during questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, the Leader of the Opposition spoke to the Canadian Police Association and said, and I quote, "All of my proposals are constitutional, and we will make them constitutional using whatever tools the Constitution allows me to use to make them constitutional," he said. I think you know exactly what I mean. He was talking about the notwithstanding clause. We've seen Conservative provincial governments using the notwithstanding clause, override the rights of workers, the rights of minorities. And we hear the RCMP saying that they have severe concerns, charter concerns about this production order. And I wanted the honourable colleague to speak about the RCMP's concerns, charter concerns about this production order. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Here we go again, Madam Speaker. The Liberals trying to deflect and distract. We are here debating a point of privilege because this government, this Prime Minister, has failed to follow the will of Parliament. As I spoke in my speech, the only place that happens is in dictatorships. The last I checked, Canada is not a dictatorship. We are all elected to serve the people who elected us, not the other way around. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Churchill-Kiwana-Nukaski.
Madam Speaker, the member talked about the challenges that Canadians are facing day in and day out. And yet we know that Conservatives voted against dental care, they voted against pharmacare, they voted against investments in public housing. They haven't supported our push for tax fairness and calling on greedy corporations to pay their fair share. And yet they claim to stand up for Canadians who are suffering. Why do the Conservatives continue to pretend they stand up for everyday Canadians and vote against them every chance they get?
Before I allow the honourable member the time to respond, I want to, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's has a point of order.
We're debating the production of documents ordered by the Speaker right now and the obstruction of the government in providing those. I didn't hear any of that referenced in that member's question, so I would ask for relevance.
So again, the honourable member is fully aware that there is, during debates and stuff, there is some latitude. I do want to remind members that they are to bring back, again, you know, I did raise this a while ago as well, is that you know, the questions should be relevant to the question of privilege that's before the House. I appreciate the honourable member bringing it forward. I'll allow the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap to respond if he so wishes. It looks like he does, so the honourable for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will take the question from the NDP member, even though it wasn't on the point of privilege, but show how it really relates to the point of privilege, a different point of privilege. We are here for Canadians. The Canadians that are suffering under the increasing carbon tax, the increasing taxation, the rising inflation caused by this Liberal NDP government. And yet we have a Prime Minister and his insiders that are using their privilege to decide where taxpayer money goes to instead of going back to the Canadians that really deserve it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly to the member for North Okanagan Shuswap. I thank him for his intervention, being a fellow British Columbian. It's always good to see someone from BC in this chamber. The question is simple. The government says that there are charter issues around privacy with giving the RCMP documents that they have withheld from this production order that was voted on and passed by this House of Commons. I think the RCMP are a fine organization. If you go to their website, they actually fall under the Privacy Act. Does the Member of Parliament for North Okanagan Shuswap believe that the RCMP is perfectly capable of handling privacy concerns as it carries out its functions to make sure that we have a strong and safe Canada?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question for the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, a very knowledgeable member. The question was, do I trust the RCMP with the privacy concerns around this issue? Absolutely. I have family members that served. I have a lot of friends, gotten to know a lot of people. There's been members in this House that have served in the RCMP. I want to thank them at this time for their service. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. It's really a great day in this place where we can have Conservatives speaking to fiscal accountability for the government. I just wish they would do it when it came to their own government. We knew at the time of Stephen Harper there was scandals galore, and we've seen the Conservatives shut down investigative proceedings into these issues all the time. New Democrats, on the other hand, we believe in financial accountability. We believe in ensuring that we have strong trust in our public institutions. The Conservatives seem to always and only care about financial accountability if it means scoring political points. Can the member speak to how, if this member, for example, were to form a government, would they keep the same appetite for fiscal accountability, unlike the time that Harper was Prime Minister?
That's right. The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Well, I thank the member for Edmonton Griesbach for that question on accountability and fiscal accountability. My recollection is the last NDP leader that talked about fiscal accountability is no longer around. Their party basically turfed him because he talked about balancing a budget. And since then, this NDP party has sided with an out-of-control spending Liberal government to form an NDP Liberal coalition that has spent more money and created more debt than all other governments in Canada combined.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Okanagan Shuswap gave an insightful speech, and I know as a businessman before he entered this place that he has great insight on what happens when you have some issues where some employee may abscond with funds. But what I'd really like to ask him about is that the Auditor General only did a selective audit of 226 of 420 transactions in the audit period, just as half the sample, and found 82% were conflicted. I'd like to know, do you think that the government is refusing to release these documents because they don't want the rest of the documents out there and what they will reveal about Liberal corruption?
The member is not asking me that question, but he should address his questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap, if he can provide a brief answer, we're out of time, but I'll allow him to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the
To the next time, the rest of his questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. And as a former business owner, I had never had the privilege or the opportunity to be audited, but I've talked to many businesses that have been audited by the Government of Canada, by CRA. And let me tell you, if they found that 40 or 50% of the transactions were questionable, they wouldn't stop there. They'd go right after every last individual transaction to make sure they found out every last piece of tax dollars that they could take from those businesses and turn it over to the government. Why is that not happening here?
Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion at the next sitting of the House. Therefore, the honourable member will have 2 minutes left for questions and comments the next time this matter is before the House. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member, if anybody is exiting, I would ask them to exit quietly. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a late show again tonight, and it is predicated on a question I asked back in May after this government's budget and the accumulating deficits that are being drawn on this country. But the government at the time, its Parliament Secretary, told me that there wasn't a problem. Canada's still very highly rated in the world, and it's still the best finance country in the world. Well, let's address some of that in this question here. Canada now has a growth rate of about 1.2%. This is according to international bodies like the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and the International Monetary Fund, 1.2% per year. Not exactly stellar, considering that the OECD itself is about 3.8% a year. We've got to do better in this country. But more than that, really looking at these numbers, Canada has a huge productivity problem. Such a productivity problem vis-a-vis the United States, our main trading partner, that between 2022 and 2023, the U.S. economy, GDP per capita, actually went up by 3.6%, whereas in Canada, our GDP per capita went down by over 5%. And how did that happen? That happened because bad economic policies, frankly, that punish successful companies across Canada, but also, you know, we still grow our GDP, but not our GDP per capita because we've got 2.4 million new Canadians. If you looked at GDP per capita, minus 5% plus would mean we're actually in a recession. So did we avoid a recession by saying there's a whole bunch more people? And of course, people means spending. Spending means GDP. It's the nature of what the economy is. That is not the way to run an economy. Our economy is falling down as far as our productivity goes, as far as the value add that we earn as a country. Now, this is interesting because 10 years ago, 2013, You look at our productivity in Canada vis-a-vis the United States, and Canada's GDP per capita at that point in time was about 98% of the U.S.'s GDP per capita. And what is it now, Madam Speaker? It is 66% per capita. So it's fallen down by almost a third vis-a-vis our main trading partner. That's a disastrous decade that this Liberal government has foisted upon this country. But looking forward, which is the most important thing, we've got to look at how this country reverts back to being a productive economy and how we actually get back to standing in the world so that we're once again a world leader. Ray Dalio is a fund manager, a very important hedge manager in the United States, well regarded as far as his views on income equality and that importance in the economy. And he looks at Canada in a realm of 35 countries and assesses us at number 26 out of 35 as far as our growth over the next 10 years goes. And that's because of all kinds of issues, including the lack of education funding, the lack of ability to actually grow the country, but primarily the excessive debt we've built into this economy. Now it looks at Canada's 1.2% growth per year over the next 10 years. The top, of course, is India at 6.3% annual growth, but the 9 countries below Canada are all difficult European countries, and we know Europe's economy is in the sewer and isn't going to emerge for quite a while because of bad energy policies. So I'm going to ask this government again, when are they going to address the stress they've caused in the financial markets and actually stop spending so much? You've got a spending problem, get a hold of it, and address inflation before it punishes Canadians even more than it already has.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I did not have an opportunity to respond to a question during question period today because the Conservatives have no economic questions, Madam Speaker. I'm so grateful to the member for Calgary Centre for his question tonight because, in fact, the Bank of Canada is leading the G7 in interest rate cuts. Canada was the first G7 country to lower interest rates for the very first time. We were also the first country among all of the G7 peers to cut interest rates for the second time. And yes, Madam Speaker, we were also the first G7 country to cut interest rates for the third time. And let me tell you why this is good news for Canadians. This is helping business owners, those who have loans and those who don't. This is helping Canadians who have a mortgage coming up for renewal. And this is helping people looking to buy a very first home. You know what else is helping Canadians buy a first home? The reforms that our government just announced. For example, we're expanding eligibility for 30-year mortgage amortizations to all first-time homebuyers and also, importantly, to all buyers of new builds. This will help reduce the cost of monthly mortgage payments and help more Canadians buy a home. You know what else is helping Canadians buy a first home? The First Home Savings Account we introduced to allow prospective homebuyers to save up to $40,000 completely, totally tax-free in order to put a down payment towards their first home. In fact, 750,000 Canadians, you heard right, Madam Speaker, 750,000 Canadians have already taken advantage of that program and opened their account. What else is helping Canadians? Well, Madam Speaker, for 19 consecutive months, wage growth has outpaced inflation. That means that even taking into account global inflation, even taking into account affordability pressures, Canadians are still better off today than they were 5 years ago. They are taking home larger paychecks, even taking into account inflation. And talking about inflation, Madam Speaker, I must tell Canadians the truth. Inflation is down to just 2%. The fact that my Conservative colleague is bringing up a question he posed last May shows that they are not following the inflation numbers, Madam Speaker. Inflation is exactly at the target rate that the Bank of Canada had set for itself. Le député d'en face semble s'inquiéter.
The member across the way seems worried about inflation, Madam Speaker, but allow me to remind him that inflation was at 2% in the month of August, right in the middle of the Bank of Canada's target range for inflation. In fact, inflation was within the Bank of Canada's target range all of this year. Salaries have outpace inflation for 18 consecutive months. This means that Canadian workers are today receiving higher paychecks even after accounting for inflation, higher paychecks today than before the pandemic. In fact, experts predict that Canada's GDP will experience the most rapid growth of all of our G7 peer countries in 2025. This proves that Canada's economy is strong and resilient. It also proves that our economic plan is fiscally responsible. While the Conservatives continue to call for cuts to supports that Canadians depend on, our plan will allow the next generation to make the dream of buying a first home come true. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, on the side of the Liberal government, we know that Canada is stronger when everyone has equal opportunities to succeed. Thank you.
Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada has dropped its interest rate. Bank of Canada has dropped it 3 times in a row now, and it's led the world because Canada's economy is leading the world in going down. So, of course, we're entering an absolute recession here, not just a GDP per capita recession, but the recession is on the horizon here. I hope it doesn't happen. Nevertheless, we do have something on the horizon here. We have an economy that is stalled and has been stalled for a long time. You take a look at 1.2% growth. That is not the type of growth this country should be going through. Here's the issue. Canadian government debt now is 107% of GDP. And that Parliamentary Secretary will refute that because she's monkeying around with the numbers. In addition, Canadian debt per capita, household debt, is 132% per capita. We've got a debt problem in Canada. It's going to land in the backs of Canadians one way or another. Will the government please address this and stop loading more debt onto the backs of Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And unfortunately, my Conservative colleague seems to be cheering on the idea of a recession, which would be bad news for Canadians. In fact, as I've explained, Canada is projected to have the highest growth rate of our G7 peers in 2025, just next year, Madam Speaker. And I would also note that the Conservatives' desperation for bad economic news is not working very well for them, because Canadians understand that, in fact, they are in a strong economy, and they are seeing their wages increase, Madam Speaker. I would like to correct the member who mentioned yesterday, I believe that the Conservatives are enjoying making a comparison to Alabama's GDP. Canada's GDP is $2.138 trillion, Madam Speaker. Alabama's is $242 billion. So if anybody is monkeying around with the numbers, it is my colleague from Calgary Centre. I do wish to end simply by stating that our government will continue to fight for vulnerable Canadians while maintaining a fiscally responsible frame. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, inaction is a choice, and this Liberal government's intentional decision to do nothing and allow Samidoun to not only continue to operate on Canadian soil, but enjoy tax exemptions on their income as a federally registered nonprofit is reprehensible. Madam Speaker, since my initial question to the government on September 20th, calling for them to take action to ban Samidoun, arrest their leader Khaled Barakat for inciting violence and hatred, and list Samidoun as a terrorist organization that they are, October 7th has passed. And on this somber day, when our Jewish brothers and sisters were grieving the most heinous, horrific, and deadly attack on Jews since the Holocaust, what did Samidoun do? They celebrated. They put up posters for a rally in my city of Toronto under the headline of Long Live October 7th. In Vancouver, they glorified terrorism by literally chanting, "We are Hamas. We are Hezbollah." These are literal terrorist groups, Madam Speaker. And they also desecrated our Canadian national flag by lighting it on fire. One is enough, Madam Speaker. This terrorist-affiliated, terrorist-supporting organization doesn't even bother to hide it anymore. Before, they would at least pretend they didn't hate Jews and just claim it was all about anti-Zionism. They just hate anti-Zionists, which unfortunately we know is code for Jews. But every incident of hatred left intentionally unanswered by this government has emboldened them. On October 7th, in addition to celebrating literal terrorist groups, Samidoun chanted, quote, "Death to Canada, death to the United States, death to Israel," end quote. The people at Samadune have shown us who they are. And one of the things they've shown us is that they hate not only Jews, but they hate Canada and Canadians. So why does this government make the choice to allow them to turn Canada into their base of operations to promote terrorism and hatred? Madam Speaker, inaction is a choice, and the intentional decision to allow these blatant acts of hatred and incitement of violence is a choice by this Liberal government that puts Canadians in danger. What will it take for this government to stop choosing to allow this to continue? Because being a doormat is not a policy, Madam Speaker, and the government's tepid condemnation of hate on our soil with claims this is not who we are, or hate has no place in Canada, are worthless. When they, with all the resources and authority available to them as a G7 national government, do nothing. And I'm not even calling for them to be the first to take action. Germany has banned Samadune, and Khaled Barakat is banned from the entire European Union of 27 countries. Nearly a whole frickin' continent won't allow this terrorist supporter onto their soil. And yet he is free to spew hatred here in Canada? What am I missing? Is Khaled Barakat a Liberal super donor? Is he a member of the Laurier Club? Is he about to be appointed a board member of the SDTC, the Liberal government's Green Slush Fund? Well, Madam Speaker, instead of slushing around, they should be flushing this hateful organization. So my question to the parliamentary secretary is simple. Will they ban Samadune? Yes or no? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Spadina Fort York has raised some concerns around Samadune, and so I'll take this opportunity to state that the Government of Canada is deeply concerned by the issue of hate against Jewish communities. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, hate in any form are unacceptable. Hate propaganda and hate crimes are taken very seriously by all orders of government in Canada. The federal government, as well as heads of police services, provincial and territorial partners, they've all been meeting regularly to discuss policing collaboration and the best way to ensure safety and security for communities during these challenging times. We, as a government, encourage all those affected by hate propaganda to contact their local law enforcement, as well as their local elected officials, should they have any safety concerns revolving around hate speech or actions in a community. We, as a government, have taken several actions to combat anti-Semitism and hate in Canada. In November 2023, we appointed the second Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism. In addition, we recently appointed the first Special Advisor on Jewish community relations and anti-Semitism. We also renewed Canada's anti-racism strategy to continue the fight against racism, and we introduced Canada's first ever action plan on combating hate. In Budget 2024, we proposed $273.6 million over 6 years, starting this year, with $29.3 million ongoing to advance this action plan. The funding will support community outreach and law enforcement reform. It will tackle the rise in hate crimes. It will enhance community safety and security, counter radicalization, and increase support for victims. With regards to designating an organization as a terrorist entity, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety reminded this House today, the Minister of Public Safety has already referred the listing of Samadune to our national security experts and asked for an emergency and urgent review. As my honourable colleague knows, the listing process is iterative. The environment has changed since October 2023, and the Public Safety Department and portfolio agencies continue to constantly monitor and assess national security threats against Canada and against Canadians. Let me be clear. The Government of Canada takes any and all allegations of criminal activity, of terrorism, violent extremism in Canada extremely seriously, and we have a number of tools available to address them. This includes conducting investigations with a view to laying charges under the Criminal Code, and when applicable, peace bonds, no-fly listings, the revocation of passports, and terrorist listings. Determining whether or not to list or delist an entity under the Criminal Code is a result of a rigorous process based on evidence, intelligence, and the law. It involves cross-government consultations to ascertain if an entity meets the threshold for listing as set out in the Criminal Code. And I can't comment on the process of listing a specific organization, but I can assure you that the Government of Canada is taking the necessary actions to keep Canadians safe from violent extremism and terrorism. We will continue to work with all our partners to counter national security threats and to uphold democracy. This government stands firm in actions to protect Canadians and its belief that hatred, violence, and intolerance directed towards those of diverse faiths and social groups is wrong. These acts will not be tolerated in Canada. We can build a better future together.
Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That response was reprehensible. Yet again, more empty words and platitudes. And I'd say it was a joke, but this is no laughing matter because this is an issue of safety for Canadians. How serious do you take something if you do literally nothing? Canadians don't need another action plan. They need action. And yet another review they have boasted about when this is an organization has talked about how they have links to the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine. Another listed terror organization on Canada's designated terror list. Don't give me a list of stuff that you can do but haven't done. So when will this government take action? And more importantly, if something happens, will this government take responsibility for their inaction?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Government of Canada is firm in its stand against hate and against terrorism. We are, as a government, deeply concerned by the issue of hate against Jewish communities. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, any hate in any form is unacceptable and has no place in this country. When it comes to hate propaganda, the government encourages that all those affected by hate propaganda contact law enforcement as well as local elected officials if you have safety concerns revolving around hateful speech or actions in a community. And as my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, reminded this House today, the Minister of Public Safety has already referred the listing of Sammy Doon to our national security experts and already asked for an emergency and urgent review. As a government, we have taken and we will continue to take the action necessary to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of hate in Canada. We will continue this work to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, we had a consensus on immigration. It was never a controversial topic. We had the best immigration system in the world. It was the envy of the world. A system that brought in the brightest, the best, a system that had integrity, a system that worked for the newcomer and those Canadians that have been here for generations. But after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government and 5 immigration ministers in that time, we have seen our immigration system fall apart. Our system is now full of chaos, it's full of fraud, and it's full of abuse. And what is the most concerning for me is watching the current immigration minister wake up every single morning and going to the media and saying that he's alarmed with what's going on. He's shocked with his own department's failings. And don't take my word for it, his own colleagues have said the system is a mess, that it's out of control. And we have seen record numbers in the low-wage stream of our TFW program. We have seen chaos in our international students program, where we have students coming to our country for degrees that we don't need in colleges that don't exist. And recently we've seen a massive surge in asylum claims after the changes this government has made. And Canada's population growth, we're at about 3.4%, Madam Speaker. That is not sustainable. And again, don't take my word for it. The Prime Minister himself has said that, and I quote this, that Canada's immigration rate has grown beyond what Canada is able to absorb. These are record numbers. And this puts a pressure on not only on our housing, on our services, on our health care, but also on the labor market for our youth. We saw a 14% youth unemployment rate just this past summer because of the low wage stream that folks were coming in and abusing that process. The greedy corporations were also abusing. And this is not a problem that started today. That government was warned by officials that their reckless policies will cause a housing crisis and it will put pressure on our healthcare system. They ignored it. In 2018, this government removed the police clearance certificate requirement for temporary residents coming to our country. And recently we found out from a media investigation, a story that came out that said that government officials were told to skip over crucial vetting for the temporary foreign workers program. Madam Speaker, this is weakening our system. It's jeopardizing our country. It is putting not only Canadians at risk, but it's also breaking a system that was once the envy of the world, a system that everyone wanted to copy, a system that had integrity. So my question to the minister is very, very simple. We've seen new ministers, we've seen new announcements, we've seen a lot of photo ops, but we have not seen any changes to our country's immigration system. Why is the minister so negligent, and why has he broken Canada's immigration system that is not only causing chaos for newcomers, but also hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Oxford for his question. Canada recognizes that international students enriches Canada's society and culture. We have a process in place to welcome and support international students while also maintaining the safety of Canadians. Everyone applying to come to Canada must meet our eligibility and admissibility requirements. As part of our risk mitigation process, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada, in a collaboration with Canada Border Services Agency, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Canadian Security Intelligence Services, conducts comprehensive security screening to identify those who might pose a threat to Canadians. Let me assure you that all foreign nationals applying for study permits are assessed for criminalities. We do this by collecting their biometrics, that is their fingerprint and photographs. Biometrics are a very reliable method of determining admissibility than any other documents, any one document, such as a local police city.
A member may have his phone on his desk, and it's causing some problems for the interprets, I'm sure. I just want to remind members, he may want to put it on the chair instead. I can certainly give him the signal when his time is running out, unless he wants to put it on airplane mode. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. Biometrics are a very reliable method of determining admissibility than any one document, such as a police certificate. They unequivocally verifies an applicant's identity and therefore lead us to any information that is accessible about them. We check every applicant's biometrics against a wide range of databases, from the RCMP in Canada to U.S. immigration and international partners' holdings to identify any potential security risk. Immigration officers then carefully review each application on a case-by-case basis. Decisions on admissibility are evidence-based, risk-informed, and follow rules around procedural fairness. Officer may request any additional documents they deem necessary to make a recommendation on a final decision, such as police or additional intelligence reports. However, I should note that depending on the country of origin, police certificates are not always reliable. Final decisions on admissibilities are made at the border by a CBSA officer. Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed that the Conservatives have been sharing misinformation and attempting to stoke division and drive fear into the hearts of Canadians. But I can't say that I am surprised. After all, it was a Conservative Party that promised to create a barbaric cultural practice hotline that would encourage Canadians to spy on one another. It was this Conservative Party that kept family apart through limited family reunification targets, all because they didn't want to let in too many seniors into the country. And it was this Conservative Party that accuses vulnerable asylum seekers and refugees of abusing Canada's generosity. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are doing what they know best, misleading and dividing Canadians. I will not stand for it, nor will I dignify their tactics. As I outlined earlier, all international students are subject to a robust and comprehensive security screening prior to coming to Canada. This includes biometric screening, which then goes through our RCMP database in Canada, U.S. Immigration, as well as our international partners holding. If necessary, an officer can request a police certificate, though I will note that depending on the country of origin, they are not necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, it is this government that has divided Canadians and misled Canadians for the last 9 years. The member opposite talks about the reliability of police clearance certificates. I don't understand this. So they may be useful, they may not be useful, but for permanent resident applications, they're a mandatory requirement. If they aren't reliable, why is it a requirement for that program? But also, if you can't trust a document from a certain country, how can you accept any other documents that are part of that package as well? How can you rely on those documents? And over the summer, we saw recently that we had a string of potential terrorist attacks that were stopped at the 11th hour. We had a potential terrorist that was going to stab folks in Toronto, and we had someone that was going to travel to New York who were here on potential student visas. So can the minister please let us know what other safety measures are they going to put in place so Canadians can have trust in their immigration system?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reiterate that all foreign nationals that come to Canada are required to meet our eligibility and admissibility requirements. As well, all foreign nationals applying for student permits are assessed for criminalities, primarily through biometric collection. IRCC also collaborates with its partners to conduct thorough security screening. An officer can request additional documents, such as police certificate where needed. The Conservatives keep referring to a 2018 policy change. Madam Speaker, there has been no policy change regarding police certificate for temporary resident. Unfortunately, this Conservative Party continues to spread misinformation. On this side of the House, we will continue to build a stronger framework to support and protect international students and Canadians alike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.